Couldn't see from your wildest heights, anticipating the fear that you thought you'd abandon, questioning ourselves. But the journey we take wasn't meant to be easy. Catch your breath and pour your lifeline. Nowhere left to fall. Find your new way, just inside. Nowhere left to fall. This is not the end. It's just a part of the puzzle. The piece found its way to. This is not the end. It's just a split in the pathway of fate. Take a new trail. Catch your breath and pour your lifeline. Nowhere left to fall. Find your new way, just inside. Nowhere left to fall. Nowhere left to
It's not gonna work. Hello. Let's see, gonna have to make this work in a way that's not showing off my walls here. Is that just the light coming through? Yes, it is. Not much I can do about that. Here it is off to the side. I've got stuff in front of it. Yeah, here. Let me just... Yeah. Something for the future. But I do not have the time to fix that. Good, because I'm really good at stressing about everything else. Yeah, I think I put it up a little bit too high. Yeah, I heard from Koba. I take it that Jolly is busy?
So where are we going?
Into darkness. Access denied. Where's your god now?
I'm going to find the promised land.
I'm stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope and getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else. I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just sickening. Now I'm beside myself, don't want your fucking help. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye,
Space, time.
Are nerds.
Hello and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We've got a good one on our hands here today. It's the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. We're going to be bringing you the conclusion of it. It's been a jam-packed day of League of Legends, and we're going to have the semifinals of Boise State and Bay State. We'll then have our best-of-1 third-place game, and then we'll wrap things up with the finals, which of course will be the winner of Boise State and Bay State, and then the winner of the other semifinal that we will not be seeing. But it's going to be a jam-packed day of League of Legends. I am Michael Fish Fisher, and of course it's all for a good cause, which makes it that much better, and I cannot wait to see, because it also will be our first stream with the new items that Riot has just introduced, and of course helping me call all the action is Daniel Glovely Clock, and Glovely, going to be interested to see how the new items play a role here in our multiple matches we're going to have tonight.
I'm sorry if you're saying something. I currently cannot hear you. Having some technical difficulties that I'm working on resolving.
Well, we can hear Glovely, so we just got to work on
there
that.
We go.
There we go. Now we have Glovely here, so we fixed that one. And so I'll just restate the question, Glovely. I mean, what are you expecting from the new items here in our multi-match day that we're going to have today?
As far as I'm concerned, the new items are just crazy bonkers, especially if you happen to be a tank or an AD assassin. So champions who can use those items, I think, are going to have the most impact on the meta as it currently is here in the preseason.
Yeah, tanks incredibly strong, of course, plus with the new Dustblade, as you mentioned, the ability for AD assassins to go invisible for that brief moment and reposition without being peeled off. Going to be really interesting how the teams do adapt. As we mentioned, we'll have our first semifinal of the night. It's a best-of-3 Boise State and Bay State. We'll then have our third-place game, where, of course, we'll see one of those teams, and we'll also see the team that lost in the other semifinal, and then we'll have our final to wrap things up. So it's going to be a jam-packed day. The semifinals will be a best-of-3. The finals will be a best-of-3. The third-place game will just be a best-of-1. So it'll be crazy fast action. Could be a ton of League of Legends here tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know for Bay State, they even have their director playing in this event. So everybody's getting their hands in here, Glovely. So I'm going to be really excited, because it's going to be all over the place, especially with these new items, because there's not really a meta yet. I mean, I know you mentioned tanks and AD assassins, but I mean, we have guys like Ivern at like 80% win rates. It's just all over the place right now.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about the preseason is that just about every champion in the game is viable with all these crazy new item combinations going on. If you can find something crazy and make it work, you can still win games. It means that even champions you don't see a whole lot often it could still come out in these games. We could see Timo today. We could see Garen today.
I played Timo a couple times, and even with the extra burn items, he just still feels just a tad, especially with tanks. I mean, if they pick a tank into Timo, you're not going to do any damage. It's just a sad state of things right now. But you're right. I think it's going to throw everything on its head. It's going to make the drafts incredibly interesting because it's going to be like, well, that used to be an awful pick, but hey, let's see what happens. I think my biggest complaint is that the Iceborne Gauntlets are a mythic item now because I loved building that item on supports like Leona and just sort of making sure no one can move, but you can't do that anymore. That's my one complaint right now is I don't really know if Iceborne Gauntlets, especially with the passive of your items make you bigger, think that one could have stayed as just a nice little legendary item and allowed it to be a little bit more robust in its usage.
I mean, personally, I still think it's very useful on Leona. You can still proc it, get slows everywhere. I do think that it's a lot less useful on Ezreal now, so maybe we'll see more Trinity Force builds or even builds from other lines entirely. Maybe we'll actually see him use marksman items.
You know, we might. I mean, the new, of course, with the Sheen change as well, it doesn't give mana because they wanted to make it an option for all champions to use, so I would not be surprised if we do see an Ezreal that he uses something more like the Immortal Shield Bow, maybe the Kraken Slayer, which the Kraken Slayer really has been the go-to item so far. If you're an AD carry that can make it work, of course, Vayne with the Silver Bolts passive that already makes you want to attack 3 times, press the attack, and then Kraken Slayer that makes you every third attack hit harder. She is incredibly strong. And then Lucian, who, hey, he's at least you want to talk about someone playing their role. He's at least now down in the bot lane for the most part because he gets that extra shot on his passive. He is incredibly strong with the Kraken Slayer as well. So I think we're going to see a lot of new AD carries. I don't think we're going to see Ezreal as once again, he just has no items that really work for him as well as other AD carries.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that there's a lot more marksman diversity going on. I've been seeing Ashe get banned away, Jinx getting picked up. Of course, old standbys are coming back, like Jhin. I think I even saw Graves the other day in the bot lane, so you never know what can happen.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. Like we said, it's the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. We're kicking things off with the semifinals of Boise State and Bay State. This will be a best of 3. We'll then have our third place game in a quick best of 1, and then we'll hop into the finals and see who is going to be crowned champion here today. Fish and Glovely calling all the action. First stream for Boise State with the new items that, to my knowledge, have not really been touched. Of course, you also have the jungle change, where you now don't have to waste an item slot late game on an underpowered jungle item after you smite 5 times. With the new jungle item, it just becomes a passive. So really going to open up a ton of items because now you can see junglers maybe pop off because they get that 6th item. So I'll be really curious to see what teams are banning because these teams at a high level with Masters and Challenger players probably know the meta pretty well, at least at their skill level. So they probably have a better tuning than maybe we do globally of what's really strong or what people are just spamming to get last preseason ranking is Victor's banned away. That we already know it's preseason if that's a Victor ban.
Yeah, definitely. And Victor, I do think, is a very strong champion. Anyway, Amumu, I've been hearing all sorts of horror stories about what Amumu has been capable of in this current meta. New Sunfire changes really helped him a lot. As well as Kayle being banned away, actually had some recent nerfs just because she was getting to be very oppressive in lane. Nunu, another champion who really benefited heavily from the Sunfire changes. And there's Samira on the other side, obviously just the AD carry of the week. Rammus, they're going to be the final ban. 3 tanks, jungle tanks, banned away by Boise State.
Yeah, Boise State not wanting to deal with the tanks at all. It's a Jhin first pick for Bay State. Was maybe expecting something more like a Lucian. I've seen a ton of Jhins, and it just never feels like they quite know what they're doing. It's always like, well, that feels like it's okay, but it's not super strong. But always just a very standard ADC since its inception. And there's Kayn. This is the Boise State orange team, by the way, so Galaxy Savage loves that Kayn. And you know what? I guess I'm already wrong, Glovely. There's the Ezreal pick for Boise State. We'll see what they build, because right now I have a lot of hesitation.
Well, the tier changes does give him a really solid early item because he gets to start with that stacking. Evelyn going to be the pickup on the other side there for that jungler. That self-invisibility, really great. Personally, I haven't found a lot of use in her new items. Shen, of course, always a good standard top lane. Going to be playing into a Camille.
Yeah, looks like Boise State has got to be happy. We talked about Galaxy Savage. He loves his Kane, the Boise State top laner, Prominence Blade, formerly Lelouch. He loves his Camille. So the Broncos have gotten their one trick, usually something we don't see with the blue team, where Rumble is always first ban. Another tank ban for Boise State. The Leona this time, and Boise State is truly going to see how many champions use Sunfire that they want to get rid of. And a Yumi ban for Bay State, an interesting choice. Haven't seen a whole lot of her in the current meta, but she's always very, very strong. And then finally a non-tank Bard. So now we're targeting down the supports, trying to make that Jhin have a tough a time as possible.
Yeah, a lot of tank bans there from the side of Boise State. I know the meta has definitely been pushing those Sunfire items to be really strong, but do you really want to spend that many bans on all your tanks? And Vanguard are going to be the final ban.
Yeah, curious what they want to play now in the bot lane as a support. I mean, support Pantheon still feels incredibly strong if either team does want to bring it out. There's the Twitch, of course, now has the ability to go AP Twitch. I've seen that run in the support quite a bit. It's actually very strong. Could be a jungle as well. This isn't E-Thug, so I would highly doubt it's jungle, of course, with Kane there. So that's probably a support Twitch, maybe?
It certainly could be. I've had it played against myself, and boy, it ran through the health bars of my team. Though, to be fair, we were really far behind that game. Akali going to be picked up on the other side. No Hextech Gunblade anymore in the game, so Akali going to have to find some other ways, other tools that she can use to eliminate her opponents.
The new Proto Belt, by the way, I feel like that is the one item where I look, I'm like, really? Not only do you get the dash you used to, you now get 80% movement speed. So if Akali finds herself against Ezreal or Twitch in a solo lane, she is going to run them down and catch them. So that might be an item that she wants to pick up. There is the Rakan final pick, so no tanks allowed for Bay State. I'll be curious to see what Boise State wants. We think it's a mid laner that they're looking for. Maybe it's mid Ezreal. Maybe, I mean, right now it's all over the place, and Galio doesn't do much because we've seen Boise State Blue put Galio in the bot lane. So Boise State really kind of flexing on Bay State early here and making them kind of ponder what's going to be exactly where in the mid and the bot lane.
So my prediction is that Galio is going to go mid lane. That's personally where I like to see the Galio because it gives him the ability to roam very easily with the hero's entrance. But it is possible. We've seen it go top lane. We've seen it go support. Honestly, with this meta, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody somehow managed to make Galio jungle work. He's a very flexible pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think also Galio goes really well into the Akali because it's going to, at least more than a Twitcher and Ezreal, shut down her ability to pop off in the mid lane. He also is going to have the chance to, as you mentioned with the hero's entrance, counter gank the Akali as much as possible. He also shoves the wave incredibly fast. It really slows down how much roaming champions like Akali can have presence all over the map. So I really do like that, and also counters the Shen. I think you're right, probably in the mid lane, because that's the other thing. In mid, he's got an easier time going top or bot. If he's bot lane, he can only really go mid for his ult for most of the game. So I think you're right, Gluggy. I do think it's going to be a Galio in the mid, and I really want to see how this Twitch support plays out. Maybe AP, I'd probably have to think so. A lot of damage just comes from the stacking poison, and he might be able to rack up some damage because Boise State has made sure that no tank is getting through here in this game besides the Shen. They did all they could to prevent Bay State from being as tanky as possible.
Now, there is a really big downside to picking the Twitch in for this matchup is that you don't bring a whole lot of crowd control to your table. So if you want to start on fights, you're either reliant on a jungler to bring the crowd control for you, or you're just going to have that one slow and hope that it's going to be enough. Maybe if you bait your opponents in or manage to catch someone with a lucky stealth maneuver.
I mean, they will have the Camille for the stun off the hook shot. They'll also have the Galio for the taunt. I mean, and you look at Bay State, they really only have a couple of CCs, of course, the Shen taunt and then the Charm from Rakan. So both teams lacking on CC, and for Bay State, they really just want to have Evelyn and Akali probably jump right on top of Ezreal Twitch, delete them from the game, and then just slowly work through the rest of the team. I'll be really curious to see what item these guys want to go for their mythic item. Of course, as most league players know, we're on the new item patch. We have not streamed a game on the new item patch here for Boise State. It's the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup Fish and Lovely calling, so I'm going to be really, really curious. It is Twitch support, we're being told. Curious if it's going to be AP or not, and I'm really curious to see what the Ezreal builds. Those are the two things we talked about in the pre-show, and I didn't think we'd see Ezreal, and immediately Glovely flexing that 200 big brain IQ over there. Already knew an Ezreal was going to be in the game. That's why he was talking about it.
I mean, you never know what champions are going to pop up. I do think there are some other interesting combinations here. Even if we can't predict the items, just looking at the champions can give us an idea as to what kind of game is going to be played here. If we look at the side of Bay State, some of the champions they've got have some incredible engage abilities. Rakan, Evelyn, of course, can slip it invisibly. You've got multiple dashes from Akali. And all of them can get Shen into range. So what that calls to me is that they've got a lot of potential to pick targets off. So I think they want to split up Boise State, catch them out in single positions, and be able to delete those members and take advantage of having that member down.
Yeah, and I'll be really curious to see what item both Twitch and Galio want to go. I'm a big fan of going Leandries on really any sort of non-assassin AP champion because I think the burn is just so incredibly strong. I mean, I've literally seen brands die and then kill someone from 1,000 HP, just burning them to death with a combination of the new items and his passive. So with a Twitch, especially with the poison, being able to keep that Leandries going and Galio, I really think that if Boise State goes this sort of burn build, they might be able to just sort of slowly poke down Bay State and then full and engage with a Galio or a Camille. I'll be really curious to see those first items now even more important than before because that's going to set up your whole build. They also give you the extra bonuses. So really puts a lot of pressure on getting ahead in lane and getting that mythic item before your opponent because then you're sort of able to run it down and smash on their throats until they're able to catch up.
And I think that's a lot of what we're going to see is in the meta as it develops. Those mythic items are so incredibly important that hitting that first item power spike is going to make a huge difference in every single lane. So obviously, the quicker you can hit that power spike, the more influential you're going to be on your lane. And of course, as the different mythic items do have different costs, that can also affect how the lanes end up playing out in the long run.
Yeah, and it really sets you back if, before, hey, I'm getting stomped in lane, let me go back and sort of have like a charity shop, if you will, or a thrift store of, I got a pickaxe, I got a BF sword, I've got a cloak of agility, I've got some daggers. I mean, this really punishes you now in this meta if you kind of go all over the place and are trying to say, well, I need to get the executioners calling for some healing, and then I need to make sure, you can't do that anymore. You got to really say, all right, how do we get to my mythic item as fast as possible for most of these champions? Twitch, I've seen a lot of Twitches actually forego the mythic item and go for more of the legendaries. I don't think that's the right choice. So it's a lot of pressure on if a lane starts getting snowballed, that lane now becomes unplayable and really unhelpful for 5-10 minutes longer than it used to be.
I do think there are a few matchups where you can still buy some of the older items. Executioner's Calling and Oblivion Orb, other Grievous Wounds items can be very useful into matchups where up against lifesteal heavy champions. But on the grand scale of things, yes, rushing that mythic is so important. And then oftentimes you just want to complete whatever items you can afterwards as quick as you can so you get the bonuses from your mythic because it's just that much power that you're adding to your side.
Yeah, every time you finish an item after that, you get a little bit of a bonus. Not enough to really change things, but you definitely are like, okay, I'm feeling a little bit stronger here. So I'm really curious to see Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup semifinal here. Boise State and Bay State is our first series of the night. This will be a best of 3. We'll then have our third place game, and then we'll have our finals as well. So it's going to be a jam-packed night here with Fish and Glovely on the call. The other teams playing right now, Boston and Hartford, playing in our other semifinals. So we'll see the loser of that in our third place game, the winner in the finals. But right now, I'm curious to see. This is the Boise State Orange team, by the way. If some of the names don't seem familiar for those of you who have been watching a majority of our League of Legends content, Boise State, multiple League of Legends teams. Of course, the blue team, the slightly higher ranked one, but the orange team also very talented players. You see right there, Prominence Blade, Galaxy Savage, Setup, Gimmick, and AD Carry in for Boise State. And the one good thing for them globally, Prominence Blade got his Camille, Galaxy Savage got his Kane. So they're going to be on champions that they've been comfortable on. Don't know how much they've been spamming them on the new patch, but it's champions they know very, very well from older metas.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think that the items do have a big impact on the game. Simply knowing and mastering a champion can also have such a big influence on how you play. Even if your new items, have new effects and all these new stats and everything, your champion still plays just about exactly the same, give or take a few actives or passives that you might not have had before that you need to adjust for.
I mean, I guess speaking of that, Kane, do you have a prediction in terms of red or blue? I mean, red's usually the stronger one, blue's the assassin, but I mean, you even talked about how strong melee assassins are. So do you have a prediction as we hop into the game here, Glovely, about what the potential red or blue Kane might be?
Personally, I really like the blue Kane in this scenario. Boise State doesn't really have, or has a tank already, and Bay State on the other hand, Shen is really their only durable damage dealer, so if you go for the assassin, you're going to be able to delete targets much easier.
So we do see here, Boise State looked like they were trying to engage. Does look like Woojin actually in for game number 1. Former Boise State, really do it all. He's been everywhere this season. Used to be in the top lane. He's played in the jungle. Looks like he is on a potential support Twitch, which means AD carry, who's usually a support on that AD role, which means Boise State gonna have some unfamiliarity here in terms of who's on what. I'd be really curious to see how that impacts this first game.
Already, we're getting the first items, and actually no tier for the Ezreal, so AD carry not going to have that stacking early on, is going to have to wait for that later on.
Yeah, dish to Doran's Blade. We do see, looks like it is going to be AP Twitch with the Spell Thief's Edge picked up here by Woojin, and I think it's going to be interesting there. You know, usually you see Kane, he goes with the Leashless Raptors. He's actually going for a Leashed Red buff here. Don't know if he wants to gank Q Meyer, former League of Legends pro player, early, or what he was thinking there starting with the red buff on that Kane.
I mean, definitely we do know that Prominence Blade getting ahead on that Camille can have a huge impact on the game. Very comfortable on that champion. And Shen, of course, maybe not the easiest lane matchup for anyone. I've been on record saying what a powerful champion he is. So if they can try and get that Camille ahead, they can also get Camille roaming.
Yeah, that will be one thing to be watching out for, as you said, the roaming. I mean, Shen, he's always going to be roaming. So Prominence Blade has to be spot on with his teleports. If he gets forced out and has to teleport back to lane with a nice gank from Little B-Man, then Q-Meyer, when he hits 6, is going to be able to, hey, I'll stand United down, teleport right back up. My lane is not going to lose anything. We'll say Hail of Blades AP Twitch is interesting. I mean, I understand the logic, but I would think maybe something more like a Comet, just to be able to poke it down might be the better play. As we see a nice taunt here onto Prominence Blade. Gonna hook shot, not use it to restun, and now he's got to be careful. Will be forced to flash away as the Conqueror fully activates. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, Admiral Potato is caught out. He'll just dash over the wall, however, as Sexless is there as well. And nothing too crazy, but I think that top lane trade really favors Bay State.
Definitely favors Bay State. Also, 2 flashes used, one from either side. Unfortunately, Prominence Blade is going to have to burn his just to stay alive against the Shen, who is very healthy thanks to the Grasp of the Undying, which is great for those extended trades.
Yeah, really, I mean, still very strong on Shen. It was interesting that, you know, Riot said one of the things they wanted to sort of slow down in this patch, along with the item changes in their goal for this next season, is the amount of healing you can do in the game. And while I know that Conqueror got some nerfs, it still feels like healing overall is still pretty high in this game, despite what they were aiming for.
I mean, to be fair, this is the point in the game where you don't have a lot of anti-healing items. Oblivion Orb and Executioner's Calling haven't really come online yet. And there are some new items like the Chempunk Chainsword that can help, but only as the game carries on. Early on, it's going to be difficult.
Nice taunt by Q-Meyer onto Prominence Blade once again. Conqueror procs, but not able to make any use of it. That Shen knowing exactly how close he can get without taking any tower shots. They're going to keep him alive. You look at the farm, everything else pretty even across the map, honestly, except for that top lane. 25s and 26s across the board. So Boise State holding strong as we get a nice little knock up there on the Double Grey right as the Shroud fades. A nice taunt as well, unfortunately for setup. Now that Galio is all out of abilities. And it is Conqueror Akali, not something you see a lot. I'm a personal fan of Fleet Footwork myself. As we see now, Prominence Blade gets taunted, but he's going to force Q-Meyer away, and neither jungler really made an appearance. They're just kind of farming things out, a route onto Woojin, but everybody's staying healthy across the board.
Yep, everybody trying to keep themselves healthy here. We were talking earlier about this Twitch. Hail of Blades, I think, is just an opportunity to set up as many stacks on a target as quickly as possible. We do see it engage in the mid lane, though.
Nice first blood there by setup. Little B-Man a little too slow. Heart lands, but he has no follow-up. And is that a Tear of the Goddess on Kane?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. New patch. Trial and error, I guess, but not something you've ever seen before from a Kane.
I mean, I do think that Muramata was really strong before preseason, and Kane certainly does burn through a lot of mana for his clears, so that could be the idea behind it, at the very least.
Yeah, that's That's an interesting one there. We'll see how that one plays out. I also pick up the 2 longsword. You see the Sheen still finished for Prominence Blade up in the top lane. Not going to give as much mana. Nice little stun from the hook shot there. Taunt away from Qmire. He will survive. Prominence Blade did back and not use the teleport, so both members will have teleport. Qmire already level 6 though, so he can stand united into a fight, and Prominence Blade will not have that Hextech ultimatum back though.
So really, he's going to have to be reliant on the hook shot in order to stop Shen from being able to have any presence in the lane. Unfortunately, he's still taking a lot of damage, even though he's the one to engage the fight. Shen going to put down quite a bit, but Prominence Blade able to walk away, burn some potion, keep himself alive.
Looks like he double chugged his refillable there. The minions helping out Qmire as well. We also, I mean, now we see the Tear of the Goddess and the Sheen picked up from AD carry there. So probably could have just started with the Tear of the Goddess now that it is a starting item. Of course, with a couple of changes for the Boise State Orange lineup with Woojin in at support, which is something he's very familiar with, but AD carry mainly a support. Maybe just a little bit unfamiliar with what exactly what build he should be going. Probably doesn't spend a whole lot of time studying Ezreal builds unless they're against him. So first Dragon goes over to Boise State, but that their item builds have been very interesting so far in game number 1.
Definitely. Now the Sheen could just be, it could just be the Trinity Force, but there are a few new options available as Woojin finds out adorable Potato.
Yeah, it looks like he's able to get away. Boise State really doing a nice job right now. I mean, every lane is pretty even in CS, so Boise State starting to pull ahead. Nice Hextech ultimatum going to land onto Qmire. He's already used the taunt, but unfortunately for Prominence Blade, it's going to come off cooldown, and Prominence Blade starting to run out of mana as well. Cannot find a kill. Qmire has been very close. He doesn't have a teleport, by the way, so if Prominence Blade decides to keep shoving, he would be able to get played. Unfortunately, you see Devil Degrade there is behind him. Didn't see any pings come out, but he's able to hook shot to safety. Setup now rotating up as well. He has the hero's entrance, but for right now, nobody's too keen in fighting.
Qmire easily going to be able to catch that wave thanks to the new Sunfire changes, or rather Pomni Cinder, that is to say. Even though it takes you a little longer to get into that item, I think it's so much more powerful the way that it was reworked, especially for champions who don't have the crowd control to proc it as easily as some others.
There we also see, it looks like Qmire has added in the Bramble Vest as well to try and slow down some of the Conqueror healing that Prominence Blade wants to do. We see the Kindle Gem finished as well there. I believe that's part of the new Trinity Force. I know they changed the components for Trinity Force. I believe Kindle Gem fits in there now.
I believe so. I think it's, Kindle Gem Sheen, and then this new item, it's a hatchet, I think, of some sort.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Which is interesting to me that they got rid of the phage on it, because I thought that was a very strong item. Still kept it in the game, but took it away from the Trinity Force build. There's a nice block there from Qmire. It's going to stop any incoming damage. You see, Little B-Man is working there on the Rift Herald as the top laner is going to duke it out once again, and you can see the lack of healing Prominence Blade is able to do. Definitely keeping Qmire a little bit more healthy, making those trades a bit more even.
Yeah, both sides, though, using those refillable potions to their max, keeping themselves topped off. Sometimes it's just a battle to stand at the top lane. We do have an attempted gank, but Evelyn not able to close the gap.
And neither jungler has really made their impacts felt too much. I don't even think we've seen Galaxy Savage anywhere on the map. They have both taken a couple of objectives as now he rotates down. Gonna try and get the Chilling Smite. There is True Shot Barrage. The Stand United does come out. Nice flashback in with the quickness to drop Qmire right on the other side of Woojin. Sexless going to be able to pick up one. Going to activate the Curtain Call. Nice flash from AD Carry. Looks like it's going to be a quad whiff, but still a great gank and a Stand United there from Qmire. And Boise State's got to retreat, but Devil Degrade's coming in. AD Carry caught shopping. Gets rooted up. No hope for him. And Boise State's going to lose 2 in the bot lane.
Gotta pay attention. Can't be caught shopping in the middle of your lane. So great roam overall there from that mid lane, of course. But overall, I'd also like to say Admirable Potato doing a great job there with the quickness, setting up the eliminations for his team. They were able to pick up with Woojin there.
Yeah, it was a really good job. As you mentioned, yeah, he saw that he was getting Stand United, and sometimes players will still just run away, but he did a good job flashing into quickness range so that he could basically secure Woojin. Now, Prominence Blade was trying to push while Qmire was away. He's going to hook shot, but would still get charmed, so he cannot follow it up. Fortunately for him, he's probably going to go down. He'll reposition in top of the Heroes United. He will go down before setup can get there. And now Setup's got to be careful as the rest of the members of Bay State surround him. Admiral Potato's there, Galaxy Savage as well. Nice two-man taunt. Can't quite find the knockup. Little B-Man incredibly low. There's a double knockup from Admiral Potato. He will get ulted by the Kane, who's just immediately going to try and get out, but he will get taunted down, and Boise State biting off more than they can chew. They'll lose another member. That's 4 straight kills for Bay State.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation as well. Admirable Potato. I'm just going to call him Potato since I can't seem to get his name right. Roaming up there, having the ability to roam as a support and influence the map is something we see time after time. Is really great. Wujin trying to do the same thing and does have the stealth from the Twitch, but doesn't nearly have much movement speed or doesn't bring any crowd control to the lane he ganks.
Looks like we've got our first mythic item of the night. Looks like it is the Eclipse there on the Jhin. Going to help him do a little bit more burst damage every time he shoots it. I believe it takes about 8% of your current life away. It's usually played on guys like Graves and more bruiser, assassin-y junglers, but not a bad item on Jhin as well to make those shots hit even harder, especially that fourth shot.
I mean, lethality Jhin was the thing for a long time for good reason. Jin's damage output for every single shot is incredible. Thanks to the fact that he doesn't really worry about attacking a whole lot. Does manage to catch there in the taunt.
Yeah, nice hook. Say nice hook shot there, Conqueror procs. But that Bramble Vest pickup by Q-Meyer, a really good pickup of saying, hey, let me deviate from my mythic item for a bit. He's going to land a nice taunt on the Prominence Blade. I don't think that passive is going to help. The hook shot might, though. Meanwhile, the bot lane, Admiral Potato gets a nice little charm onto Wujin. Here comes a little B-Man and a curtain call. Wujin's got to be very careful. AD carry thinking about blocking for him, finally does, and Boise State just barely survives. Setup's got to be careful, though, as Riptails pop in the bot lane. Might be a tower dive coming on here, and Shelly's going to eliminate that tower. So first tower over to Bay State. Root does land on AD carry. He'll dash away from the knockup, or blink away, I should say, and Boise State only loses a tower, but you can see that gold lead starting to expand for Bay State.
Yeah, there's a lot of focus by Bay State on that bottom side of the map. They know that their top lane is fairly handy, but we do have an engage in the top.
Look at Q-Meyer just absolutely shredding the two-man gang. He's going to take down Prominence Blade first. He's about 50 or 25%, but Galaxy Savage just has to flash away. Nice flash shuriken there. Perfect execution. Part 2 is going to kick it up for Devil to Gray, and that's a gank gone wrong for Boise State in the top lane.
It's really hard to gank a Shen, especially one who is now sitting 3-0-3, very tanky, has all the components for his Sunfire Aegis. Takes the tower plate and he's going to head back.
Yeah, that's going to make him even harder. I mean, you could see the amount of fear Boise State had from the tanks banning away Amumu, Nunu, and Rammus, as well as Leona. So Boise State really did not want to let Bay State play a tank. Unfortunately, you can only ban so much. Wujin's going to try and sneak in. He has been found out, and I don't know if he knew that he had been found, as he's going to get the hero's entrance from setup. So Boise State's support will stay alive, but barely.
Yeah, real unfortunate situation there. Him just walking in right as right as the Oracle's lens goes down, catching him just over the edge there. I'm surprised that they had the vision on him, but they do get little flips, even if he is invisible. Another engage at the top.
We see now Prominence Blade going into that Sunfire. Just has got to be careful. Galaxy Savage wants a part 2 run back. We'll see if it works better this time for Boise State. As Prominence Blade forced to flash away, he will die, however, to a long-range auto attack, and Galaxy Savage will go down, and now Q-Meyer pop it off. Second time now he's started off a 2-for-1 gank and gotten the double kill for his team.
Mythic items are starting to come out, and I'm a little worried. Boise State doesn't really have any anti-tank in their builds on their team. Maybe Twitch will once it gets up to that point, but support take a while to get the gold that they need.
Yeah, you see the Proto Belt there for setup, so he will have a little bit of an easier chase down. You see the Eclipse has been finished as well for Galaxy Savage. Still really curious what he wants to do with that Tear of the Goddess right now. Wujin trying to play this new AP Twitch, not going to have any luck here. He'll get taunted, take it down. Q-Meyer 6-0-3 on that Shen. Now Prominence Blade's got to run away from Sexless, who's got 4 shot. Can he get in range? Yes, he can. It will crit. Curtain Call is going to be used as well. Double the Gray's going to jump onto 80 carry in. 2 towers deep. He gets a stand united as well. Q-Meyer is going to try and taunt in. Nice flash from 80 carry. Conqueror's proc. Towers shooting them all over the place, but it doesn't look like Boise State's able to find an elimination either way. As that was a 2-tower gank. He will get one finally. Unfortunately for Devil to Gray, Q-Meyer never got tower egg.
Yeah, really deep dive, and they can do that thanks to that shed, being able to use the Stand United to close things in. Here comes Woojin. Are they going to be able to use it? Prominence Blade, however, finds someone in the mid lane. Uses up the Hextech ultimatum, but just doesn't have the help left.
Yeah, interesting re-engage there now. Woojin, I don't think he knew he was on top of a ward. He's going to get knocked up in the air by Admiral Potato, who can follow up taunted by Q-Meyer, and I don't think there's anything that little rat can do except hit the floor, as Q-Meyer is now popping off right on this Shen, and for good reason. You can see why Boise State was scared of the tanks. As the Proto Belt away, not going to be able to get enough from setup. He does get still rooted, but he should be able to survive.
Yeah, but remember, most of those tanks they were banning away were jungler tanks. This is a top lane tank now that is causing problems for Boise State. You can't ban out every tank in the game. It's just not reasonable. You're going to have some anti-tank measures. Second Rift Herald of the game, going to base state. They are going to use it to take that top lane tower.
Yeah, they're going to get another tower. Doesn't look like they have any protecting it, so Boise State can prevent another charge. They also picked up the Cloud Drake as well, so that is going to be one Drake on either side here for both teams, and Boise State's starting to lose control. Does look like it is an Ocean Soul that's going to be up on the map, and Boise State, if they can get that, might have a chance, but you see across the board, not a lot of lanes sitting in a good spot.
Definitely not. They're having a difficult time. They do have that mid lane for setup. Setup is doing a really good job playing into this Akali, but not really able to pressure the map enough to push that advantage that he has against that champion. Now Prominence Blade, getting it jumped on again, is able to get away, but the fact that he has to retreat from this shed just goes to show how dangerous these tanks are.
Yeah, he's also down 3 levels as well in the top lane. Doesn't look like we have the Riftmaker finish there for Devil de Grey, so going to give him stacking damage, and when he hits 15%, it will all be converted into true damage. So that Akali is not going to be too worried about fighting a Galio in a long-term fight. His Prominence Blade hops right in with the hook shot, gets taken out, forced shot by Sexless, and now Boise State's got to run away. 2-shot barrage did come in. Curtain Call will be used. Woojin's going to get hit by 180 carry, starts blocking for him, and he will be forced to blink away. Now we see the Stand United on the little B-man. It is going to be a 2-man taunt from setup. Galaxy Savage, though, will get taunted. It's another elimination for the Jin. Admiral Potato this time cannot find the knockup, but a root will allow Double de Grey to get 180 carry. Not going to get away from the perfect execution. Q-Meyer gets it as well, and it's a 4-0 for Bay State.
Unfortunate situation there. Boise State doesn't have the damage to cut through Bay State's line. They don't have any anti-tank items, they don't have any anti-heal items. They do have the Divine Devourer on Ezreal, but he has to be in position to be able to do that, and Bay State has the ability to get onto that back line to cause the pressure, and that's what allowed them to take 2 towers now. That's an open inhibitor.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Bay State has any interest. They are, I mean, very far ahead. It's nearly 10k gold here, 18 minutes in, 15-2. Mythic items starting to be finished across the board. We do see little B-Man seems to be about the only one in the game who has not picked one up, as well as Woojin. So, going to be interesting to see when he gets online if Boise State can really do anything. It looks like first Ocean Drake of the game, second Dragon overall, going to fall into the hands of Bay State as well.
Yeah, not surprised that the 2 supports are the ones that haven't quite gotten there yet. They don't have the money. There's an attempted engage. This could be big. Shut down.
Huge shutdown. Unfortunately, all 3 members of Boise State chased down the Jin. That's going to allow little B-Man to find the Dragon. Might have been able to steal it away if you're Boise State. Setup going to go charging in. Wants to try and land a taunt. Just barely finds it. Going to allow the True Shot Barrage to pick up the kill. Devil de Grey trying to run away now. He's standing on a ward, but he'll take it out with the pink ward there, nullifying most of the vision. And Boise State's going to try and maybe siege the bot lane. Prominence Blade's got to do all he can in the top lane to prevent Q-Meyer from just continuing this rampage. Admiral Potato's in on the back line. He sees his opportunity. Quickness into a knockup. Devil de Grey finds 1. Gonna get another charm as well. The Akali, though, chooses to just stay in the Shroud for now, and Boise State's got to deal with this tower first.
At this point in the game, Boise State knows that if they want to win, they need to draw things out. Their team is really strong in the late game. We do have an engage underneath the tower. Prominence Blade, though, still struggling. Hextech Ultimatum does come out. Only used defensively, however. The Shen goes back in with a taunt, picks up the elimination.
Yeah, not been a good game in the top lane so far for Prominence Blade. He came oh so close 2 or 3 times, and then never could quite find a kill onto him. But it looked like He's got a Thorn Mail, I believe, finished as well for Q-Meyer, so he's not going to take any damage for the majority of Boise State's team at this point. So it's going to be all on setup in the AP Twitch to try and bring down that Shen in team fights.
Definitely. He has picked up the Divine Devourer as his mythic item, so it is going to help out his damage, and we did see, yes, it was very influential, but I don't think you can 1v1 Shen at this point. Not when he's 9-0 and 5 now, has 2 items completed, has his 3rd underway. Based on the items, I'm going to assume that's probably a Dead Man's Plate, which will allow him to roam even better for his team and to get in position for those taunts. Very scary champion.
Yeah, you see the 2-tier of the Goddesses for Boise State nearing completion. AD carries a little bit farther, so of course now with the new tier of the Goddess, you actually have to hit something with the ability in order to gain stacks. You can no longer just mindlessly spam stacks in your base to get it, so you either have to hit a minion or a champion, with a champion giving you double mana. So that's one of the reasons why Galaxy Savage is still pretty far behind on his, only using his on jungle minions. We see right now Q-Meyer not only holding the wave right in front of Prominence Blade, he's also jungling as well. Hookshot's going to miss. As you can see, Galaxy Savage is roaming up as well as Woojin. So they will have that little bit of AP damage. There's the Hextech ultimatum that's going to come out. The ultimate's going to be popped there by Woojin. A lot of it being blocked, but he is going to have full stacks of the Deadly Toxin. Hero's Entrance going to be used as well. Q-Meyer will flash away. He'll get Chilling Smited and take down 1. Now he's got a little B-Man on the way. Taunt is only going to land onto the Evelynn as Galaxy Savage is incredibly low. They finally do take down the Shen, but at what cost, as the teleport's now committed as well from AD Carry, and Boise State will 5-man commit and get 1 person.
Yeah, a bit of a late teleport there, not entirely necessary. Maybe they thought that Little B-Man was going to turn things around and recommit. Unfortunately, they've left open their inhibitor as a result, so setup now, moving back. It does look like they are going to be able to defend it, assuming that the Spike Cities, maybe a bit of a dangerous situation for an AD carry to be in.
I'm glad his name finally fits, though, I will say.
That's true.
AD carry the support was always a weird one. AD carry the AD carry does flow well, but as we said, he is a support main. Gimmick, I believe, is going to, I've been told, should be back in time for game number 2. As you see, Woojin has been filling in here admirably in the support role, but of course, unfamiliar positions for the Boise State bot lane, and that I'm sure is a contributing factor to this 19-5 deficit here.
Yeah, maybe just trying to play using what Woojin has seen. Based on this preseason, we have seen that the Twitch has been very strong, but of course, if you're unfamiliar with that champion and unfamiliar with that playstyle, you might not be able to bring the best of it out.
I mean, Woojin's done everything. No discredit to the man. He can do everything, and all of these players are incredibly talented. I would be more concerned about AD Carry, who mains as a support, and I mean, you know, I talk to a lot of support players, and I'm like, why do you play support? Because I don't like to last hit. AD Carry, you've got to know how to last hit, how to orb walk, so the skill set's a little bit different. I mean, he's been doing a really good job. 2-2, 178 CS, just finished the Mana Immune. It's going to turn into a Mirror Mana as I say it. So he'll have his Power Spike online. Galaxy Savage on the Mirror Mana that Globally and I were interested in. It's about 40 mana away from finishing, and it does look like with the Sapphire Crystal, he's potentially working on that Mana Immune. Hard to say for now. Yeah, he will. Okay, he will pick up the Mana Immune, so he'll be close. I'm really curious what his plan is. You see, it's going to land on the Prominence Blade. He's going to try and fight this one out. Hook shot. I don't know if that one hit, but 200 Years says it does, and he'll get away.
Honestly, Providence Blade's mastery over this champion surprised me. We do see the Hextech ultimatum come down as Woojin comes up from the bot lane. There's the hero's entrance as well.
The full-on commit to try and take down Q-Meyer. He'll get the Chilling Smite there, and it's another shutdown for Boise State. Unfortunately for them, they committed the hero's entrance, and they're going to give up the dragon, so it's soul point now for Bay State, and they've also got 3 members sieging poor AD Carry alone on his bot inhibitor turret.
Yeah, and Ezreal's not exactly a very strong wave clear kind of champion. Is able to hold this tower though, so they are going to have that inhibitor protected. Woojin going to move up, take care of that mid lane. Another of the advantages of having the Switch on your team is that you do get that additional wave clear, especially if you want to commit the spray and pray.
Yeah, the AP Twitch, especially with, you know, the minions are not going to move out of your W. They'll be full toxin stacks, and you can clear that pretty easily with the Expunge. And he does look like he has the Gnasher's Tooth online for now. This is what I've seen a lot of Twitches go. I will have to try this build out because I'm not sure that the AP attack speed Twitch is something that I'm fully on board with yet. You do see the mirror management finished there for Galaxy Savage, so quickly, Glovely, as we see the Baron being burned down, what exactly is that mirror mana going to do for Kane?
I mean, my guess is it's just sustain. It allows him to continue healing up, as we do see everybody doing the Baron ballet here, back and forth. They are going to move off of the Baron. Looks like it's going to have the chance to reset. So overall, Boise State keeping it off, but they have to be paying attention. There are minions in their face. Now his setup gets caught.
Yeah, Setup's going to be forced to use his stopwatch there. Little B-Man's going to be the first one to take you down. They're trying to deal with Devil the Graves. Wooch is going to flash over the wall. Perfect execution. Takes him down. A Hextech ultimate has been committed, but for nothing. This Galaxy Savage will just try and run away as well as AD carry. And who needs Baron when, as you mentioned, Glovely, you have people in your base? Unfortunately, wow, he just obliterated that Evelyn. I don't think he can strike twice as he's going to be run down there by Q Meyer. Curtain call will be committed. He can't quite dash out of the range, and Devil the Grey picks up another one. And I think Bay State's probably safe here in the next 20 seconds to siege down the base if they want to. Or go to Baron. Don't think it's necessary,
you pick up the Baron, you can split your lanes up and continue sieging on, and why not do that anyway? You've got the Shen, you've got a strong split pusher. Just take that Baron, use it to commit to multiple lanes, split the team across the top of the bot. You've already got that mid inhibitor pushing for you.
Looks like based on timing, they should even get little B-Man to respawn here. Boise State's going to throw out the true shot barrage a little early, unfortunately, and they don't really have anything else. All the rewards were cleared, and there is a Baron to all 5 members of Bay State. The crucial Baron timer active on all of them, and they're going to back for some items and start to run it right back down at Boise State.
At this point, if you're Boise State, you've got to be worried, because there is now 5 Baron buff team members of Bay State coming to knock on your doors. We did see some signs of life. Certainly, we have AD carry starting to come online, and Galaxy Savage absolutely deleted there. But again, you've got to get through this Shen, and at this point, that's really the key for Boise State. Can they get through the Shen? And the answer so far has been no. What can they do to get around this champion?
Yeah, now they've got to contend with both Little B-Man and Devil the Grey, both of them picking up Lich Banes. Devil the Grey has upgraded his 10-stack Darksteel into a Magi Soul Stealer. One of the few icons that I like the old one a little bit better than the new one, as we see right now the power of that, but a hook shot over the wall. Tricky Promise Blade Align. Perfect execution. Part 2 has other things. Animal Potato will steal that one, but it's a dead top laner for Boise State.
On the other hand, they do manage to pick up a tower on the other side of the map, so that's a little bit more map pressure. And some more time that Bay State isn't using to try and pick up eliminations here. Galaxy Savage does manage to get out, and they burn the Stand United. So, great job there, baiting out up against 3 different players from the side of Bay State.
Yeah, not a bad play. Burning some time off that Baron. I think Woojin and AD carry got to be careful. Yeah, okay, good thing setups in the background, because I think Akali at her current state of 6-2 and 3 could maybe run them both down. Now, she has definitely gone for the quick burst build. Perfect execution coming online here shortly as well, and Baron Minion's going to be in the Boise State base for about a minute.
Yeah, it looks like they're all going to back away to refresh their health and mana, get their items. They're going to have to sacrifice an inhibitor to do this, however. So, Boise State maybe looking for an engage here. We do see Prominence Blade trying to fight in this top lane up against this Shen. It's been a difficult time for him all the way. He is going to have to back away. Does not have the health to continue fighting.
Yeah, the Lich Bane plus Akali passive just hit Prominence Blade and his lack of magic resist for about 25% of his health. So a good call there by him to back away. 30 seconds left on the Baron. Doesn't look like Bay State will get much more with it, though. So Boise State can just CS off the minions there and try and work their way back into the game. It is an Ocean Soul on the table. Not sure Boise State can afford to give that away. Looks like the Broncos, thinking that Bay State were already on it, tried to rush down there immediately. They're not going to have a Stand United for Bay State. Keymeyer can only teleport in, so they're going to engage here. Double Charm going to land from Admiral Potato. True Shot Barrage comes in. Galaxy Savage low, but he will disengage. But Boise State's jungler's got to be there, so he'll heal what he can. Shen looks like he'll split push until needed. Teleport is going to now be committed by the Shen in on the back line. Setup comes charging in. Justice Punch in the ground to land a taunt as well. Gonna drop the Zhonya's in the middle there. Woojin will try and stack up some poison, but setup has been deleted. Curtain Call's gonna come in. AD carry the first target. Woojin's going to get hit by one, dodges the other one. Double the Gray's going to wrap things up here. And now Boise State can only try for a smite steal, but it doesn't look like Bay State's any more interested in that dragon now.
Maybe a communication error because the members of Boise State were just split up across the map, not there for that fight. We kind of just saw them fall one by one, getting caught out, and that's the kind of pick strategy that May is absolutely happy with. Oh, Galaxy Savage steals the dragon. Great job by him. He is going to go down. I don't think that's going to be enough to save the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting call that Bay State decided to leave Sexless down there. I mean, I think they could have just 5-man shoved the base. Probably one of the Ocean Soul in case everything went wrong. We see a last-ditch Hextech ultimatum. I think that Ignite's going to burn him down. It will. Credit goes over to Admiral Potato. It's an ace for Bay State. You see the respawn has come in for setup there. Woojin's rushing in as well. Taunt is going to land just on to Q-Meyer. They'll get a knockup as well, but that taunt's going to burn him down. Boise State will lose Twitch in the process, and there goes the Nexus. So it's a Game 1 win for Bay State here in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup semifinals. Well, much like that game, Glovely, was pretty tough for Boise State. 2020 has been a tough year for a lot of us, but Respawn wants to make it better. They partnered up with NACE and eFuse to give away 250 gaming chairs to 18 different collegiate and high school programs. Programs can submit a video showing how the Respawn gaming chairs can transform their program. Get more information on Twitter at eFuseOfficial if you want to learn more and potentially get your program registered for some of those awesome gaming chairs. But I think gaming chairs are not the answer for Boise State, Glovely, because they are going to definitely need some extra help.
Definitely, and I think a lot of the issues that they had was just the situation of, first of all, their draft was did not have the ability to cut through those tanks. Even though they had 2 anti-tank items, in the end, the Twitch wasn't coming online. They were having trouble setting up their bot lane. They were going for ganks on this already fed Shen, who is proving to be impossible to kill.
Yeah.
Ultimately did get eliminated twice, but it took the entire team committing to this one Shen. You got to have other ways around the Shen, or you got to get other lanes ahead instead of trying to focus on that top lane. I think we do know that Prominence Blades Camille is a great champion, but that Shen really shut it down, and that means that you need to try and pull something from somewhere else.
Yeah, I would think with Little B-Man playing something like Evelyn, you could probably let a Nunu or a Rammus. I mean, Rammus is highly situational at best, so maybe let the Rammus through, ban out the Shen. Might be a good play. Good news for Boise State. They will get Gimmick back, the AD carry for the team, which means AD carry, ironically enough, will be moved to the support role. So should be a little bit of an easier game in game number 2. We'll see if the Broncos can force a winner-take-all game number 3. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with game number 2 in our first semifinal of the night in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup.
So I got some really cool and exciting news to share with you guys. So 20 years ago, I teamed up with my buddy Bill Gates, and we launched the very first Xbox console to the world. And since then, over the years, I've had the real privilege of working very closely with Xbox to deliver Xbox consoles and Xbox games to kids all across the country in America and all over the world. Kids who are in need, kids who are fighting the good fight, kids who are hospitalized getting treatment, and we have delivered these smiles, if you will, over the years. So the exciting announcement is I'm teaming up with Xbox once again. We are getting ready to launch to the world, of course, the brand new Xbox Series X. But before the world gets it, I have an opportunity to team up with Xbox and deliver some of the very first Xbox Series X consoles to kids all across the country in 20 hospitals. And we are teaming up with a charitable organization called Gamers Outreach. Now, Gamers Outreach is this awesome organization that provides video games and software to help kids cope with their stays in hospitals as they're getting their treatment and fighting the good fight. This is a look at the very first special edition rock outfitted Xbox Series X console. So we are outfitting these hospitals across the country with the Rock Go-Kart specials. That will obviously include this Xbox Series X. Holding this controller really brings back memories, because me as being an avid gamer, I mean, I just remember the nights when I would stay up all night long and I would just get my ass kicked playing games. What is important is over the next year, we have over 50,000 kids who are going to be able to play this game. And I want to thank Gamers Outreach. I want to thank my good friends at Xbox and Microsoft. And thank you, Bill Gates, for letting me come on your journey 20 years ago. And most importantly, to all the kids out there who are in the hospital, who are getting their treatments in the United States and all around the world, I send you love, I send you strength, I send you mana. Stay strong, and have a great holiday season, and enjoy your new Xbox.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Of course, part of the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup, partnering out with Gamers Outreach here. So that's why The Rock was letting us know about his journey. And we've got some League of Legends journeys to continue on here. It's our first semifinal of the night, Boise State and Bay State. Then we'll have our third place game and then our finals here to see who is going to be crowned the champion of the Charity Cup. A great little thing going on, a buy-in to get into this event. So, of course, helping out charities as much as possible. It'll be really interesting to see if Boise State can get us to a game number 3, Glovely, because game number 1, a lot of experimentation for Boise State. Didn't quite all work out the way they probably had hoped, and I think Shen's going to be the first target of one of their bands in this next game.
Definitely. Shen was absolutely dominant in that game, completely shut down Prominence Blades Camille, denied multiple ganks. That is a champion that if I'm going up against him in lane, I want to say, hey, guys, can we ban this in game 2? Because I'm really not comfortable playing into this.
Yeah, I know Bay State and Boise State's blue team met earlier in the year, I believe in the UCI Best Coast tournament. And Boise State, what Red Hots and company did was basically neutralize as much as they could Q-Meyer. I mean, Red Hots was on the Malphite and basically just said, look, I'm not going to let you kill me, and I'm not going to let you go anywhere that I'm not going to go, and my ult has a little bit more power than your ult when I land them. And I'll be curious to see if they take Prominence Blade off his Camille and say, hey, let's put you on something a bit more beefier up in the top lane. I know Cho'Gath has seen a sort of revitalization up there with these new tank items. And really just say, you know what, Q-Meyer, you're just not going to win the lane, and we'll do our best to prevent you late game. So I'll be curious to see. But Boise State's going to say, first off, you're not going to be on that Shen, as they're going to ban it away right away.
And I think that's a really good call. That champion just having so much influence over game number 1. Camille going to be the ban on the other side, so even though the Shen is gone.
Interesting. I mean, I know Prominence Blade plays it a lot. Probably you give another shot at that Shen Camille matchup, he probably does play it a little bit better. And there's the Jhin taken away. So Bay State is clearly committing to the fact that they think Jhin is one of the strongest AD carries right now. He definitely, with that Eclipse, is going to rip through health bars. I still think something like a Vayne or a Lucian, if you're a technically skilled AD carry, you can rip through people with PTA plus the Kraken Slayer. So be curious if either team brings that out. Boise State, they'll stick with the Amumu, and then they'll be the ones who take the KO ban this time away from Bay State.
Yeah, and we do know that that Amumu, of course, very prominent here in this early meta. Victor going to be the final ban away, coming from the side of Bay State. So picks and bans. Who's going to start getting picked here?
Yeah, I'll be curious. I mean, I know that the big reason Victor's banned away, it dawned on me after he's banned last time, is setup plays a ton of Victor, and he plays a ton of Vygar. That was also the last ban. So I'll be curious to see if they maybe pick him on a round 1 Vygar pick, but it's going to be Samira for Boise State, the newest AD carry. New champions have usually been pretty strong in League of Legends. She's no exception, and it's going into potentially a Senna, another AD carry that, of course, Riot, excuse me, has said, we want you to support, and we're really going to try and force you to support, but I think it might be a Senna Tom Kench lane here for Bay State.
Definitely, and it is a great lane. You can slow down opponents, make it very easy to catch up to them if they try to retreat. Leona going to be the pickup on the other side. That's a champion who doesn't really want to retreat. She wants to go in and hit you in your face and keep hitting you in your face while your teammates come over while she's holding you down.
Yeah, if it is Tom Kench top lane, which we've seen from time to time, and there's the Kayn pickup for Galaxy Savage, so that not being banned away, I'm sure he's happy for it. I mean, Senna does not like people getting in her face. So if it's an AD carry Senna or a support Senna, she's not going to like that Leona consistently Zenith blading in, landing a stun. There's that Nunu, though, so it does look like Bay State's going to say, hey, you didn't want to play against it last time, let's put little B-Man on it. Very interesting. You usually don't see, I mean, take Ethug. He's a great example. He always plays assassins. You rarely see people say, I'll play an assassin game 1 and then a tank game 2. So I'll be really curious which one little B-Man's more comfortable on. The Evelynn, which he played pretty well on, or the Nunu, which is just going to be a general annoyance.
It's also worth noting that they've got a much tankier team composition this time around already, with 2 champions in the support role going to be able to pick up those tank items for their team. Potentially both of them picking up the Sunfire set of items that we've talked about have been so powerful. Riot's already nerfed them.
Yeah, Riot already saying, all right, maybe we made tanks a bit too strong. There's a Rumble and an Ornn ban. So really focusing down Q-Meyer in the top lane, and Boise State not assuming that Tom Kench is headed up there. And meanwhile, it's Setup taking all of the bans from Bay State in Phase 2, the Vygar and the Galio. And it looks like Devil DeGray is going to pick up the LeBlanc here. Definitely a very, very powerful champion in her own right. And Malzahar, oh man. Malzahar might be the champion who benefited from the new burn combination the most. He gets you in his ult, plus he gets his E on you. You might go 100-0, and he doesn't even have to look at you once his ult ends. And then in Illawarra pick, that's an interesting one there for Boise State to wrap things up.
So one of the great things about Illawarra is that she can stack up the damage really quickly. Gangplank is going to be the answer on the other side. Those two actually have some history in the lore together. It could be a Gangplank mid lane, though. It's entirely possible.
I don't know if LeBlanc would have a great time in Illawarra. I think she might just kind of just fall over. So I think I do like the Tom Kench bot lane pick to support the Senna, but if what I'm assuming is now AD carry on the support role and Gimmick in the AD carry role, if AD carry can get in Senna's face and bully her, Boise State's bot lane might go a lot better than it went last time.
Yeah, my question is, how do you get through this tank line? You've got both the support and the jungler going to be going super beefy tank items. Looking at the side of Boise State, they do have some tools that they're going to be able to use to get through the tanks. I do think the Malzahar was a great pickup. It's a champion we haven't seen for a while, but as you were saying, these new items in the preseason do allow him to burn through health bars really quickly, making him very effective against those tank picks. And it's also great for pinning down a target who might be a little slippery, like, say, a LeBlanc, who's trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find the LeBlanc with the Malzahar suppression, she's not really going to get away, and that is the other thing. AP champions do not have a way to break suppression unless they buy a QSS, which has 0 AP upgrades. You have to get some sort of AD upgrade from a QSS, so you very, very rarely are going to see someone like a LeBlanc build it. So would not surprise me if she is the primary target for that in the late game and locking her down, as you mentioned. And I really think as well that Galaxy Savage probably going to have a lot easier time just hopping onto Senna or maybe even the Gangplank and just kind of cutting them in half, because we saw the power of it in bits and pieces last time. This is Boise State versus Bay State, Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. It's the semifinals. We'll have our third place game coming up after this. It is going to be a best of one between the loser of this and the loser of our other semifinal, Boston and Hartford, going on right now. And then we'll have our finals to wrap everything up and see who the champion is. Bay State with a commanding Game 1 performance, but the Shen's taken away, and for the most part, yes, all the score lines at the end of the game for Bay State looked well. Q-Meyer kind of forced them through the early game. I mean, there are portions where, the Evelyn was just 1-0, the Akali was 2-2. So for Boise State, if Q-Meyer can't dominate this Gangplank Illawarra matchup, Boise State might have a really good chance.
Now, it is a really difficult matchup for the Illawarra here. Gangplank has, of course, a range advantage on the Illawarra, going to be using that Q to constantly poke her down. And, of course, we did see some changes that came through. Champions who were really reliant on mana, like Gangplank, got some compensation buffs in exchange for the Trinity Force no longer giving mana or its component Sheen. So he is going to have maybe a little bit more sustain, especially if he goes the typical refillable potion route to give him the additional mana to keep on poking. But Illawarra, a great champion for wearing down your opponent. Every time she catches you with that test of spirit, you're either going to take a whole bunch of damage or you're going to have to be dodging tentacles, which gives her a little bit more time to catch up on farm, maybe get some healing, and to push the lane forward.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's usually what Gangplank does into Shen, which is a much more common matchup in earlier patches of go the Corrupting Potion with Grasp of the Undying, just spam Parlay every time Grasp is active onto that Shen, or Illawarra in this case, and then you teleport right back to lane with a refilled Corrupting, and do it all over again, and you might be able to find yourself first blood. So I'll be really curious to see if you mentioned maybe he goes refillable, maybe he goes something like the Corrupting Potion. Going to be really interesting to see how these first items are picked picked up here. And I'll be curious to see if Galaxy Savage goes with the Mirror Man. And once again, Turret was told in the break by Baratel, who was checking in, that it does activate on his ult. Still not sure it's worth it because, I mean, it activated on his ult in previous patches, and we never saw it. Of course, it's a lot easier to stack now. Be curious. I would also be curious to see if maybe he wants to go with something like a Dustblade so he can jump onto the back line, get that kill, go invisible, and then reposition, because Dustblade incredibly strong right now for Assassins. Since he has Leona, might be picking for a blue form came this time.
I mean, you say that, but to me, pirates, ninjas, they just don't mix.
That's fair. That is fair, but a pirate ninja would be pretty dang scary. And yeah, it does look like it is going to be double corrupting potion actually in the top lane, as well as one in the mid lane for Devil de Grey as well. So setup's going to have to be very careful he does not get poked down by that LeBlanc. Looks like his spell shield passive has already been broken by something to kick off the game.
Any questions?
Looking at both of these champions, it's going to be a pretty typical matchup. We have the Conqueror on the Alawi. Gangplank, of course, doing that Grasp of the Undying, going to be very easily able to proc that up. Setup, of course, taking a little bit of damage, but gives better than he gets.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, gonna have a I think Setup will win this lane if he can survive maybe an early gank or two from Little B-Man on that Nunu, who's going to be able to sort of run through the jungle. Looks like he's just going to start his chickens with no leash. Looks like Kane went for the new meta of junglers going for place a deep ward, and then you back for your sweeper. Actually, looks like Little B-Man has opted for the red buff start here. This Boise State's going to start on their own red as well.
Pretty difficult beginnings here for both teams. No big surprises amongst the items, except perhaps the refillable potion here on the Vayne, or pardon, on the LeBlanc. That is going to allow her to harass much longer. It's going to allow her to survive every time the Malefic Visions get put on her. So that is going to give her a little bit more survivability in the lane, which you're going to need if you're getting constantly targeted. However, if he does end up targeting the LeBlanc, little trade back and forth there. If he does end up targeting the LeBlanc with that, he's going to lose out on some of his mana regeneration. So both of these sides going to have to pay very close attention to their mana, to their resources on each other, if they're going to win this lane.
Yeah, I'll be really curious to see, as well as we saw some bot lane trades, how long it takes Gimmick to get going, just because, of course, he is hopping into game 2 cold. Don't know if he got any practice earlier in the day, as he was not available for the Broncos in game number 1. So we're really curious to see, if he maybe makes a couple of positional mistakes that, he just didn't get his warm-up game. I mean, any gamer will tell you that, regardless of game, you want to try and get 1 or 2 games in before you hop into something as serious as this, as we do see a spit away onto Sexless, as he's going to get out of range of that Leona. And for now, Boise State, much like before, trading pretty evenly everywhere across the board, except in that top lane, where once again, Q-Meyer just punishing Prominence Blade. Double root lands, no follow-up. Now we see the engaged Zenith Blade. Exhaust already comes out onto Gimmick. He's just going to try and poke down Admiral Potato as much as possible. Can't quite find the stun onto AD carry, so now a dash in by Gimmick. Conqueror procs. Has full stack of the style. Nice little munch there, but a flash stun's going to come out. The root's not fast enough. It's first blood to Boise State. And Gimmick showing no signs of rust. A stun right before Potato flashes, gets knocked up in the air. And Boise State's bot lane has already found a double kill early in the game.
Already we're seeing they're much more comfortable on this composition. Samira, of course, a very strong champion, and Leona doing a great job setting her up. It's just a strong combination. However, we did see some summoner spells were committed on both sides. Flash still available on Gimmick, but both summoners burned up on Admirable Potato.
Yeah, both supports burning all of their summoners. It's a flash and then heal flash available. We see Galaxy Savage going to try and make Q-Meyer pay for a couple of those ganks gone wrong last game. Going to try to do a nice job dodging the barrel. Conqueror has proc, but he'll flash away for the biggest snowball ever. Little B-Man's going to miss. Does find the knockup onto Prominence Blade, but it's going to be a kill for him as that gank goes awry. And Boise State's going to retreat. Q-Meyer not having as much success with that Shen taken away this game.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to get the elimination there onto someone who isn't a tank and isn't going to be able to survive so much of your damage. Justice Spirit not going to be able to connect there, but it was crucial in turning that gank around onto the Nunu.
Yeah, the Nunu not quite tanky enough yet, as Devil de Grey is going to dash in onto setup. He's going to summon his minions on her, but she should be able to get away. We'll proc the passive, though. But Setup definitely low on mana as compared to Devil the Grey, so he's probably not going to be able to find much of anything. As we see here, Qmire is down a level. Prominence Blade, though, not going to probably tower dive the Gangplank. But no Corrupting Potion snacks available for anyone in the game, actually, between the 3 members who bought it. So no more healing until those guys go back to base. That was interesting.
In that scenario, the fact that Prominence Blade has access to that blue buff is really big. Gonna be able to drop that Tentacle Smash multiple times, keep the pressure on the lane. Gangplank might have to burn Teleport in order to get back to lane without losing anything. We do see it engage. Both sides ticking down as they trade back and forth in the mid.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Setup was, probably thought there was a bait set up there. I know Admiral Potato had roamed up at one point, so he wasn't going to go in as the Zenith Blade misses, and then Devil the Grey's like, I'll just Flash Ignite you, and yeah, that didn't work out very well, so I'll just trade 1 for 1. So they'll both go back. Looks like a launch chapter pick up there for Setup. Boise State's, once again, feeling pretty confident now and across all their lanes, especially with Prominence Blade doing much better early in the game against Qmire than we saw in game number 1.
We do see up in that top lane, both champions picking up the first item, and now Prominence Blade is the one who's in charge. Got him with the Test of Spirit. And we see how quickly that damage can rack up if you catch it, especially in a good spot with those tentacles slamming down on it.
See Zenith Blade gonna go. Nice swallow there by Admiral Potato. Stun's gonna land on the top canch instead. A root is going to go on to AD carry. He'll get stunned up as well. Grey Health's gonna be turned into a shield. And now another Zenith Blade stun. Gets out the heal as well. Flash from Sexless. He's gonna try and go into the Wraith form, wants to re-engage, but Gimmick's still at full life and full style. Can run down anybody. So it's going to be a disengage in the Boise State bot lane now with their familiar players doing a much better job here in game number 2.
They are, but AD carry took a lot of damage from that engage. Even if Gimmick was untouched, it is going to be Boise State who picks up the first dragon of the game. So once again, Boise State looking to have a very strong early game. We'll see if they're able to carry it later on, unlike they were unable to do last time.
It doesn't look like Boise State's interested in the bot lane and doing anything too crazy. Looks like it's going to be Back's channel for a moment, but they'll change their mind. A Tear of the Goddess was picked up, by the way, by Sexless after his first death. Biggest snowball ever will land. Ult's going to come out with the Cannon Barrage from Qmire. Prominence Blade forced to flash away. Gonna get under the tower there. Has to be careful. There's a barrel right next to him, but Qmire is not going to be able to set up a barrel chain. Prominence Blade's going to survive, and if Setup can get up there in time, this could be a double kill for Boise State.
Good indeed. Meanwhile, the junglers freeze there on the bottom side of the map to roam around. It looks like Little B-Man is going to back off from the lane, and Setup is going to follow him. So both health bars very low. Uh-oh, Setup is going to find him out, catches him with the ultimate, gets the elimination there in his own jungle.
Gimmick's got to be careful. Nice block on the route there by 80 carries. We'll quickly go up to the top lane. Qmire picks up 1. Teleport is being committed here by Setup. He doesn't have an ultimate, but he's going to get the silence right on Sexless, and it's a kill for Boise State as they'll trade 1 for 1. Admiral Potato's going to try and save up that Grey Health as long as possible. Barely going to get hit by that dot. It's slowly ticking. He's got Galaxy Savage behind him. The Grey Health saves him for now. Still Galaxy Savage hops on in, and Boise State trades 2 for 1 in the bot side.
That's one of the downsides of showing your jungler up in that top side. Setup had the teleport available, so once your jungler shows himself, is eliminated, he's able to teleport down and have that numbers advantage. Great ultimate there, not going to keep him alive though. Devil the Grey does pick up the elimination for his team. So both mid laners taking out their junglers.
Yeah, both mid laners rotating pretty well. This Devil the Grey is going to get 1, and so we'll Setup. And we got a Tear of the Goddess on LeBlanc now. Interesting choice, not something you're used to seeing on a AP assassin, but with the new changes, makes it a lot easier to stack like for someone like LeBlanc. And with the double effect when you hit champions, which usually is a pretty easy time, is Admiral Potato bringing the Rift Scuttle all the way to his jungler. Guess that worked.
Yeah, one of the great things about Tom Kedge is you can just pick someone up and say, I want you over here. And the number of times I've used that to grab my AD carry who's about to charge into the middle of a team fight by themselves. Oh my goodness. Solo queue is a nightmare sometime. But another Test of Spirit is going to be dropped there up in the top lane by Prominence Blade. He's going to use that to continue pressuring this Gangplank underneath his tower.
Solar Flare did land onto Sexless. Don't know if they had a follow-up or not. LeBlanc does have double buffs thanks to that blue buff donated by Little B-Man and a kill on the Galaxy Savage. The Little B-Man rotate through as well. Both junglers making their presence known in the mid lane. As we can see, Galaxy Savage is rotating over, and they're going to try and find Little B-Man potentially at his red once again. Boise State should have the timer on it. They killed him at it last time, and Galaxy Savage is going to hop onto him. First, the mid laner is going to battle. A root will land onto setup. Galaxy Savage is going to jump over the wall there. Ult immediately going to be canceled from Little B-Man. Looks like Devil the Grey is doing a great job preventing Boise State from committing too many resources. Cannon Barrage going to be used, but a nice ultimate. Going to take down that LeBlanc. No, it will not. She'll get away with the passive. Q-Mire's going to pick up one thanks to that Cannon Barrage. Galaxy Savage trying to find LeBlanc. Admiral Potatoes even rotated up as well. LeBlanc, though, going to get a little bit too close. She will get ulted, and oh, a nice eat there by Admiral Potato. Barely keeping in his mid laner alive, and Boise State's going to lose two, getting a little bit too aggressive in the red side jungle.
I didn't even know you could eat her and survive the cane like that close to it. So great game knowledge there. From we do have an engagement in the bottom lane though.
Yeah, Samira passive plus the stun. Sexel's not going to go anywhere. Kill does go over to 80 carry, but Boise State won't complain. The Broncos bot lane really starting to put the pressure on. Admiral Potato all alone. He's got Devil the Grey roaming from Fountain, so Boise State's got to be careful they don't overcommit. They've got minions coming in. You can see the pings coming out. The Broncos make sure they got to get out of here. 80 carry wants to find the stun. Gimmick has no interest in it. He's just going to try and get a plate on this tower. Now retreating. LeBlanc is in range, so Gimmick has got to be careful. Stun's going to land, and Exhaust will come out as well. One kill down here. Going to try and deflect. Flash from Gimmick, but he has been slowed already by the tongue slap. He'll dash through. We're going to get caught out there. Nothing setup can do. No, he cannot. And now Boise State's got to be careful that they don't start throwing everything away. They get the passive from the LeBlanc. Senna ult's going to come out. They find the right one there. Setup waiting on that ultimate. It's almost online. A silence lands and a shutdown goes over to Galaxy Savage. Admiral Potato goes chasing down. Great health used, but it's not enough. And Boise State trades 2 for 2, and it's a double kill for Galaxy Savage in the bot lane.
Yeah, overall, does benefit Boise State able to get those eliminations. This Malphahar is starting to get real scary with the amount of burn damage he can do. Boise State also maintaining pressure in all lanes except for that mid lane here. And more importantly, the Dragon is now open and available. So Galaxy Savage going to solo that with Little B-Man on the other side of the map.
Little B-Man did pick up the Rift Herald. So Boise State knew where he was, so they'll pick up the second Dragon of the game. Doesn't look like mid lane has any interest, or bot lane, excuse me, has any interest in getting that last turret plate. Gimmick got it incredibly low before everything went south. As you see Boise State setting up for a fight in the mid, they've got to be careful as Gimmick's going to lose about 25% from one combo from Devil the Grey.
I gotta say 25% is actually pretty low when you consider what LeBlancs are capable of, but overall, at this point in the game, yeah, 25% from a LeBlanc can be scary, especially as your health continues to drop. Mythics are starting to come out. We do see a couple in the top lane. It's going to be the Gore Drinker coming from Alawi, actually, for a little extra sustain, especially against that burst. While Gangplank, on the other hand, is going to go for the Divine Devourer to try and cut through some of that Alawi tankiness.
Do see as well the Immortal Shield Bow picked up there by Gimmick, one of the more popular AD items. I think Gale Force, which a lot of people thought was going to be the easy, hey, every AD carry gets a second flash, that'll be fun. Not as impactful as most people have thought. And this turret plate will fade. Setup gonna get jumped on. Devil the Grey has the level advantage. A nice flash though keeps him alive. Cannon Barrage, he barely turns it around, but oh, gets clipped at the last second. Couldn't quite navigate it. So Boise State will lose their mid laner, and once again Q-Mire 4-0-0. A similar story as game number 1, as we see Rift Herald being dropped in the bot lane there by Little B-Man. Prominence Blade got to be careful. So he's now going to pop the ult onto Q-Mire. Forces the flash from that Gangplank. The Prominence Blade going to do a nice job there. Turret plating falls, but Shelly still gives 160 gold over to the team. First tower hasn't gone down yet. Galaxy Savage going to Chilling Smite onto Admiral Potato. Wants to hop onto Sexless. Gets the knock up into the air. Solar Flare is going to hit all 3 members. Ult immediately stopped the Little B-Man. Can they raid form away in time? AD carry trying to get in range for another Zenith Blade? No. But a huge Solar Flare. Now Prominence Blade, got to be careful. No ult to save you this time. Going to be flashing away. Can't quite find anything for the extra life steal. And Q-Mire on a rampage at 5-0-0.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Not able to proc the Gore Drinker on anything. Had already used the active to keep himself alive. Sometimes it's just a matter of your opponent outranges you. there's nothing you can do to close that gap. It feels really bad to be a juggernaut in those moments.
It's like we've now seen Galaxy Savage change things up. He went Eclipse last time on the Kane. Now he's got the Gore Drinker. There's a huge Zenith Blade's going to land. Sexless will get swallowed up and spit away. Exhaust has come out onto Gimmick, has the ult available if he can max his style. He's very close to now. He has it, but a stun lands. He's got to wait for that to finish. Nice Zenith Blade, but I think unfortunately AD carry a little bit far ahead. There comes the ultimate out, going to heal him right back up to full. Setup's already rotated down. Unfortunately for Boise State, Galaxy Savage is top lane. He's trying to kill Q-Meyer. He got the oranges out. Nice job barrel hitting there from Q-Meyer, showing his skill, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, there's 4 members in the bot lane there. This time Admiral Potato will pick up Gimmick, and he will be taken out. Setup's got to be careful. The rest of the team is there. Does still have the ultimate available. Should he want to commit it, he'll get rooted down and be taken out here. And Boise State will lose 4 overall in the bot lane.
Yeah, that early lane advantage from Boise State starting to get a little bit shut down by the side of Bay State, who are now grouping as a team, now have the gold advantage for themselves. They are going to be able to take this tower. So Boise State needs to adjust their macro accordingly. At what point do they start grouping up, trying to pick team fights?
Does look like they'll trade turret for turret. First tower had already gone over to Bay State. Q-Meyer in the top lane on that 5-1-0 gangplank. Still putting in work there, finishing his Ravenous Hydra as well. So once again, a force to be reckoned with. And we see here, mythic item has been finished for Devil to Grey, and Setup still trying to work on the Leandries. So he is going to be a little bit behind in terms of overall damage.
It's a rough situation to be in as that mid lane, especially since Setup has been doing so much, but that is a very costly item. As a quick reminder to all of our viewers at home, you can subscribe here to Boise State University. All you have to do is type !! increased up in the chat. Your subscriptions fund scholarships, as we do see a very nice eat there, pulling Senna out of danger.
Gimmick's gonna flash to the cannon barrage slow, but Devil to Grey is gonna hop right on to him, and that is the LeBlanc assassin that we are used to seeing. She's going to eliminate him from the map, and now Boise State started running similar issues from last time, where Devil to Grey can rotate anywhere and really pick off anyone he wants. Is now AD carry, can't quite find the Zenith Blade. Knockup will land on Admiral Potato, however. Devil to Grey is there as well. Kane has the ultimate should he choose to use it. Before we see it looks like they want to disengage, and Q-Meyer shoving down Prominence Blade once again on the top side of the map.
I think to go back and forth, one thing I think is really cool about the preseason changes is that now your Tiamat Hydra items cause the AoE effect on certain abilities. There goes the Solar Flare.
Passive was enough to save the LeBlanc for now, as Galaxy Savage can't quite get in range. He's hopped on Admiral Potato for now. He will get stunned, but the Grey Health's going to keep him alive. Ult is committed as the Grey Health falls, and he's not able to Abyssal Voyage to safety. Meanwhile, Boise State in the top lane. It's Prominence Blade's turn to turn a 2-man gank into a double kill. Devil to Grey is going to be hopping around. Might be running right into Setup as the pings are coming out. Setup still right now has 0 interest. Now he'll potentially rotate over. No, he's trying to find a kill onto Sexless, so he's going to let Devil to Grey get away for free. And unfortunately for Boise State, that communication is going to cost him a free kill on that LeBlanc. But it will get a Dragon Point, Soul Point.
That is going to be 3rd Dragon of the game. Bay State has not picked up a single one, though in exchange they did pick up 4 Rift Heralds and used them quite well. We are now at the 18-minute mark here. Theron will be up in a minute and a half. Boise State already trying to put on as much turret pressure as they can, push their advantages here. They are going to run into Bay State. There's the ultimate committed from Tom Kench.
Fortunately for Tom Kench, no one came with him. Setup will get swallowed though. Does barely get the suppress off, but he will die, so it's a kill over. Cannon Barrage comes down on the bot side. Devil to Grey's passive pop once again. He's gonna hop on the Boise State. He'll barely survive AD carry. Ult comes out. Gimmick can't quite get in range, and it's a double kill for Devil to Grey on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, unfortunately doesn't have the range to catch it, capitalize on that LeBlanc. Does manage to get that test of spirit there. Is gonna force Senna away from the lane, at least momentarily. Prominence Blade here now looking in a very good position. Finds another test of spirit here. Let me tell you, a lot of folks will tell you, oh, max the Q for tentacle damage, or oh, max the W for the cooldown so you can slam more often. But as far as I'm concerned, you max the test of spirit to get as much damage out of that ability as possible.
He's been doing a good job hitting a lot of these. Big reason why he was able to keep up this time in lane, sitting at 3-3. Did not have a good time on the Camille. Meanwhile, speaking of top lane, Qmire going to get hopped onto by Galaxy Savage. Barrel starting to rip apart, but now Conqueror procking. And both of them healing it pretty well. Alt's going to come out here. He'll slam down. He's got Promise Blade set up chasing in Boise State, much like game number 1. Multi-man committed, and they'll pick up a kill onto Qmire.
Yeah, overall advantage there for Boise State, picking up that elimination. Gangplank, of course, a champion that usually takes a lot of time to get going historically, but with the crit changes, Gangplank's not really building a lot of crit this season. We're actually seeing a lot of lifesteal coming out. Depth Chance is going to be the call. That item having some significant changes. If you can pick up an elimination in the middle of the fight, you can erase a whole lot of damage with it.
Yeah, getting rid of the lifesteal passive, as we see another Test of Spirit land there. Looks like it'll be a disengage, and this time, as you mentioned, you still have the Death Defied, where you'll push some of the damage into a bleed. If you get a kill, not only will it erase the bleed, but you'll get some minor healing. Nowhere near as much as you used to get, but enough to maybe sustain you through a fight. So that Gangplank, especially if you can pick up a kill, going to be very, very hard to deal with. But Boise State, this time, having a much easier time. You see Mythic items finished across the board. Leandries has been picked up there by setup. The Eclipse done for Sexless in the bot lane. Sticking with those Eclipse champions, built it on Jhin as well, and working on that Miramana, as he's about 100 away, as well as Devil the Grey from finishing his Archangel Staff.
Now, Boise State does still have the issue of needing to be able to burn through 2 different tanks. Both Nunu and Tom Kent decently bulky at this stage of the game. Setup, unfortunately, gonna get caught out by Devil the Grey. Very quick elimination there. The block, scariest mage assassin in the game.
Well, Galaxy Savage is going to try his luck on her. Cannon Barrage is already committed, but now here comes the teleport for Qmire going to come in, so it's going to be a 2v1 for the Boise State jungler in the bot lane, but he is doing everything he can and more. Nice little juke out there from Devil the Grey. Now little B-Man's going to join as well. AD Carry's trying to rotate over as the ult's committed, but he'll die in the ult. And Boise State will have to retreat. And with Dragon not on the table quite yet, not having to worry too much, but you have to worry about that bot lane tower.
I feel like a lot of the damage in the game has been translated to damage over time, as we do see the engage coming in.
Solar Flare's not going to find anything, but a stun will. Qmire's going to pick up the first one on a Prominence Blade and start some of that healing we talked about from the Death Dance. It looks like now they're just going to shove this tier 2 bot tower. Boise State's got no one else alive on the map. The setup had bait. He's trying to come back in. Ton of damage going out on the Gimmick right now as Qmire's landing barrel chain after barrel chain. Great job by Gimmick destroying that one, and it looks like with Dragon coming up, everyone wants to disengage because this is Soul Point for Boise State. An Infernal Soul would definitely help their damage output quite a lot, especially on those 2 tanks, as you mentioned.
Setup is going to be here up in time, and Galaxy Savage is alive, so at this point, both teams can position themselves around the Baron. We do see a root come out. Isn't going to follow up on it, though, so AD Carry will be safe for now.
We do see both burn items finished here on setup. So he will be able to do a lot of damage over time to somebody, even while he's not looking at him, especially if he can get his E on him. We're going to see Blast Cone over the wall, AD Carry the first target, and the Cannon Barrage is going to come in. Rift Herald's going to be used as a distraction, but right now Boise State needs more than that. They'll get a tower, but they still have not found a kill. Nice ult going to land onto Sexless with a shutdown as AD Carry picks that one up. Gimmick's going to try and life steal with the ult, but it's not enough. And now setup's gone down. It's 2-for-1 in the favor of Bay State, but the health bar's not on their side. Galaxy Savage picks up one. Wants to dash onto Qmire. Use the barrel for the speed boost, but Smite's going to take him down. Abyssal Voyage gets Admiral Potato out of town. Devil Grey still waiting, but there's no Smite available for Bay State as Boise State hops onto Dragon for Soul Point.
There's something you have to worry about. Devil the Grey could come in and steal this. We did see that the Smite was used during that fight to get the elimination onto Qmire, so they might not have it available for this fight.
Oh, he picks up one, but he'll go down. Oh, the tongue lash from Admiral Potato was close enough. He'll unfortunately have to give up his life for that steal. So Boise State with the delayed ace. And they'll take the Soul Point as well.
Overall, the team doing much better now that they've been able to group up together in these team fights. Alawi a great team fighter because especially if you get her around those objectives, she very quickly is able to rack up the number of tentacles she has around her to slam down that insane damage, especially with the ultimate. So team fight's definitely going in the favor of Boise State, especially now that they picked up the Infernal.
Do you see all three Tear of the Goddess users in this game? Galaxy Savage, Devil the Grey, and Sexless have all finished it. So we've got 2 Miramanas and a Sephiroth Embrace on the table now for everybody. Be curious to see if that shield is going to keep enough to keep Devil the Grey alive. And there we see that Tiamat changer you're mentioning, getting those barrels to really just clear through waves. And once again, not on the Shen. Qmire is still going to be a big problem for Boise State.
Yeah, definitely. With the wave pressure that Gangplank can put out, he's nowhere near as safe as the Shen in terms of his ability to survive and turn ganks around. But his ability to wave clear, and of course he can always drop the ultimate in order to influence the fight on the other side of the map. Does do a lot more damage. It's going to be safe as the test of spirit finds him able to back away.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of damage. Not going to be too much though. He's still got a corrupting potion if he wants to chug through it. Does have the Executioner's Calling online. So once again, trying to counter the amount of healing that Galaxy Savage and Prominence Blade want to do. Boise State set up around that Baron. Prominence Blade has the teleport. Qmire does not, though Qmire is online soon enough that both members will be able to teleport in. And Qmire, sitting level 16, highest player in the game, would be a huge threat to Boise State should they try and bring this Baron down. As they're going to hop on a little B-Man up on the top side. Devil the Grey tries to blast down Galaxy Savage. They'll interrupt the ult, and that Nunu not going to go anywhere. They'll pick up one. Meanwhile, it's the bot lane trading aside in the mid lane. Zenith Blade under tower. Nice flash from Admiral Potato. Great health used as well. And Boise State will lose 80 carry with a nice ult from Sexless. His Prominence Blade going to blast cone there, but he's caught now in an absolutely awful spot. Going to commit the ultimate to try and lifesteal it, but he won't be enough. And Boise State's going to trade 2 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit overextended there by Boise State, trying to get that tower. Well, I do commend them for wanting to get those eliminations. Sometimes you gotta be patient, you gotta allow your opponents to be in a position where you can safely jump on top of them. And unfortunately, behind your opponent's tower is not a great place to be.
Yeah, I don't know if he thought maybe 80 carry had survived and they were gonna fall off the tower dives, because with that 80 carry, there's not much Gimmick can do. He's gonna need his tank to do much of anything, and now the team's gonna clear out wards around Baron. Boise State with that Infernal Soul will have a little bit of extra burst damage, but this game much closer than last time, but still Bay State favored with a slight gold lead, about 900. But Boise State with all of the major objectives so far.
Yeah, let's not count out the impact of those dragons in terms of the stats. We don't see them in the amount of gold that either team has. Well, not beyond the gold that the dragons give themselves. But those stats are also essentially valuable gold on the side of Boise State, so as far as I'm concerned, this is a fairly even game.
Yeah, really, I mean, Elder Dragon coming up soon since Boise State got 4 dragons in a row. Solar Flare's going to land, nice stun. But a swallow by Apple Potato will keep his 80 carry alive. Cannon Barrage going to split up the Boise State members, and Galaxy Savage dropping incredibly low. He's forced to ult Admiral Potato and then will flash to safety. Boise State cannot find the pick. Admiral Potato on that Tom Kench playing incredibly well. Test of Spirit is going to land. Biggest snowball ever will not be much, but they've got to watch out for Devil the Grey in the back line. Could easily one-shot somebody like 80 carry or Galaxy Savage.
Gotta pay attention to where everyone is right now. There is that LeBlanc off on the side, trying to find an opening. Goes in on 80 carry, but not able to completely finish off. They are going to pick up a turret here now, as they are getting collapsed on from both sides. Prominence Blade surviving for quite a while, but not able to stay alive. There's the teleport here. 4 members of Boise State now in this mid lane.
Probably didn't need the teleport from setup. Will stop a re-engage. Admiral Potato is quite low, but he will just heal right back up to full health on the fountain. He might try and rejoin the fight with the Abyssal Voyage that is online. Bay State running at the Broncos, but not choosing to start a fight. Devil the Grey gets one ability on. There's an Abyssal Voyage in on the back line on the setup, but he can't find anything else, and now that Tom Kench might be caught in a bad spot. He is pretty tanky, so Boise State's got to be careful. Great health going to be used. Now we see a ton of damage has gone out onto 80 carry, but he's still alive just barely. They'll trade 1 for 1 for support, so now Sexless goes down as Galaxy Savage running through the back line. All used by Gimmick there. Nice knockup going to land onto Qmire. Follows it up with the knockup from Gimmick as well. Devil Grey dashes away. Qmire still gets caught. Match Grain's knockup. There's another shutdown. Gimmick now wants to chase down LeBlanc. He's got no tower there. Going to find the right one. Flashes in, but a flash from the LeBlanc. Going to keep them all alive, and Boise State has a chance here to go for the Baron if they want.
Yeah, great play there from Boise State, knowing what targets they need to lock onto. With the Dragon now open, it'll be up just a few seconds. That's going to be an Elder Drake. So if you thought that Boise State was having a good time in these team fights before, well, wait till you see what happens when they pick up this objective.
Yeah, to see a Spirit Visage has been picked up there by Galaxy Savage as well, so now he'll have some ability to resist the amount of damage Devil de Grey wants to do. But we'll see if that's going to be enough. Also with the extra healing. Boise State not opting for the Baron. Little B-Man is going to check it. So Boise State, if they wanted to, and they will, can try and burn it down. It looks like Little B-Man's trying to solo the Baron, so this will be a 5v4. Boise State's got Elder at about 50%. There will not be a smite battle for the Broncos. This is a nice ult's going to land, plus a solar flare, but it's not enough to keep setup alive. Devil de Grey's going to double dash over the wall. And he'll be at safety. Elder's at 1,000 damage. There's a smite. Boise State will get it, and now we'll see if they can turn the fight as Q-Meyer picks up 2 before Gimmick burns him down. Admiral Potato, the next target. We see he's going to use the Grey Health. He'll be executed. Boise State right now probably realizes that Little B-Man's not on it. They're going to ping the Baron. That Nunu's going as fast as he can, but I think Boise State's going to get to him in time, and Little B-Man probably threw that fight for his team, thinking he could solo the Baron on a Nunu. And he's going to live a leash, actually, for Boise State. He does not have Flash, and there's no Blast Cone, so he's got to go all the way around. He'll throw out the Snowball. He will. Boise State with the Elder Dragon will just make him go pop. He can't even look at the Baron. So Boise State's going to pick up both major objectives back-to-back, put themselves in an excellent position here to be able to finish this game out.
Yeah, great job by Boise State. A bit of a perhaps miscommunication there by Bay State. Going into a 4 versus 5, trying to get that dragon. Credit to them, they did manage to even up the numbers, so it was only a 2 versus 2 by the dragon was taken. But once that dragon is taken, and there's still AD carry, still Galaxy Savage alive, dishing out tons of damage to you, that Elder Drake is going to find you sooner or later. He's just going to go pop.
Yeah, Galaxy Savage benefiting from the jungle changes. Does have a full inventory. Mirror Mana, Spirit Visage, Death's Dance, Gore Drinker, and a Black Cleaver to his name, with the new changes allowing it. So once you smite 5 times, you no longer have to have that pesky jungle item. You get your Chilling Smite for free. So he's going to be a huge pain for guys like Sexless and Devil de Grey. Sexless, by the way, has finished his Spell Thieves. So he is going, or not his Spell Thieves, but the Edge of Night. He's going to have some spell immunity for the next fight. They did change the passive, so it does reset every time he takes damage, so it will not be up as often. It's a Cannon Barrage will force Boise State's mid lane off, and they're going to have to reset with Baron.
At this point, I'm not surprised that Boise State has to try to split up. We do see that there was an attempt in the backline to try and collapse on them from behind by Devil de Grey. Not able to do anything, was caught out by the members of Boise State, so they are now going to try and close out this tower here.
Let's say a little bit of a proxy LeBlanc, if you will. Yeah, it's actually exactly what Devil de Grey is doing. He's trying to proxy the Baron minions before they get to the rest of Boise State and get that Baron empowerment, preventing this mid lane shove. Elder Dragon fading soon. Baron with a minute left, and Boise State's opted to go up to the top lane with Galaxy Savage and at least get something, as Devil de Grey played that one excellently.
Yeah, really smart move. Unfortunately, because Boise State has access to that Baron, they are able to do this very successfully. You can only proxy so many lanes with a single champion. Now they're going to have double Baron buff here, double Baron buff cannon means on this tower. It is going to be a quick tower elimination, and they also have the numbers advantage in a fight as it breaks out.
Yeah, Devil de Grey still pushing the mid lane. Boise State going to just take the top inhibitor. Setup is incredibly low, but as you mentioned, it is a 4v5. As now Devil de Grey will start the back. Boise State's got to be careful. He has picked up the mid tower and nothing more. Barrel's going to land on the Prominence Blade, but Boise State's got to make sure they do not hand this LeBlanc over a free pentakill, as everyone on Boise State's incredibly low. Prominence Blade, the first one to be taken out. Biggest snowball ever comes rushing in, but it doesn't look like anyone else wants to follow up. And Boise State should get out of the dodge for free.
Yeah, overall, good disengage from Boise State. Great use of the Baron. Overall, picking themselves up power and an inhib.
Wow.
That mid lane will also be very soon open and available for them.
Boise State right under the noses of Bay State goes for the 4-man back, and all of them get it off. So Bay State will be left just to farm up some minions and back themselves. Super's pushing in the top lane. Probably means Q-Meyer will find his home up there for the most part. Does have teleport available should a fight break out. But would not have time to preset some barrels. So he's going to have to move quickly. Meanwhile, the rest of Boise State probably this time will be content to shove mid and hope the Devil the Grey does not once again go for the proxy.
So at this point, Baron and Elder Dragon not on the map, not going to be available for quite a while here. So any fight needs to happen around towers at this point for both teams. Either you want to defend yourself in a siege or you want to be the one sieging. Devil the Grey trying to find someone out. AD Carry the only one potentially visible. They are going to back off from that bottom lane. It looks like setup is coming down. Could be potentially disastrous if he's not able to land that ultimate onto LeBlanc.
Devil the Grey is going to flash in. Cannon Garage is going to be used as well. And then he'll hop back to his bush. So he will be able to take down the spell shield for a flash and an ignite and a cannon barrage. Probably not a trade you want to take if you're Bay State. Now Boise State wants to make him get punished here, as they will be able to test his spirit some damage onto little B-Man. He will get slowed. Prominence Blade now gets rooted. So he's got to be careful as he nearly gets burst down. Very little magic resist on the Zillow. And now they see a teleport coming in from Q-Meyer on that bot lane tower. Galaxy Savage in a place he doesn't want to be. No longer has the ultimate. He's not going to be able to stay alive. It's a shutdown for Devil the Grey, and Boise State probably overstays their welcome, and now they've got to go running for the hills as they have Devil the Grey and Q-Meyer chasing.
Little bit of an overextension there from Boise State. Looks like they might be able to make it out. There is Devil the Grey trying to come around from the side on a flank. Could be cutting them off here, sandwiching them between two members.
As the Spirit's going to land, Alt's going to be used there by Prominence Blade to lifesteal as much as he can. Now Potato's Grey health does fade, and it looks like with an Elder Dragon up, neither team wants to be too willing to lose a member. So everyone will play just very, very slowly here. Devil the Grey nearly gets found out by Setup, who has the ult available if he's able to flash in time. Does look like he should be able to get the back off. A teleport is going to be coming in here by Prominence Blade, and Boise State might want to try and rush down the Elder Dragon here. But Galaxy Savage is still not alive, so they've got to be careful that they don't throw this fight before their jungler can get back into it.
Yes, the more time Bay State takes to start this, the more tentacles Prominence Blade can set up. Devil the Grey does end up picking up Prominence Blade, so good job on them knowing who to target. Now Boise State having a hard time getting over to the Dragon as the fight continues.
Here see Sexless pick up one. A suppression not going to be enough. Setup will go down as well. And Boise State's going to hand second Elder Dragon of the game just over to Bay State for free. Unless Galaxy Savage can do something crazy here. Got to make sure he doesn't over pursue just for Admiral Potato. He's got Gimmick as well, and it might actually be enough. Two of the scariest members for Boise State, 15-4 and 3-5-14. They've also got Super Minions in the base, so they might just be buying time as one Nexus turret has been eliminated. A back is being channeled by Sexless. As the ult's going to come out, Gimmick's not got to be careful. Devil the Grey's going to hop on to him. He's very close to the ultimate. He might be able to use it until he life sustain. As Q-Meyer is going to try and jump on him. Galaxy Savage picks up one. It's another shutdown. And Boise State might have flipped this fight with some help from the Super Minions. Devil the Grey is going to try and burst down Gimmick. Nice use of the mini wind wall there. Going to hop right back onto the Elder Dragon. Alliance to steal all of that damage that Devil the Grey did. And Boise State should get second Elder for free. See what little B-Man wants to do. Would have to consume Smite combo. No flash, though. He's going to have the biggest snowball ever in. And the rest of Boise State is here, so he's got to be careful. He can't even get in range. And Boise State now has an exposed Nexus. They can make a play for it with Elder Dragon.
Definitely, and of course, while this all has been happening, you can see that the minions are doing some work in the mid lane. Actually, not quite taking down the tower. They are able to intercept it before that happens, but one or two hits and that could go down, and there could be another exposed inhibitor as Boise State now collapses on top of the Baron. Nunu not anywhere near. Looks like Bay State's just going to hand this one over and try and defend it, turtle this one out.
Nice stun there by AD Carry, preventing any steal attempt from Devil the Grey, actually paying huge dividends from Boise State. So once again, the Broncos will have the Elder Dragon and they'll have the Baron. Last time they only got the top inhibitor. Those minions ended up opening up the Nexus for free, so Boise State could potentially go for a inhibitor into Nexus shove. And one lost fight for Bay State, and we're probably going to a game number 3.
One of the advantages that Boise State does have is that they have multiple lanes that they can move into. But unfortunately, they also have to watch out for Devil the Grey, who has just been blowing up squishier members left and right. They don't have a lot of survivability, although we do see Prominence Blade has now picked up a Steric Cage that should allow him to survive at least one LeBlanc combo.
At least one, yeah, as you mentioned. Devil the Grey has been, much like we saw late game on that Akali, absolutely making Boise State squishy characters have a rough go of it. I mean, even Prominence Blade, which is the amount of health he has with the Steric Cage and the Death Dance, has not been well for Ware when Devil the Grey's hopped on it. But the passive will be broken there, and Elder Dragon, thanks to the burn and the ease, going to be enough. A 3-man solar flare is going to land, and this should do it for Boise State. 1 and 2 will go down. Q-Meyer and Sextus going to run away, but with an exposed Nexus, there's not much they can do, staring down Baron and Elder Dragon. And Boise State on the back of Galaxy Savage, who won most of the objectives for the team. It's going to force us to a game number 3. See here, Boise State and Bay State, Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup semifinals game number 1. After this, we'll have our third place game between the loser of this and the loser of Boston and Hartford, and then we'll have our final between the winner of this game and, of course, the winner of Boston and Hartford in the other semifinal going on right now. Really well played by Boise State. I think that Kane this time, Glovely, might be banned away by Bay State heading into game 3 once we get there.
Almost certainly we saw Galaxy Savage absolutely dominating on that. The lifesteal keeping him alive much longer than we would have expected. Of course, also that bot lane from Boise State, having Gimmick and AD carry in on roles that they're comfortable in, much better overall. We did see that Samira just popping off even very early in the game and continuing to be a threat as the game carried on. So overall, great objective control from Boise State, especially up against a Nunu.
Have to see who wants to ban what as we head into game number 3. One team's going to the third place game, one team's going to the finals. It's all coming your way after a short break. Boise State, Bay State, game 3 of the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup semifinals right around the corner after we take a short break.
We're introducing HCS Grassroots, a community partnership program to help tournament organizers and content creators continue to do what they love.
Pink door again. One shot again. From blue.
Our student center that for this weekend is host to Gamers for Giving.
Gamers Outreach was started almost 12 years ago thanks to Halo in large part. I was organizing video game tournaments in my high school. As my events started growing, at one point in time I thought it'd be fun to donate some of the money from ticket sales to a local charity cause. And through that experience, Gamers Outreach was born, and I started learning about the impact video games were having in the hospital environment. But that all started initially by me and my friends hosting grassroots Halo tournaments.
And so as the HCS started forming and we were looking for opportunities to run local grassroots tournaments, it just made a lot of sense to partner with Zach and Gamers Outreach and do something cool at Gamers for Giving, which took place in March 2015.
Sort of fast forward years and get the chance to work with the Halo team to deliver gaming carts to Seattle Children's Hospital in their hometown is a really special feeling. We're really grateful to be able to do the work we do at Gamers Outreach, but then to be able to also share with the team from 343 and show them how our organization has grown and progressed over the years. Felt like a full circle moment.
So today we had the amazing opportunity to build some gaming carts here at the Seattle Children's Hospital. The esports team at 343 helped donate some carts on behalf of 343, and now the carts are ready for delivery so that kids here at the Seattle Children's Hospital can play.
So we had 4 different team members from the 343 esports team. They work on the Halo Championship Series, come out to Seattle Children's with us and get the chance to actually build their go-karts firsthand and hear from hospital staff how gaming makes an impact in the healthcare space.
It's a way that the child life specialist can communicate with them, the play specialist, and myself when I'm using some therapeutic tools and going into the room and trying to build that connection and that rapport. Having access to one of these is a tremendous tool, and I am having a hard time envisioning what that would even look like if we didn't have these.
It's just amazing to be able to kind of close the loop and come full circle with the partnership. Like, we knew Gamers Outreach were doing amazing things. We've seen videos online and we've contributed to the event, but there's just something different about kind of getting your hands dirty and building the cart yourself, right here next to me and going off into the hands of all these children now. So being able to play a small part in that circle and being able to give is just, it means so much to us.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. A little bit of a quick audible here. We're going to jump ahead, for time's sake, to the third place game. As you can see there, Boise State unfortunately did not find a way to rally back against Bay State, and actually quite a quick game there that Bay State kind of realized what the issues were, got back to their game one form, and ran through Boise State. So no need to show that. It's not competitive games. They're no fun to cast. They're no fun to watch, and so we will not be doing that. But we will have the remaining games. So you can see the bracket here. Bay State and Boston University will be meeting in the finals. That'll be coming up later tonight, probably about an hour from now. We're going to go to our third place game between Boise State and Hartford. That is just a best of one. We'll then take about a 20-minute break, get everyone rested back up, and then we'll head in to our best of three finals between Bay State and Boston University in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. So we're on to the third place game, Glovely, and it's a format that I'm not a fan of it, but, hey, it's not just these people. I mean, Worlds does it too for the group stage, and where it's just a best of one. And I think League of Legends not always played very well as a best of one because you need those second and third games to say, hey, I don't like that champion. Let's ban it away. We saw that for that Shen for Qmeyer, but of course, you can't have everything be a best of three, otherwise we'd be here all night. So it's a best of one between Boise State and Hartford here in the third place game. And I'll be really curious to see if Kane gets through, because in games we've seen, Galaxy Savage has been absolutely ferocious on that champion.
Definitely a champion to watch out for. Very powerful, very good at keeping himself alive thanks to all of that extra lifesteal that's built into his kit. Sometimes I've found myself absolutely frustrated at that champion, but there are a lot of opportunities to anti-heal to make it a lot harder for him to survive. So maybe teams feeling like they can pick up that new Chempunk item, or maybe they think that the Thornmail or their Executioner's Calling options will be enough to shut down the Kane.
Yeah, I'll be really curious as well to see what the bot lane wants to do for Boise State. Of course, once Gimmick got there in game number 2 against Bay State, they feel like they had found something, but they kind of kept succumbing to mid lane issues, and it's not that it wasn't being played very well by setup, but he plays two champions predominantly. He plays Victor and Vigar. Those are banned away every game by Bay State, and he kind of he had some good plays on the Galio, some decent plays on the Malzahar, but he always allowed his opposing mid laner to roam, and I'll be curious to see what he gets on in this game, the third place game between Boise State and Hartford here in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. Just a best of one. So bans are going to be very important. Looks like it's a Hecarim Thresh ban to start things off here for Boise State and Hartford. Picking one of the mains for Boise State. They'll start with the Camille. There's the Kane. So Galaxy Savage has got to go elsewhere.
Of course, you want to get those two champions off of the field. It's sort of like letting Ascent get Rumble or letting B get Garen. There are certain champions you just don't let through. Amumu, of course, very powerful champion that you don't want to let through. Thresh, of course, just a great bottom laner in terms of everything he brings. Throws out the hooks, drags your team around. Victor going to be banned away. Setup, of course, not going to be able to play that. But the Veigar is still on the table, and Kale is going to be the first pickup for Boise State.
Yeah, we saw the Broncos ban that quite a bit against Bay State. I'd be really shocked to me that if they hate Amumu that much that they didn't opt to maybe put Galaxy Savage on the Amumu with the Kane banned away. I'll be really curious to see once he wants to play. There's a Maokai pickup for Hartford there, so going to try and just sort of play that tank into the Bruiser Assassin, whatever you want to classify Kale as. And there's the Jhin, so definitely making his spot known as one of the powerful 80 carries in the current meta. Seen him in every game so far today. I'm curious what Boise State wants to answer. Samir is still on the table, so maybe we see Gimmick pick that up here.
Well, we are going to see what looks like Urgot actually being picked up there. So Urgot and Kale, both of them normally top laners, but with the ability to go into other lanes. We've seen Urgot play in the mid. He used to be like the hard counter pick into Zed in the mid lane, back when his passive reduced the AD damage that your champions did. So Draven is going to be the third pickup. So my question is, where is this Urgot going? I've even heard rumors of an Urgot jungle being a thing.
I've seen it. It was pretty bad, but I've seen it. Maybe, we just see Kale in the mid lane. I'd be really curious. There's the Silas last pick as well in the first round for Hartford. Could send it mid, I guess. Maybe I know there was another tournament Boise State was in where a team actually played like a Maokai Jana bot lane and was able to sort of sneak up on some teams. So, especially with these new items, there's a lot of different choices as the Rakan and the Malphite are banned away there by Boise State. The Malphite, an interesting one because he really wouldn't fit into the current team comp if you think it's Maokai top, Silas mid, and you're not going to play Maokai into Silas. So, interesting choices there. That's the Malzahar this time banned away by Hartford in the Vayne. For Boise State, with the Jhin on the table, have to be wondering what that ban was going for, but that will leave that Vygar up for setup if he wants to take it. And there's that Sona picked up there for Hartford. Be curious to see what their last pick wants to be for their jungle and what Boise State wants to do in their final 2 picks.
You know, part of me is curious to see Sona still being viable, with Seraphine basically, having her kit being pulled over. Galio is going to be the pickup, and Pyke going to be the last one. Pyke has absolutely destroyed my solo queue games, very much likes all of these AD Assassin item changes.
The final pick going to be Skarner. So, interesting little pick there. I know Skarner has had his places in the meta. Unfortunately for him, once those Quicksilver Sashes come online from Boise State, he very much loses a lot of his usability. Basically becomes like a big little cannon minion who will just crawl around at you. So I'll be very curious to see how that is going to work out for Hartford. As for Boise State, surprised that setup did want to go with the Vygar. Must not have felt comfortable into a matchup against Silas. Of course, if he steals the Vygar, he's going to hit you back even harder. So I like the Galio pick there, but that is going to allow the mid laner for Hartford to also answer any of those heroes' entrances that we see, as he'll have access to it as well.
You can also see Tetris going on in the background, or rather, it normally would be going on in the background, but of course, we're not there, all of us there in person today. But this one actually keeps everybody's high scores, so we're going to see who can have the highest numbers overall in the long run. But turning our focus back to League of Legends, very aggressive team from the side of Boise State, a lot of champions, all of them able to build the Quicksilver Sash except for the Galio, and if you're targeting a Galio and dragging him into the center of your team, usually not the best idea.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Kale, depending if you want to build her AD or AP, might not have an easier time building the Quicksilver Sash. But yeah, I mean, you're highly unlikely going to be ulting the Galio in. You want to find someone like a Draven or a Pyke. So once those Quicksilver Sashes come online, Skarner's going to lose a lot of his usability. So I'll be really curious to see what Hartford wants to do with this. This is the 3rd place game of the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. This is a best of 1. And then we'll take a sort of a longer break, let the casters rest up, and then we'll have our final of Bay State and Boston coming at you after that. So if you want to see anyone from either of those schools, you'll have to wait just a little bit. But we have our 3rd place game, which should be very, very interesting. Hopefully goes a little bit smoother than that Tetris game that had holes all over the place and probably wasn't going to result in a high score. So I'm really curious to see how much pressure Skarner can get early. And you're right, what Sona does, because last I checked, that should just be Seraphine, because she does everything Sona can do and better. There's been a lot of outrage there. As we see Doc, he's strutting around, so he still thinks his Tetris game has been on fire. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why you pick Sona with Seraphine alive. It's just, maybe she's banned for this tournament. I know she's still newer-ish, but it's been that's an interesting one for Ryan in the whole Seraphine-Sona dynamic.
I do think one of the big advantages is that you have you do have the speed up on command, which allows your members to get into position, which is really important when you have 2 members that are really all about the engages. Both the Maokai and the Skarner are going to have a much easier time getting to position. We are seeing here, here we go. This is the actual matchup. Nothing too crazy going down. A little dance-off actually happening there in the mid lane.
I really am a big fan of the Hartford mid laner's name. Raid Boss in all caps means that he's somebody that you don't want to mess with. Does look like we have had a disconnect, so hopefully 3 InstaGuard can get back into the game quickly here to be able to make sure everything is fair. Since this is a best of 1, you don't want to have that cause too many issues. Looks like he does come back in time. That neither team offers up a pause there, so shouldn't set anyone back. Boise State not invading to punish that, so we're all good there. And it looks like it is the Urgot jungle we talked about that you had heard rumors of.
He's even using the best Urgot skin in the game, And so I'm pretty happy to see this. It's a very different pick from what we're used to seeing. Urgot himself doesn't really have the sustain, you wouldn't think, but he does have the ability to throw a shield up on himself by using that dash, so he does have sub-sustain in that jungle. And of course, the change to the jungle items means that he gets that burn effect, as well as the mana sustain and the other effects of your usual paired-up jungle items much earlier on, which I think is going to open up the pool for more junglers to be viable.
Yeah, I'm curious that Raid Boss not going with the Conqueror, going with Fleet Footwork, which should keep him healthier in lane. As once again, looks like 3 Instaguard is having some internet issues here, so hopefully he can stay connected. Would hate to lose a third-place game off some internet connectivity issues, but is it Giant Enemy Crab God, by the way, that he's using? As a great hook there on the Jim Jam, but unfortunately under tower.
No, it's Pajama Guardian.
Oh, then it's not the best skin in the game. The only good Urgot skin is Giant Enemy Crab God.
Come on, we wanted Star Guardian Urgot for so long, and they finally gave it to us, sort of.
I don't care if he guards the stars. I like when he's a giant crab and he waddles into my lane and then, you know, hooks somebody into the depths. But that's neither here nor there. Interesting that the Sona has a barrier. Usually you see Sona lanes going a little bit more aggressive, but maybe worried about the Pike Draven. So he'll try and stay relatively healthy. His 4-shot drop gimmick to about 30%.
Yeah, definitely. And the great thing about Barrier is that it has the lowest cooldown. We are going to see a quick pause here. Barrier does have the lowest cooldown of any summoner spell in the game, so you're going to have it available to you far more often. So compared to other options for keeping you alive, like Flash or Exhaust, that is the best defensive cooldown spell in terms of just having it available.
Yeah, it does look like 3 Instaguard for the third time in about a minute and a half has disconnected. So hopefully he can figure out a stable internet connection and he is able to get back into the game. Looks like we have gotten him back in, so hopefully he stays online. We'll say that Galaxy Savage just used his first smite, so he will finish that jungle item much later than Hognix, as he's going to jump in on a Promise Blade. Nice flash from 3 Instaguard. Unfortunately, can't punch him in the right direction. Promise Blade holding on to that flash. Going to be able to get away. Tower shot onto 3 Instaguard. He is low mana, but he has the Corrupting Potion. Should be able to sustain him there. And he's also got Hognix waiting in case Prominence Blade tries to go too crazy.
Yep. He also, on the other side, Prominence Blade does have not just mana, but also has the ability to continue healing himself up with that Fleet Footwork. So is going to continue staying in the lane. There is still a Skarner there up on that top side. Might actually be running into setup. We'll see. Looks like they're going to dodge around each other, and things pretty even early on in the game.
I'd be really curious to see what KO Prominence Play wants to go. He's got to press the attack, which might lean towards an attack speed Kraken Slayer build, as we see AD Carry waiting there. Will get stunned by Hognix, who's able to waddle away to safety. Not quite able to get his crystal. Now Galaxy Savage is there. Gonna get the stun, but a nice flash from Hognix to keep him alive. Nice dash in there by setup. They're going to taunt him as well, and that's a first blood for Boise State. 3 members going to combine to make Skarner's life miserable there. And much like the rest of his race, who was obliterated so Seraphine can sing his music, he's been obliterated as well.
Yeah, Skarner just not having a great time either in this game or in the lore. So a bit of a difficult time to be that champion. He really needed to have a strong early game before Boise State can be able to build up those Quicksilver Sashes, and that's not what he's getting right now. Getting pressured, taken out in his own jungle in a situation he couldn't really see or do anything to prevent. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Prominence Blade doing some work up there. He's actually running Press the Attack. I thought it was Fleet Footwork for a moment, but no, and he's using it to great effect to shove 3 Instaguard underneath the tower, keeping up that pressure.
It's got Hognix over at the Krugs, so we might see a repeat gank. Unfortunately for 3 Instaguard, he is out of Corrupting Potions, and he is also very low on mana. Does have the teleport. Looks like he will opt to use that. First Dragon once again goes over to Galaxy Savage on the Urgot this time, picking up the Cloud Drake for Boise State, so I'm sure Galio will like the reduced ult cooldowns as well as the KO there, so that will help with the new ability haste being able to be maxed as opposed to CDR. That was capped at 40 or 45% depending on runes, as we see 3 Instaguard has teleported back. Now Prominence Blade's got to be careful as Hognix is there as well. Still has flash and the ult. He'll commit the ult to start. They'll immediately run away, and it looks like Prominence Blade has decided he wanted to try and get the kill. Probably could have survived there, but he'll trade one back, and it's a 1 for 1. It's a 1 for 0.
Yeah, maybe a bit over-aggressive there, trying to stay. Would have been eliminated even if he had managed to get the kill. So sometimes you just gotta know when to hold him, know when to fold him. Of course, there was still a lot of crowd control available for Hartford to lock him down, even if he did manage to flash away and ult. So maybe he just knew he was gonna go down with the staggered crowd control anyway.
Yeah, I mean, saving flash, always a good thing. Looks like he has teleported back into the lane. Finished the Berserker User in a dagger. Jim Jam gets hooked, but no punish, as Gimmick still just catching the axes and CSing the wave. You can see the CS difference, 60 to 25 here. So Hartford not having a great time in the bot lane or in the top lane. Boise State really pushing their advantage there. Everything's even in the mid, and we do see the hero's entrance has been stolen by Raid Boss, so he might have the ability to go anywhere that setup does, or even get there quicker, depending on what happens, and there's no teleport for setup. So Raid Boss will have the opportunity to hero's entrance down and then potentially teleport back later in the game as his teleport's on cooldown. As there's the gank in the top lane. 3 insta-guard, no mana once again, and he's just going to be burst down. Meanwhile, Hognick's going to try and answer that one. He will get hooked and stunned. Heal does come out. Boise State trying to finish off the Skarner as a flash comes out. AD Carry picks up that one. Now they're going to jump onto Jim Jam, who's going to try and flash away. Gimmick needs one more axe. He's going to commit the ultimate, and Boise State picks up 2 for nothing in the bot side.
I think that's the first time in a long time I've seen a Draven pick up his League of Draven passive as his first elimination of the game. That extra gold is going to go a long ways towards getting him his first Mythic. And we were talking about how important it is to get to that Mythic as quick as possible. Draven's passive, excellent for quickly accelerating you to that point, and they already had a gold lead in that lane.
Yeah, Gimmick with the 73 CS. Definitely going to have plenty of gold, as you mentioned, cashing in on that passive. Of course, he'll also have Pike to help him out and give him all the extra gold should AD Carry end up with the kill, which he did end up with quite a few in the game we saw against Bay State on that Leona. So that's going to be a very scary Draven very, very soon for Hartford, and they're going to have to be very careful because they don't have a lot of great tanks besides 3 Instaguard, and he's going to be very, very far behind based on how top lane's going.
Looks like the stolen ultimate in that mid lane has either been used up or just ran out of time on it, so he's going to have to consider a new ultimate maybe when the jungler comes by. Prominence Blade continuing to bully out this Maokai in the top lane, using that press the attack. Might actually get him under tower. There's the flash. He is going to pick up the elimination. Does he have the ultimate? Yes, he does. That'll keep him alive.
I was wondering if he was going to commit the ultimate or thought he might just live through it. Hognick's going to try and come in the mid lane. Taunt comes out, going to miss on everybody. Galaxy Savage is there. Has the ult available if they can maybe drop Raid Boss another 20% for the instant execute, but they're not going to find it, and that's going to be a very scary Kale. So now pick up her third plate. Hognick's going to get caught out. Will get thrown over by Galaxy Savage. AD Carry's going to dash over the wall. Taunt will land. Skarner ult's going to go onto the Urgot, but Boise State still picks up 1, and they're going to land the hook. And down he goes. It's a double kill for Boise State.
That awkward moment when you think you got out, and then the chains start come flying across the screen.
There's just nothing you can do when you get reeled back in, unless hope your team kills the Urgot.
To kill Urgot.
In that situation, there's nothing that poor Raid Boss could do. He was just going to get munched up by the true Raid Boss and Galaxy Savage, and Boise State really starting to put the hammer down here as poor 3 Instaguard might be another gank target. Unfortunately for Boise State, Prominence Blade has to walk back to lane first.
Yeah, we do see Galaxy Savage taking out more of Hognick's farm. It's rough to be a jungler when there's this much invasion going on. He is actually going to back out, though, using that teleport. So Skarner's just trying to find something to give him some additional farm, something to keep him in the game.
Do you see that Immortal Shield Bow has been finished by Gimmick? Nowhere close to any sort of mythic items for anyone on Hartford, unfortunately. Nice hook in. Zadkiel's going to try and flash away, but he'll still get hit by the stun, and Gimmick's going to be able to take him down. Jim Jam going to try and pop the barrier early, unfortunately for him. Gimmick going to ult him, comes back, can't quite find it. Nice dodge, but he wasn't under tower range, so he's able to pick up 1. Double taunt going to land on Raid Boss and Hognick. Hognick will run away. Raid Boss trying to do what he can. He will get caught out. They're trying to stop Boise State from doing that second dragon, but there's got no chance in Boise State. Every objective in their favor is Galaxy Savage also just sitting on that Rift Herald whenever he wants to pop it.
And he certainly does have options, but it looks like right now they're going to focus on that dragon. Meanwhile, Prominence Blade casually sidesteps the ultimate from Maokai. Twisted Advance not going to do anything. Prominence Blade able to easily turn that one around with the range advantage as they pick up the dragon, and now there's an engage in the bottom side.
Nice flash from Hognick, going to save him from the stun from Pike. Galaxy Savage is still coming over though, so they've got to be careful. Urgot's there as well. Ult is available if somebody drops low. Zadkiel's actually going to pick up the first elimination onto setup. Gimmick tanking the tower. They've got minions there as well. They'll pop the Rift Herald. The Gimmick going to pick up one. They'll run down Jim Jam, who's got nowhere to go. AD Carry dropping low, but Zadkiel can't get anywhere. Now Raid Boss going to join in on the fight. Shelly will take down the turret, so now he has no protection. All he can do is hope to take down Gimmick, and that lifesteal's not enough with the reel in. It's a 4-for-0 in the bot lane for Boise State.
I mean, what is there to say at this point? Boise State showing an absolutely dominant game. Rift Herald is going to slam there into that tower. They may even take it there as Prominence Blade continues to do what he does best up in the top lane, pressuring this Maokai. Maokai finally does pick up, thankfully does pick up that Bomby Cinder, and that is going to allow him to continue pushing the lane back. But on the other hand, Prominence Blade just hit level 11. It means now he can start getting out waves of fire, so you're going to see him clearing out those minions even faster than before.
Yeah, and he's going to now join in on the tradition of trying to counter jungle Hognick. As now Setup's even got in there. You see Skarner only level 6. Really has not had much fun in his jungle most of this game. Galaxy Savage on the Urgot has been doing a great job. Proto Belt's been finished, as well as the Dustblade for AD Carry. Still looking for the first mythic item for Hartford is only Prominence Blade, opting for the Gnasher's Tooth first, so an attack speed on hit. Kale with an AP variety. Looks like that's going to be the pick there. It's going to get a hook in. Taunt's going to land. Now a stun's going to land. Ult's going to finish him off, and Hognick didn't get to play the game there for a good 3 seconds.
Bit of a hook trying to come out there, not able to find it though. Turret plating, I just remembered, is a thing. There is still, in fact, one tower left with turret plating on it. I can't believe it's only 13 minutes into the game already, because Boise State has just been dominating across the board. One more tower up. Doesn't look like Boise State's going to do quite enough to get all of the plates, but they are going to get all of them but one. And that right there is a huge gold advantage for Boise State, not dropping a single plate across the board.
Yeah, trading 14 plates for 0 is a big reason why Boise State right now, by the way, is sitting on a 16k gold lead here in our third place game, is they're going to try and land the Skarner ult as well as a Twisted Advance onto Prominence Blade. He does have his own ultimate, plus the Hero's Entrance is going to be used there. It'll knock 3 Instaguard up in the air. Boise State will find one. Double Taunt will go as well. Raid Boss trying to do what he can. Can't quite do enough damage, and Hognick's at level 7 is not going to have any luck. Now AD Carry might see if he can solo down Zadkiel. He's going to stun him. Force Shot not able to be used. Ignite will come out, and Setup will steal the kill, and Boise State goes 4-for-0, and now they're going to be able to take this tier 2 top lane tower.
You know, that's got to feel rough when you feel you're in a good position. You've got 3 members collapsing onto that top lane, but Galio, of course, coming in from out of nowhere to save his team member. Both of them able to survive that fight, and now Boise State going to pick up another tower, continuing to use the objectives to dominate this game.
Yeah, every tier 2 tower going down before the 15-minute mark. Boise State hopping right onto that mid inhibitor turret. I'm not even sure that the 3 members of Hartford could do anything against the 2 of Boise State, as they are both level 10. Raid Boss, the only one who's close at level 9, as that tower's already been burst down to 50%. Only thing slowing down Boise State is their minion wave, as it looks like Gimmick and Galaxy Savage, who has that Ravenous Hydra finish, going to do a great job clearing out any minions that Hartford has under that tower.
If I'm Hartford at this point, I need to start looking for any source of gold, any source of experience I can get. It means ideally trying to hard farm minions, or even, you know, take from your jungler if your jungler's not that far behind. But in this scenario, they're having a hard time finding any source of gold. It's now Boise State closing in. They are going to take their first inhibitor of the game at 15, almost 16 minutes in.
Yeah, Boise State opted for the Rift Herald. They might be able to just pop her and end the game, but it looks like they also might be able to win this team fight. They are slowly running out of minions, though, so they will force a flash away from Galaxy Savage. Twitch Advance will come through. Pike ult is going to whiff, Now 80 carry gets shut down. That's one source of gold you were talking about there. Kale going to be used on Galaxy Savage, and the blades will stun that Skarner, and he will be brought to death. Maokai falling as well. Jim Jam under the tower, going to get taken out by Gimmick. He can't quite get out of turret range, though. So Boise State, unfortunately, will only trade 3 for 2. Make it 3 for 3 as the tower doing a majority of the work. Boise State, though, looking to maybe pick up a second inhibitor in only 16 minutes, as they'll do just that.
Those shutdowns could be big, though, especially since they landed on members of the team who were currently far behind. Attempted engage there from the Skarner, not able to find a target, though, forced to back away. A lot of damage now at this point coming out from the Kale, level 13, 5 levels away, or 3 levels away from hitting that big power spike. Curtain Call just used to dissuade any more approaches.
Yeah, nothing on the Curtain Call. They'll use it to CS some minions, at least the super minion. And Dragon's up. I mean, Rift Herald, I think, could end the game if Boise State opted for it. And, of course, we get the Dancing Heraldina as well. So, wouldn't be a bad choice. But for now, Boise State will go with the safe route. They'll just pick up the Dragon, put themselves on Soul Point here. And a Mountain Dragon, if they get the Mountain Soul, if we get that far in the game globally, probably makes any sort of comeback just insurmountable for the side of Hartford.
Well, I don't know about insurmountable, but certainly very, very difficult. Now, 2 members able to easily pick up that Earth Dragon. We are now on Soul Point. Boise State has a 20k gold lead, and while we've seen people come back from pretty high gold leads, this one is a little bit closer to the insurmountable side.
Yeah, looks like Hognix was trying to maybe stop him from going to the Rift Herald. You see Prominence Blade is heading that way. They might not even need it. Nice dodge there from Hognix. Going to dodge the knockup and the hook. He will now alt Galaxy Savage underneath the turret range. Tries to dash away. Pike alt, nice job from Raid Boss stealing that one. It'll pick up a kill, and it's a 1,000 gold shutdown over to Raid Boss, and that's exactly what Hartford needed.
And more importantly, because it was the Pike ultimate, he's also sharing that gold with any of his teammates who helped him out. So the entire team getting a little bit of extra gold there as they pass on their cut.
Looks like Boise State going to opt to shove the last remaining inhibitor. As we do see, unfortunately, looks like the internet issues have once again began to plague 3 Instaguard. Not sure that even if he were in the game that it would do enough for Hartford as they have super minions running it down. He will reconnect, though, so he is a sport. Playing it out to the very end. Nice hook on the Jim Jam. Nexus turret 2 has gone down. Alt will miss. 4-man taunt going to land. Boise State finds one on to Sona. Nice job by 3 Instaguard. Going to try and stay alive. Gimmick will take him down, though. They're going to retreat to the fountain. Hognix just barely staying alive, and the Nexus will be finished off by the minions. And Boise State will claim 3rd place here in the Emerson Charity League of Legends Cup. Great job
overall
there.
Congratulations to Boise State on their victory here. That is going to be 3rd place for them in this tournament, but we still have finals to go.
Yeah, we've got the big one around the corner. That one just a best of 1, so we'll have our finals coming up next. It'll be Bay State versus Boston University in a best of 3. Bay State taking down Boise State 2-1 in the game we watched earlier. Boston taking down Hartford in the game played at the same time. So we'll be curious to see who's going to win. Bay State looked pretty strong. We played them before. The Boise State Blue team played them earlier in the year in another tournament in a very well-fought game. Of course, Bay State has Q-Meyer, former League of Legends professional as well. But before we do that, we're going to take a little bit of a longer break here, allow everyone to recuperate and get back for the finals. So we will have Bay State and Boston University coming up in about 20 minutes from now in the finals of the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
I stayed awake last night, 'cause I couldn't close my eyes and see you another night. I drove myself crazy thinking you'd take my wildest dreams and tear them all to the ground. So I tried to create a decoy world for you to destroy in my mind. You can stay and believe you're tearing me apart while I'm coming to life, while I'm coming to life. I couldn't keep the secret. You found my darkest demons and brought them out in the light. So I ran to all the preachers, despite having every reason to shut down and mobilize. So I prayed to the gods for one last saving grace against all odds. And I built an escape using all my energy just to come back to life, back to life.
Left your party at sundown. You were nowhere to be found. Sip my bottle, heading uptown. Ooh, long way home, the back roads. No hands on the handle. Blew the red light like a candle. The wind undid my hair like it knew you weren't there. Boys like you never play fair. Don't play fair. I'm on a midnight bike ride. There's orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. How could you think we could just be friends again? I'm on a midnight bike ride. There's orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. Now that you know things can never be the same. City has no secrets. I know all the shortcuts. Now I'm lost looking for your touch. Used to be your night shift. Can't work out, I might just fly down here until the sun lifts. Found an empty street, sing myself a melody about how it used to be.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We're on to our final here in our Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. It will be Bay State taking on Boston. We've already seen Bay State take down Boise State, defeating the Boise State team 2-1. Boston took down Hartford, and Boise State won over Hartford in our best-of-1 third-place game. But now we're on to the finals, so we're back to our best-of-3, and since it's the finals, we figured we better bring out the A-team. So in order to do that, we'll have our draft expert, Jared Baratel-Castiglione, along with Glovely, holding it down for the draft. I, myself, Michael Fish Fisher, will be back for Game 1. But until Game 1 kicks off, let's toss it over to Baratel and Glovely as they get us ready and take us through the draft between Boston and Bay State for Game number 1 here in our Emerson Charity Cup Finals.
Hello,
everybody. What a fantastic time. It's going to be a fantastic draft coming up, too. Definitely, for sure, Glovely. And it's kind of been interesting to see what kind of different things teams have kind of figured out in the past couple of days. Of course, with the whole preseason changes happening, we've obviously seen, just even today, some very interesting things. Do you think that trend's going to continue here into the finals now that it's going into that best of 3?
I mean, absolutely. Well, I do think that you want to break out all the different tools that you have available in your toolkit. I also think that there is some comfort going into this. I mean, some of these champions have changed drastically as a result of some of the stuff that's happened to their kits. Rod of Ages is gone. Hextech Gunblade is gone. That's affected a lot of champions who were very reliant on those items. Well, on the other hand, some of the champions are just kind of doing the same thing, but they're doing it better. And that's one of the things I love about the preseason is that everybody is broken, so everybody is viable as we now get into the draft.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. It does seem that I do believe we do go with the tactical kind of route here. Going for the Gangplank ban is a nice choice because, as you said, with this kind of introduction to these new items, some champions just do things better. And by personal experience, GP is definitely one of those with that new Trinity Force.
Zoe getting banned away on the other side. That's a champion I saw has been played a lot over there. Shen, of course, going to be the second ban. Another very powerful champion. Tristana going to be banned away. That's not a champion you see banned off very often, but that's actually 2 targeted bans at the mid lane, as Ornn is going to be the third ban away there.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to exhaust possibly that top lane pool because, you know, Shen, Ornn, typical top laners, Gangplank can find himself up there, and they do pick up the Samira for the first champion here so far, and what a very spicy pick, and you know, kind of just to continue to piggyback off that point. Talk about champions that got better with these items. Samira is definitely one of them.
I mean, Samira was already a really solid pick. Jhin actually has been a very favored champion through these draft phases. Morgana, of course, a great lane partner for him and a great lane partner in general, able to block off that crowd control with that black shield. But also extending the roots with Jin's Deadly Flourish. On the other side, Kled is going through, and that's a champion we don't see a lot. But
Karma, I love Karma. You are for those that don't know, Glovely is like the biggest Garen fanatic possibly in the world. I'm somewhat similar. My fanaticism for Karma isn't that high because no one can be as much of an excited person for Garen as Glovely, but Karma, I love that champion. She offers so much utility and a lot of aggression that people don't understand that she's able to enable.
Zach is going to be the jungler on the other side, and I love that elastic slingshot. It allows you to come at all these weird and wonky angles from over the wall. Nunu going to be banned away. Probably a good choice. Really great objective control jungler. Malphite is going to be the ban on the other side. That one surprises me just a little bit, but it is still a very viable top laner. I've even seen it being played mid. Echo and Annie going to be the other 2 bans away, so unfortunately Dr. Haskell not going to be able to see his favorite champion.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I was going to mention, it seems that both of these teams have a pretty good idea of what's really strong. They're picking up the Zac here because he's one of the strongest champions to scale with health. Of course, Bombi, Cinder, and that whole line of items, the Sunfire Cape kind of being the one that we were reminiscing about. It's really strong on champions like this, and the entire set of bans here kind of follow suit with that identity. Even Annie, to some extent, has seen some play with that item in the jungle. So be on the lookout for Annie jungle with some Cinderhulk action-ish.
So Kedin, Galio, Hecarim, and finally Lucian are going to be what rounds out the bans. very AD heavy from the side of Bay State there, with the Jhin, with the Lucian, and also Kennen, of course, relies a bit on attack damage in order to get his auto attacks off, especially in that early game. Although Doran's Ring is now a viable option for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, you really do want to consider. There is really just a debate on whether or not those starting items, the Doran series, are kind of being outclassed and outshadowed by expediting your mythic purchase, right? And Kennen does have a plethora of different choices to make. You have Rift Maker if he takes Conqueror. You have, of course, Cosmic Drive, which, of course, is a legendary item. But that Hextech Rocket Belt, what an interesting item to put on a champion that has for the longest time struggled to just get that engage off, but if they do successfully, can completely turn the tides of a team fight.
Yeah, I guess they finally fixed all the kinks in the Proto Belt and upgraded it to a full release.
I mean, but it does a tremendous amount of
time.
Exactly. That in addition with, of course, that demonic embrace. I mean, those two in tandem, doesn't matter how frontline heavy and beefy your team is, you have Kled, Galio, Hecarim, they could melt as if they're any other champion.
Yeah, looking at these team compositions, I also want to point out that there's a very engaged, heavy team composition there with the Hecarim, with the Karma, with the Kled. You've got a lot of movement speed with those three champions, and of course, you can affect a lot of area thanks to Samira, thanks to Galio, able to draw in targets. So what this looks to me like is a rush-down composition, trying to get your tanks in your face, and then gather you all together and blow you up with the Samira.
Yeah, and then on the other side of things, I mean, it's kind of the same approach, right? Just a little bit more poignant. The Dark Binding, the Deadly Flourish, even the Elastic Slingshot to some extent can be used for that pick potential. And then you have just the raw amount of follow-up and burst damage from the Lucian, the Kennen, and even the Jhin to some extent. So I do like the way both of these teams are kind of looking at things here.
Looks like we're going to wrap things up. These are the finals for the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. So everybody, grab your drinks, grab your snacks, sit down in your seat. We're going into game one.
Yeah, we're heading into game one here. It's Bay State, it's Boston. Should be a good one. Best of 3 here for the champion. Of course, we'll have Baratel back for the game 2 draft, and maybe even game 3, depends on how it goes. We did not see Boston yet so far. We saw Bay State and Boise State already, and then we had our 3rd place game. So Boston, the only team that we have not seen so far. They're going to be up against a very, very formidable Bay State team. Of course, Q Meyer targeted in a lot of those bans that you guys are talking about with the Gangplank, with the Shen, with the Malphite. So I'm going to be curious to see how he's going to perform this game on, champion we haven't seen him on. We've only seen him on the Shen and the Gangplank. I'll be really curious to see how he does this game and how that's going to impact the rest of the map, because Boise State continuously had to play around him in their 2 games we saw. Would love to see how this game is going to go as we kick things off here between Boston University and Bay State. And on that, Kennen, you guys were talking about, I think the one thing is going to be curious to see what he wants to start with. Looks like it's a Doran's Blade for now. But what mythic item he wants to build between the Rocket Belt or the Leandries is going to be very, very interesting.
Definitely. I mean, he does have a couple of tanks that he's going to need to burn through. Arguably a 3rd, depending on the way Kled ends up building. He does tend to build a bit of a bruisery build to get that bonus health for Skarl. But on the other hand, you could just go for the full damage and just melt down health bars, especially with that Leandries. We've been talking about it. Couple of trades going back and forth. Nothing too big, of course. So no big invades here.
We are going to see one swap from Bay State. Does look like they put Admiral Potato in the jungle role. Little B-Man is in the support role this time. So curious to see how Admiral Potato will perform. Hopefully we can get those guys swapped up there on the icons just to make everything all uniform. But that'll be one thing to watch out for. I've not seen Little B-Man in the support role so far this series. Admiral Potato has been that guy. And also see the Dark Harvest on Jhin. Not something you always see all the time. Usually you go for a Fleet Foot or something more to sustain.
To me, that kind of calls that you want to poke a lot, because in order to really make the most of your Dark Harvest, you need to get your opponent consistently at low health. So that to me speaks to a high pressure kind of lane, and certainly you can get that off with a Jhin and Jhin and a Morgana, but Samira is a tough one to bring down.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Dark Binding combo as well as the Deadly Flourish. You should be able to take her down. I don't think, maybe besides the root landing, Trill's not going to have much to make use of in the bot lane for the Samira passive. So he's not going to have those extra knockups. As you see, there's Admiral Potato, first elastic slingshot in, going to get Can Win knocked up in the air. Ignite's going to come out. He will level up to get that extra bonus health, but it's not going to matter. Looks like that was a PTA. Press the attack. You're going to give first blood over to Devil to Grey.
Yeah, really close. Almost did get that escape, but unfortunately, you can't really dodge an auto attack. And if Lucian's in range, you're probably going to take a few of them. So, overall, first advantage to Bay State. Going to pick up that first blood for themselves. And getting a Lucian ahead is really great. He's already an early game lane bully.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make Can Win no need his life even harder. Of course, he's playing the Galio, who doesn't have as much anti-magic as he used to in his old kit, but still does have that passive shield. He's not going to have an easy of a time against someone like a Lucian, who would be more than content to just build Kraken Slayer and just kind of burst him down to the ground with that press the attack. As we see, Trill and Slogan are pushing. Dark Binding is going to miss. The root will still hit, though, but no follow-up, and it looks like Boston University's bot lane putting a lot of pressure on. You can see the CS difference equal to that in the top lane. Q-Meyer has been dominating all night tonight in terms of his lane opponents. First against Prominence Blade, and now looks like it's Sloppy Thirds who's feeling a little bit of that, losing right now 24-11 and pushing against it.
I mean, it is that situation where you have a range versus melee matchup, and if you're Kled, you really have a hard time being able to close that gap. We do have a gank from the jungler. Emerald Potato is going to get him off of Skarl. He flashes, almost gets brought back into it, but is able to get away just barely with the pocket pistol.
Yeah, looks like the quick little elastic slingshot knockup missed, and that might have been enough to keep Sloppy Thirds alive. As you can see in the mid lane, Devil to Grey has Can Win no need at half-life. They are going to have Eel right behind him, though, and a teleport in from Sloppy Thirds is going to allow him to pick up Sexless, and now the tower dive is on. Skarl's going to eat some of it. And great little tower dive there for Boston University. Nearly lost Sloppy Third, so they'll trade 2 for 1, but still going to pull that one off nicely.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised they didn't trade the tower aggro there, but Don DeGray caught out here by this Galio. Good taunt, but is he going to have enough damage? Lucian doesn't have mana. Yes, he does pick up the elimination.
Yeah, gets the flash out of it as well. Double Grey Flash still took the Justice Punch damage from the previous location. Of course, auto attacks and flash don't always communicate well. The attack is already off. You'll take it even though you flashed away. So, does look like Admiral Potato is going to try and hop in. Taunt will land. Going to knock him up in the air. Justice Punch coming. And he's going to be able to punch him to death. Now Admiral Potato could be able to get back to tower range. He still has the passive, and he's not even going to be able to take it down. Eel came so close, but not enough damage for him.
Yeah, I wasn't willing to commit fully to a tower dive. Knew that the Lucian was on his way back to lane, so decided not to risk it, even though he probably could have just stepped forward a little bit, got one more hit off, not quite able to finish the job. The good news for him is that that's going to leave him free to roam the map, because his opposing jungler is going to be forced to back away, not able to regen up quite enough. Good wind wall there to block the Dark Binding.
Force shot still going to land, and the root as well. But here comes Eel. Going to try and jump in on the little B-Man. He will hit a root. Tries to flash away. Going to get put on the leash, though, and he will be taken out. Sloppy running it down Q-Meyer, but not able to quite eliminate him. Looks like we do see Sexless running through the jungle. Pink's coming out. Can Win rotating over to him. He'll blast going towards red buff. We'll see that camera on the chase on the minimap. Camera wants to allow us to watch Sloppy. Last hit some minions. Does get the bear trap on to Q-Meyer. Looks like Sexless has been found out, so that kill will go over to Can Win. And Boston's going to pick up a pair in the bot side once again. Now we're going to see an ult committed there by Q-Meyer. Just gets the stun, did not take down Skarl, but a huge steal on the Dragon from Admiral Potato. Going to try and flash to finish down Trill, slams them together. Meanwhile, Q-Meyer has been taken out on the top side, but Double the Gray is there. Admiral Potato does have the black shield, going to be forced into the passive. Trill and Eel are so low, but for some reason, Little B-Man is opting not to go for him. Zach going to be able to regen with the passive. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find a kill, so he'll get the Dragon and lose his life. It's a double kill, but a nice snipe by Sexless does get something back for Bay State.
That was absolutely a fantastic steal there from that Zac. That's something you have to watch out for whenever you're up against a Zac, is that he can smite mid-elastic slingshot, and it's got so much range. So he could come flying out of the fog of war from who knows where if you don't have the entire dragon boarded up. From there, he actually came out of Bay State's jungle and was just barely able to close the gap.
Yeah, great job by Admiral Potato. First game we've seen him on jungle. He was the support in the first 2 games against Boise State that we saw him and Little B-Man changing roles, and so far it's worked decently well, but the big change for Bay State is Qmire not having as dominating performance as we saw him have against Prominence Blade. 0-1-1 on that Kennen. Did not teleport back to lane. Does look like he might be going for the rocket belt there. We'll have to see. Right now, we see a gank coming in from Eel. He's going to charge in right behind him, redirected to knock him away from the tower. Could use a tower dive with Scarl, but they're not going to need it. Sloppy's going to pick up another one.
You know, you don't see Kled very often, but we're not exactly seeing why in this game. He's doing a very good job of maintaining Scarl, backing off when he needs to, making sure that he stays healthy up against this Kennen. And of course, Kennen, being the range champion, does have that push advantage, but you're not seeing it here. He's letting the Kennen push him in. That allows Evil to come in from behind, pick up those ganks. And that's one of the advantages to not being a hard push lane.
Scarl is going to disappear. Qmire is going to pop the ult. There's not much Sloppy can do. He'll pistol blast away. Flash, few seconds from coming off cooldown, trying to build up the courage to get Scarl back in. Nice use of the minion there, but Qmire is going to get the shutdown. And now Qmire, 1-2-1, gets that extra gold, and Sloppy's going to be forced to walk back to lane with no teleport available. So it'll be Eel who's going to cover to try and stop Qmire from getting the plates. He's got Admiral Potato behind him. Here's entrance going to be used. It'll be a 2-on-2 as the slingshot comes in. Hecarim gets shut down before Galio can do anything. You want to see a root land in the bot lane, so both supports will be rooted. Chill will dash in and get the kill. Boston University doing a nice job pushing their advantage on the top side. Well, Bay State, unfortunately, can't find much on the bottom side either. A nice job canceling out the charge there from Galio. He gets the taunt. Will it be enough? Yes, they'll trade 1 for 1. But that'll allow Qmire to get some more plates as well.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation there for Can Window Deed. Galio does have a lot of survivability, but really, it's just the Hecarim at this point in the game doesn't have a lot of tank stats. He's really building damage, trying to get to that Trinity Force as soon as possible. And as a result, can get blown up a lot easier than you might think he would.
Yeah, Hecarim not always the tankiest. Does look like he's sticking for that damage, as you mentioned, for the Triforce. Sloppy almost about to lose the Scarl once again. He's going to try and re-engage. He will lose Scarl. Ult not available this time for Qmire, so he will just run away. Sloppy going to try and build up that courage to be able to remount here, but he's got an elastic slingshot coming over the wall, going to knock him up in the air, and he's not going to be able to remount, and maybe this is why we don't see much of Kled. See, he's thrown away that 3-1-1 lead very quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the downside to Kled, is that once he dismounts, he loses a lot of power and mobility in his kit. Can make it very difficult to do anything with it. We do see an attempted tower dive of sorts here. Little B-Man trapped under tower. There's nowhere for him to go. Trill's on a rampage now, 4-0-2. That is a terrifying place to see the enemy Samira.
Yeah, Little B-Man only just barely hit level 5. Far and away the lowest player in the game. The only one without their ultimate available. So maybe we're going to see him and Admiral Potato swap back for game 2 in terms of support and jungle, because while Admiral Potato's been playing quite well, Little B-Man has not, and his Admiral Potato will elastic slingshot over the wall. Sexless has got to retreat. Boston setting up for this second dragon.
And it will be up soon. It doesn't look like there's anything left to respond to. They do end up dropping the Rift Herald in that top lane, so good call by Bay State. Going to give that extra gold over to the Kennen. Actually going to pick up the entire turret, so that's first turret of the game over to Bay State.
A great job there by Admiral Potato. He's done a really good job holding down most of the objectives. We do see the Cloud Drake will go over to Boston University, looking at an Infernal Soul coming up. Both teams, I'm sure, would love that. We do see our first mythic item of the game has been finished for both sides. It's an Immortal Shield Bow for Trill, and it's the Kraken Slayer for Devil the Grey. So going to have a ton of burst damage with that press the attack as well as that Kraken Slayer every third attack. Going to hit quite hard for that Lucian.
Yeah, what's up with these marksmen getting these advantages so early on and finishing their items? Because marksman items at this point are just so powerful and impactful on the game, especially the Kraken Slayer and the Immortal Shield Bow. Haven't seen Gale Force get used a lot, even considered using it on Garen myself, but overall hasn't been useful. Oh, he's gonna find someone out. Does he want to fight though? This is a Zac against a Karma. Zac has additional help. Isn't going to use it though. Did have the Black Shield on him. Could have gone for it. Decides to back away.
And they will take out the ward though. So they'll get that extra 30 gold in that trade. Q-Meyer looks like he might want to chase down Slogan. Has a huge level advantage. Level 10. Him and Devil the Grey both sitting on that. Can win, no need. The only person level 10 for Boston University. Little B-Man has now caught up. Binding's going to miss though, and it looks like we'll just start trading some wards. This Kled's going to ult in the mid lane. He wants to try and find out Q-Meyer. He will run away. Little B-Man going to get caught out there. Nothing he can do though. Coling has been committed as well. Boston's going to do a great job of using the Kled ult to pick one up off of base state.
Yeah, the charge definitely gets into range, but keep in mind that that ability has a really long cooldown. He brings his whole team with it. A big taunt comes out. Hecarim goes in, but doesn't have the health to continue.
Curtain call used. The rocket belt from Q-Meyer. Tried to combo with the ult, but a great taunt by Can Win, no need. Stops it from getting there. Root will land onto Trill, but it doesn't look like anyone is too worried. Looks like it's just going to be a couple extra plates at the last final seconds here over to base state. So they'll split that gold 3 ways, and they're doing a pretty good job here of cashing in on a lot more plates than we've seen from Boston.
But it is base state who now has pressure on the map, and that's a big deal for them. They're now able to pressure off, pick up some more CS, try and pick up lane objectives. We see a little scuffle here happening over the blue buff. 2 versus 1 though. Q-Meyer is forced to back away.
Yeah, great job blocking the Q there from Q-Meyer to be able to save the blue buff, and Trill will pick that one up. Trying to back on a ward. That won't go over well for Devil the Grey, but he can just easily retreat. And Slogan's going to start clearing out his own jungle, making sure it's ward free, as neither team has many objectives to fight over. So it looks like we got a rotation down on the bot side where Sloppy's there. Eel's going to try to dry it in. Hero's Entrance will come out, not going to land on to anyone. Sexless gets the Black Shield, but it's probably not going to be enough. Looks like Sloppy's just going to take him down as soon as his cooldowns allow. Little B-Man going to go charging through the turret. He'll be taken out, but only a solo kill. Boston's rotation's been pretty strong so far as they pick up 2.
Definitely making the most of the movement speed on this Hecarim. He's been all over the map. Looks like Trill though in a dangerous situation.
He'll get knocked up there by the Let's Bounce, forced to flash away. Can he find something to slam them together? No, he can't. Eel's going to knock the Coling. Now Devil the Grey's got to run. He wants to try and find the kill onto Trill. He will not. It's a shutdown over to Slogan, who gets the kill steal. Once again, Boston doing a great job stopping any roam. Apple Potato going to slingshot over to the blast cone. He'll have Q-Meyer trapped, but Kennen should be able to get away with that rocket belt and upgraded boots.
Unfortunate the taunt went off just a little too late, but he is going to try and find out this Kennen Hugh. Q-Meyer is able to back away though.
Q-Meyer still sticking around. He's got 3 members of Boston University all next to him. We do see Admiral Potato is slowly rotating down. It doesn't look like anything's going to come of it. Dragon spawning in less than a minute. Both teams, I'm sure, would love to get an Infernal Soul an Infernal Dragon on their side, let alone the Infernal Soul. Third Dragon go a long way to seeing who will have the advantage there.
Yeah, both teams very much damage-oriented teams, so that Infernal Dragon going to multiply whatever powers they have, which currently would be a much bigger advantage for Boston University as they have completed all of their mythics across the board.
You see there's an engage from Sloppy. Gonna jump right into the ulti from Q-Meyer, who will force him off Skarl and use that small moment of invulnerability to be able to disengage back to the turret. Doesn't look like anyone else on the rest of the map too interested in that fight. Can win, no need. Gonna try and damage Devil the Grey. Everyone waiting for this Infernal to spawn. Both top laners do have teleport, though I'm sure Sloppy would love to back before he channels it.
Looks like he is going to get the recall off, so both teams probably prepping for Baron. Teleport is also available for Q-Meyer, so both top laners will be able to join this fight if they want.
Dragon going to be started by Boston. Teleport coming in. There's Q-Meyer. Looks like Sloppy's going to come in from the back line. He tries to jump onto Trill, and he uses a stopwatch there to avoid the taunt. Devil the Gray is going to get run down, and Sloppy's got one on the back line. Coling comes out and takes down Eel. Q-Meyer going to try and rocket belts away. Nice stun going to land, and it's a shutdown over to Admiral Potato. He still has the pass available. He's going to jump onto Trill. Slogan's going to pick one up, and it's another 2 for 2. But Devil the Gray, who survived, able to take down Trill, and now looks like Boston's running out of damage. Sloppy wants to jump onto the Lucian. Still has Scarl available. Will lose the Scarl. Can't quite find it with the shotgun blast. He'll start running away, but everyone incredibly low for Bay State. They lose the Zach passive. They're going to lose Q-Meyer as well. Devil Gray's going to dash away. It looks like Zach is able to regen, but Scarl's able to come back as well. And they're going to stop the elastic slingshot, and it's a double kill for Slogan. They're going to try and run down the Lucian, who's going to flash in. Combo with the Kraken Slayer, able to take down Slogan, and now Sloppy's got to be careful. Scarl sitting at 1 HP. And Lucian regenning with that red buff. He is able to take down Scarl. Sloppy not able to hit him. And now it's going to be a shutdown. And Devil the Gray playing extremely well. He will just get run over by Eel, who has respawned. Little B-Man's there as well. Forced to burn the exhaust. A root lands from Sexless. And that dragon fight is going to see all 10 members at some point get forced back to base.
And in the middle of that dragon fight, the dragon is still up. Neither team turned and tried to commit to the dragon. They were all focused on this fight. So there is now an advantage to Boston. They are going to have the ability to sit on top of this dragon. Curtain Call does come out, but it's not able to close in. Slicing Maelstrom, though, does follow up.
With the Proto Belt. Now Trill's got to be careful. Does not have flash. He can dash to Slogan, and he will do just that. The stun nearly took him down. Can't win, no need. Also going to jump away, and unfortunately for Bay State, they can find nothing, so they'll lose the dragon in the process.
Yeah, good disengage from Boston University. Get what you need and get the heck out as quick as you can.
These teams very evenly matched, though, even with the 6-kill advantage. The gold lead only just above 1,000. As you can see, CS in the top lane, heavily favoring Q-Meyer. Jungle's pretty even. Mid lane, about a 40 CS lead for Devil the Gray. And then bot lane's the one lane where Trill put in some work on Sexless and has the 50 CS lead. So a big reason why Bay State is staying so close is the CS of their top and mid laners. And we'll see if Boston can punish them now, as they have a Rift Herald they could fight over if they want to try and take down a second turret. Neither team has found more than one, but the mid turret for Boston incredibly low. Looks like that's where everybody's hanging out for now. That elastic slingshot being channeled. Trill dodges the root. At least he dodged the first one. Looks like he dodged the second one as well. Cameron did not let us see it. It looks like Boston will disengage.
There's sort of a focus here around this top side. Rift Herald is going to be gone now. Baron spawning in 5 seconds here. So neither team is going to be able to pick up that second Herald, but Baron is now going to be alive and active on the field. Neither team, I think, has the damage to be able to put it down without being able to be sure that the other team is losing some members, or at the very least the jungler. Coling and a couple of flashes do come out there.
And they get the flash off of Trill. We do see all of the mythic items finished. Rocket Belt done for Can Win, No Need. We see the Eclipse on both Sloppy and Sexless, as well as a Triforce there on Eel, so still going for that damage Hecarim and builds. Admiral Potato's going to slingshot in. Slicing Maelstrom's going to land a stun on both Trill and Eel. Eel's forced to dash away with the ultimate. Admiral Potato going to get a nice knockup onto Slogan. Can't find anything to slam them together until Sloppy lets him do it, but it looks like Karma will survive, and Sloppy's able to ring down the Zac, and the teams will trade 1 for 1, with 2 low health members of Boston just barely surviving.
Yeah, it can be really irritating when someone gets that sliver of health. It might be why so many players have been picking up the Collector now, just for that extra execute damage, to make sure that someone doesn't sneak away with just that sliver of HP in the end. We're at that stage in the game now where both teams need to start looking at who's their big carries, where is all of their damage and kills coming from. And on the side of Bay State, it's definitely coming from Devil the Gray. 7-3-1 on this Lucian, still has a 200 gold bounty on his head. He might be getting collapsed on, but the collapse might have a collapse itself.
Yeah, Can Win, No Need. Thought he was all alone. I don't even know if he wins that, even if it is a 1v1. You can see Devil the Gray working on that mana immune as well. 219 mana, so he's still a bit away from stacking it all the way up. Once he gets that mirror mana, he will be very, very hard to stop. Meanwhile, it's Sloppy, who's sitting at that 7, 4, and 5, but the lack of CS has causing for the huge difference in items as he only has the Tiamat and the Caulfield's Fin along with his boots. So we see a nice little smite steal. Nope, didn't actually go through. Thought maybe Admiral Tato got it off, but that was not the case.
All the same, good attempts. We do have multiple members down in that bot lane. Just there to try and pressure this tower. There is only a Kled there in answer, but on the other side of the field, Boston University is actually setting up around Baron.
So you see Sloppy wanted to engage on Devil the Grey. Did not know that Admiral Potato was there, but as soon as Potato shows himself, it's going to be a Baron start here for Boston. Don't see any pings quite yet from Bay State, showing that they know, but you can see Q-Meyer, a little B-Man rotating over. Meanwhile, nice flash for Devil the Grey. He'll be flashed on by Sloppy, and the Coaling will take him down. And now we've re-engaged here on the Bearing. Slicing Maelstrom comes out, so will the Zanyas. And Slexus will take down EO for the first kill with the Curtain Call. Q-Meyer going to run away. Alt comes out from Cho, but he's going to be stunned up. And that Baron is going to be stopped, and now it's Bay State's turn to start on the Dragon. There's no jungler in sight for Boston.
Yeah, I didn't like that Baron call from Boston University. They leave themselves wide open. They didn't have any members eliminated, which means it was just a matter of time before Bay State was able to come down and collapse on them. They didn't even have their main damage dealer with them, who was too busy dealing with the Lucian in the bot lane himself. And now they're going to lose Baron and potentially a tower for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Devil the Grey will run out of minions. Baron will go over to Bay State, and that's going to give him 3 minutes to potentially shove in the bot lane or the top lane, but for now they're going to shift their focus immediately over to the Dragon, and there's a decent chance Devil the Grey burns this down before anyone on Boston can even get there, even with Hecarim.
You know, Boston University absolutely dominant in the early parts of the game, but now we have an Infernal Drake going over to Bay State. They have kept themselves in this game with smart macro play. Things are still fairly even. As a matter of fact, 5K in the favor of Bay State at this point in the game.
Yeah, a lot of that coming down to just the extra turrets. It's 4-1 in terms of turrets and the extra CS, especially now in the mid lane, winning by nearly 100. And you see also in the top lane, it's still a 50 CS difference, and Sexless has closed the gap. So the small stuff, farming, taking jungle camps with Admiral Potato so far ahead, already level 13, has really allowed Bay State, despite not being in the kill lead for much, if at all, in this game, to maintain a slight gold lead here, and they still have Baron as well, but it doesn't look like they've found much pressure from it for now.
Just goes to show for all of you watching at home, kills don't win games, objectives win games. So stop chasing kills and take the tower, darn it!
And take the tower and CS well. Another big thing, because, I mean, you can see, even though Sloppy has 7 kills to 3, Q-Meyer has nearly as many items as they're going to try and engage on Eel. They'll slam him together with the blue buff, but he should be able to run away. He is right on top of the Blasco where he gets rooted, so he's able to hit it and get to safety.
Yeah, one of those situations where, thank goodness, it's the Infernal Rift, or that Blast Cone wouldn't have spawned there. Ward Wars are continuing here in the jungle as Evil forced to run away. So, very difficult situation for Boston University. They need to find an opening as their tower is just getting melted by this Baron buff.
Yeah, Q-Meyer using the Baron buff minions in the top lane to solo down his tower with no resistance. Sloppy has learned that he probably can no longer 1-for-1 with that Kennen. You see now, Q-Meyer wants to hop on to that inhibitor turret in the top side. Devil the Grey's there as well. Level 16, highest member in the game by quite a bit. Got a 2-level lead on everybody else, and that means that no one on Boston really stands a chance unless they get a nice gank onto him, and here we go. Shield from the speed up from the Karma, speed up from Sloppy. They're going to jump on Little B-Man, who's forced to use the Zanyas. Unfortunately for Canwin, he's going to dash right into a wall. They'll take Morgana down, but they're going to have to trade it off for the Galio. Now they're going to lose Trill as well. Let's Bounce going to run down Slogan. It's a triple kill for Devil the Grey. He's got no one to slam him into. Q-Meyer should be able to chase him down. It's a 4-for-0, a 4-for-1 for Bay State, and they should have the ability here to kick up at least one inhibitor, if not more.
I think right there we saw the intention behind Boston's team composition, using the Kled's charge to and the Karma's speed up shield to accelerate the Hecarim even faster into the opposing team. But unfortunately, the Zonia's Hourglass able to keep Morgana alive, and now he's going to go down. That's an ace for Bay State, potentially the game.
And there you can see Nexus Tower 1 has already been evaporated. Nexus Tower 2 at 50%. Before the two members of Boston can respawn, he's going to rocket belt in for the taunt. but can't win, no needs. Going to be immediately taken down. Here comes Floppy as well as Trill and Slogan. They've gotten some of them low, but it's a double kill for Devil the Gray. He will be taken down by the very last tick of the Samir ult. Nexus is supposed. Qmeyer trying to auto-attack it down. Arrow Potato barely hanging on, and now Sexus will turn his eyes to it as well, and it looks like reinforcements with minions are on the way. And at 27 minutes, Bay State's going to pick up game number 1 here in our Emerson Charity League of Legends Finals.
Great game played by both teams, but in the end, we just saw exactly what macro play and good farm can do for a game. They were so far ahead in gold, not from getting those eliminations, but just from staying relevant through through strong macro and micro play.
Yeah, really good job by Bay State. Yeah, as you mentioned, it was, let's take objectives. Let's just make sure we win our lane in terms of CS. It kept them in the game despite the kill lead really never shifting in their favor until the final minutes, and that's how they're able to pick up game number 1. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with game number 2 between Boston and Bay State here in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup, and we'll be joined once again by our draft expert, Baratel, to break everything down in games 2 right after this short break.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Hello and welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We had quite the back and forth game in game number 1 between Boston and Bay State, and I'm sure chat is ready to go here for game number 2 in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. Once again, we'll toss it over to our draft expert, Baratel. He'll be joined by Globally to break down the game 2 draft. And I'll be back for game number 2 between these two teams in this best of 3 in the finals.
Globally, what a game 1. Both teams kind of coming right out the bat. And it definitely showed that these teams are ready for, of course, the finals here. I want to throw you a quick question. When it came to the game, I found a theme that ended up working for the winning team. What did you think was the deciding factor that the losing team here could have done better on?
I think in terms of their champion selection was fine. I think a lot of it was just macro play. Like, if you get a kill, that's great, especially in the early game, but you need to translate that into an objective. Every time you get a kill, you need to do something with it.
Absolutely. And it's possible to see that, maybe this team switches things up. Maybe it's possible that Boston wants to change their team comp a little bit and end up putting themselves in a little bit of a different position, because we saw both teams go for this kind of engage heavy, we want to fight over objectives team comp, and Bay State just kind of ran all over everything there for them. So Tristana, another similar ban. Gangplank is going to be banned away from Boston, and I think these first 3 bans are going to be the same. Going to keep the Tristana in there, and maybe the Amumu is going to come out, but I would be very surprised to not see the Gangplank in addition to Shen and Ornn here. Okay.
Zach actually going to be banned away, and I think that's a good call. Zach was an absolute monster in that game. That first Dragon Steal is really what kept the objective control in their hands, So Boston, of course, really love that champion. Shen going to be the ban from Bay State there. So obviously, very powerful champion. Lots of global presence.
And there's the Amumu ban as well. Again, we see this kind of rotation of champions, especially with how strong just Bomby Cinder is as an item. It's just doing so much damage when it comes to that final fruition. You finally unlock the Sunfire variant, and you just turn into a literal Aegis for your team. They're like, look, the Bastion, the lights of Gondor have lit. That's our signal. Let's go fight. Jin's going to come out here, though, and that could be an interesting pick. Did do pretty well for setting up that team. It gives an opportunity for kind of that soft engage with the Curtain Call, and then the Deadly Flourish to follow up for whatever pick or dive your team might go for. So I think it's a really good pick there.
Yeah, Lucian going to be on the other side, and Graves actually going to be the jungler here. So interesting pick. Lots of early game pressure, but doesn't bring any crowd control or any tankiness to his team. On the other hand, Sejuani brings a lot of tankiness, and back in the Cinderhulk meta, she was the dominant tank.
Yeah, and I mean, now she even does damage. They kept power creeping her, giving her more and more damage, taking away her resistances. But now that there's a damage-focused tank item, this is going to be a pretty dangerous combo, in addition to this Lux.
Yep, Lux is going to be picked up. Great range on her. Malphite is going to be the tank pickup on the other side, so that's been banned out a lot this tournament. Maybe we're going to see just how effective of a pick that champion can be, especially since one of his favorite items is now a mythic. Silas is going to be banned away there by the side of Boston.
Great call. You don't want to give your enemy team a Malphite if you have one, so good idea to kind of take that away. Taking the Thresh out of the picture is a good idea as well, because it is a champion that can just ruin an entire bottom lane and give your jungler or other resources you want to commit to that bottom lane the free reign to go any lane they want to.
Pyke also a great choice. Rumble also going to be banned away, so a couple of very strong champions. Rakan is going to be the pickup there for that bot lane, so it's either going to be Rakan and Lucian or some other AD carry. Illaoi is going to be picked up for the top lane there on the side of Bay State. We saw that be played by Boise State earlier. Prominence Blade made good use of it, and Victor going to be the final pickup for that mid lane.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, and Victor receiving, I think, the most changes specifically per champion. Normally, you'd just be able to purchase one of his major items, that Hextech Core, but now you get them on kills or assists, so he becomes, if involved in the right sort of objective fights, an absolute monster if you start winning out on dragons or towers or barons if it gets to that point. And on the other side of things, a great response, the Echo coming out, making sure that Victor does not have that much of a field day of a lane in the mid lane come level 6.
Now that the teams are all set, we have 5 on each side. We get a general idea as to where these champions are going. Nothing too crazy. My question to you is, what do you think of these teams? What are they telling you?
Well, if we think about it, they've kind of done the same thing. It's similar in the sense that they have a mirrored draft. We have Jhin, Sejuani, Alawi and Victor, along with Lux, I guess, in any sense, these 5 champions get to establish a zone of control or immediately capture a zone of control with the ultimate coming out from Sejuani, Alawi's ultimate coming out as well. You have that rift, the gravity rift, and then that chaos storm coming out from Victor, all while contained within probably the curtain call, the Lucent beam coming out. They're going to do what they can to try and keep things contained within a fight. But on the other side of things, I mean, it looks kind of similar, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very area of effect focused kind of game with strong engagement. On the other side of things, I mean, of course, the Malphite unstoppable force, there's nothing you can do to stop that kind of engage, implied in the name. Echo, of course, can follow up on that if they've timed their location really well. Rakan's quickness can group people into an area. And then Graves and Lucian can just unleash the guns everywhere.
Right, true. And I think the one caveat is Malphite, Rakan, Echo, and Graves do a insane amount of burst damage, where on the other side of things, I really do think that pardon me, only really Lux has that kind of burst potential. Jhin does have that 4-shot, sure, but you have to shoot out 3 shots to get there. Victor's all about putting out rotations as much as he can with the beam and the Chaos Storm, which does ticking damage. And Alawi, she has to go through multiple rotations of that reduced cooldown E to get those tentacles to slam down. So it's going to take maybe a little bit of time, but if it ends up going well for them, that whole Alawi setup can be huge if they get the time to set up.
Definitely. And between the Alawi and the Sejuani, you have a very strong front line that I think will allow you to survive a lot of the bursts that will be coming out from the other side. And I think that's going to be one of the big factors as we now continue in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup Finals. This is Bay State versus Boston, and I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, I can't wait for game number 2. Big shout out to Baratel breaking it all down. And with Boise State not in contention, I'll say I hope we see him for game number 3 because we don't have to worry about Boise State trying to close out a series. So I can't wait to see if we get to a game number 3 between these two teams. I mean, as chat kind of mentioned, it turned into a nearly team deathmatch style. And while it was Boston who was usually winning the team fights, it was Bay State who was slowly chipping it away. Hey, let's get this Baron. Hey, let's get this Dragon. And then eventually the objective players ended up beating out the pure team fight players. So I'll be really curious to see how this goes. Be curious to see what Bay State wants to do in terms of the jungle and support. I thought Admiral Potato played really, really well. I don't think Little B-Man played that great in support, and they're going to keep him there, though. So it is going to be interesting to see how exactly that works out. They do have on the Lux, so a little bit more bursty, basically a poor man's Morgana, if you will, in terms of utility. Doesn't have the CC immunity on the shield, as he's just going to keep throwing out those bindings onto Slogan, who will eat them no problem. Do see a pair of corrupting potions here from both mid laners and top laners. And I was also liking to see the fact that Boston University is putting Lucian in the role that he was originally designed in, and a role that I think with Kraken Slayer we're going to see a lot more in, taking him down into that bot lane and taking it out of the hands of Devil the Great.
I mean, he's just such a powerful marksman, especially in this meta, where the Kraken Slayer is great for taking out tanks. But it looks like they're going to do a cheeky little early game invade here as that red buff is being taken away. Admiral Potato has taken some damage, not going to be able to answer. Rakan thankfully doesn't find the elimination, but that's a steal, and unfortunately a low enough health bar that he's going to have to back.
Yeah, and that's going to set him back in a number of different ways. Be curious to see if Admiral Potato is going to try and rush over to his blue buff, because now also with the jungle changes, he's going to have to get that smite rolling. You usually don't smite first camp. You said Eel did. Of course, he was, when you're stealing a buff, you'll usually end up smiting it. So now that kind of helps him out in one. He's probably going to have his jungle item on a little bit sooner. Also interesting to note that it's the challenging smite coming out from Admiral Potato. Would think for a Sejuani, you would prefer the chilling smite, so you can get your stun on the line faster and chase down someone trying to run away from you. Of course, against the Graves, does make sense to take less damage. We do see Eels right there behind Bay State's bot lane. He's currently taking the Krugs away, and Humeyer on that Illawarra played against it earlier today against Boise State in Prominence play, doing a really good job pressing Sloppy all the way back to his turret, but he still has Corrupting Potion charges to get some of that mana back.
You know, I think I've heard you pronounce Ilaoi in like 3 different ways over the
Keeping
course
you on
of
your
this
toes.
broadcast.
Keeping you on your toes.
Just curious, because whenever I see that champion, I can't help but think about Illinois, the state, the U.S. state. But as we can see, Ilaoi does a lot of damage in these melee matchups. Is it really?
I've never heard anyone compare it to the state of Illinois, that's for sure. But hey, I mean,
Yeah,
if it helps you remember how to pronounce it, I mean, you know, more power to you. I'll just continue to keep you on your toes, Glovely, and sometimes I'll call her Illawow, sometimes I'll call her Ilaoi, and you know, you'll never actually know where we're going, if we're going to the state of Illinois or not. So you see, unfortunately, these bindings from Little B-Man have been pretty solid. The damage follow-up from both himself and Sexless have been a little bit lacking here for the most part.
Yeah, we are still in those early stages of the game. No one's really picked up their big items here. Do see a little trade back and forth, but not getting baited into a fight with a jungler, and that's good news. Maybe he's sensing that something's up. Someone's a little bit sus here.
Vote him right out the airlock. We have vertical jungling going on here. Is after that red buff steal, Eel stayed on the bot side of the map. Now he goes over to his own blue buff. Great job by Admiral Potato. Recognizing that, he goes up and steals the red buff of Eel, so it is going to be a 2-buff start for both junglers. A little bit slower for the Sejuani, but they're both on similar smite timers now. Both 2 smites down and decently close to getting that jungle item around the 6-7 minute mark, depending on how aggressively you want to use that smite. And we see this time CS favoring Trill in the bot lane, winning that matchup. Last time, of course, he was the one lone bright spot for Boston in terms of farming. As we see, it's also Can Win No Need doing a great job winning that matchup against Devil de Grey there. And it looks like for right now, he's got a jungler behind him, but Sloppy does not care.
I like the Lux pick. You've got basically the same kind of setup with Morgana, but with some more damage. Meanwhile, Sloppy Thirds manages to find out Admiral Potato in the jungle. Put some damage down as he's trying to stop the counter jungle, but he's outnumbered 2 versus 1. It looks like those minions are going to go over to the side of Bay State.
Can Win No Need rotates up, blast cones over. Gonna proc the 3 attack passive, and now Admiral Potato's gonna be forced to dash away. There's a nice flash over the wall, but it looks like that Sejuani will also flash over the Baron Pit, and he will survive. Now it's Qmire who's gotta worry. Can Win No Need gonna hop on to him. So we got a flash from Sloppy as well to make sure that slow lands. They're gonna see the Echo passive fade, but Qmire with that flash not gonna make it away, and it's First Blood over to the side of Boston.
Yeah, unfortunately doesn't have access to his ultimate at this point. That might have allowed him to turn the fight around with the additional healing he gets from it, but unfortunately not level 6. That'll happen very shortly for a lot of these team members. Everyone's just right on the edge of that last level up they need to get their ultimate abilities.
We do see it's a slight lead for Sexless in the bot lane. First one to hit level 5. And it looks like Trill's about a wave or so behind, despite the massive CS lead. So good job by Sexless making sure he's staying in XP range even if he can't get the last hits. No one in that team has backed. Of course, we have seen some people leave for wards. Speaking of that, Eel's going to go onto the Dragons. We get a knock up onto Little B-Man. He's forced to flash away with the Ignite. Going to dash back to Trill, who still is not level 5. Now they'll level up together. So it's Little B-Man who's the only man not close to his ultimate, and he's not going to be much closer as he's forced to back away.
Yeah, they end up getting him out safely, but they do trade off an Ignite there. And that Ignite doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a cost because it is, you know, a very low cooldown summoner spell compared to the rest of the summoners in this game. But it's also what gives him that kill potential so early on, because otherwise it's very difficult to track down a Lux, especially when she can throw out barriers, when she can lock you down, when she can slow you up. It's really hard to reach her.
Yeah, Lux not one of the easiest people in the game to reach. They do have Can Win No Need, who of course can dash on top of her. They also have Sloppy with the Unstoppable Force, who could get there if he really needed to, but I'm sure his primary target's going to be guys like Devil de Grey. And Sexless, I'll be really curious to see how he wants to use that Unstoppable Force. He does not have the teleport, and neither does Qmire, so they're not going to be joining any fights anytime soon, and with Dragon going down, there's really no need for them to do anything but just CS, and much like we've seen all night, Qmire with the huge CS lead, and it's his lane opponent who's under tower just trying to do what he can to stay relevant in the game.
Festive Spirit comes out, and boy is that one of my favorite abilities in the game. Sarcasm heavily intended, of course. Tentacles coming down, and it's really hard. It feels like you're forced to play a bullet hell minigame for a few minutes every time she lands it.
Well, Eel's going to rotate up. He's got Slogan as well, so for all this pressure, Qmire not warding. That 0 ward score is going to come back to bite him. They give you free wards for a reason, and he's going to be taken down for the second time in this game number 2. Gravity Field's going to come down. Actually, that was the Echo Shield that came down. They look very similar, and he's going to be able to get the small shield, but much like we saw in the top lane, it's a 3-man gank in the mid lane. It's going to be a 1-for-1 across the map.
I mean, if you're going to get that trade, go for it. You definitely want to get that pressure in the mid lane, ideally, I think, is where you'd want to get it. But if you can get that Malphite ahead, get him to level 6 faster, get him to more cooldown reduction for his ultimate, that's ideal. Meanwhile, Trill, however, has been caught out. We do see the Plasma Storm comes out. Devil de Grey cuts off his escape route. The Gravity Well, actually a great flash, keeps him alive.
Yeah, now Devil de Grey's got to be careful. He's forced to flash away from the knockup, but the collateral damage from downtown from Eel is going to take him out. We did see Sextus, by the way, was forced to heal and flash in that 1v1 against Trill. Nearly was worth it, but great flash, as you mentioned, and a heal from Trill keeps him alive, and great job by Boston University staring down a 2-man gank and coming out ahead.
Sometimes that range just makes all the difference. We did see an attempt at interrupting the back, but meanwhile, turret plate goes over to the mid lane there for Boston. Gonna clear out the jungle here. It always amazes me when I see junglers managing to take 2 camps at once.
Yeah, that's a skill that, you know, at high levels like this is one of the things you got to learn, how far you can go without leashing your own blue buff, how you're able to pair it up with the Gromp there. Of course, with Gromp now giving you that additional healing, does make that a little bit easier, because when you take the Gromp down, you'll heal off some of that damage. This looks like the vertical jungling is faded as Admiral Potato with the Rift Heralds up in the top lane. They can do just a little bit more damage to that turret. They will be able to get first towers. They're going to get a double knockback. Great job by Boston catching Bay State, just napping. They're going to pick up 1. Trill should be able to find another one. Accidentally hits the minions. Rift Herald's going to come up in the top lane there. That's going to be first tower over to the side of Bay State. Eel is there as well as Can Win No Need. They're going to hop right on the Admiral Potato, who does have the flash, gets over the wall, and it's a great Glacial Prison to stop the follow-up. Meanwhile, Sloppy on Qmire there. Qmire's just going to win that one. He will trade his life for it. So 1-for-1. And first tower should go over to Bay State. Looks like they actually popped Rift Herald just a tad too early. She'll knock it down from 2.5 plates. And this could open it up for Boston to totally flip that bonus gold to their side, as right now they're about 1.5 plates away on the bottom side of the map.
Bay State does have 2 members coming in. They do have some crowd control. If they can find a good binding, they might be able to turn this around and still be able to defend their tower. There's the binding. Unfortunately, not going to find a target.
We'll clear the minions out. I mean, I'm curious how low this top turret is on the side of Boston. You see it only has 1 plate left. Shelly was dropped at what I thought was the right time, but with the fight breaking out, Admiral Potato might have panicked and dropped it just a tad too early. Yeah, I mean, you could just see how little health it has, so Can Win No Need's going to try and defend as long as he can. There's no ult up for Qmire, but I think that he's very easily going to be able to push this in. As you see, Can Win No Need is backing. He's got it. Yeah, he's just waiting for minions. So, nearly a misplay with the Rift Herald, but in the long run, just going to take him a tad bit longer to clear down that tower.
And he is certainly in position to do it. Malphite only just now coming up. Looks like he is going to back off just a little bit. No need to rush things. Take it slow. He does still have a few minutes before that tower is going to be complete. Test of Spirit comes out. He puts down some good damage. Meanwhile, Dragon is up on the other side of the map here. First turret is going to go over to Bay State, but Boston is set up around this Dragon. But both junglers are here, so this could get really sticky.
Only Sloppy has the teleport, has the unstoppable force available as well. Nothing Qmire can do to cancel the teleport, but it will be able to put out some serious damage. As a little B-Man just barely able to get away from that smoke screen and the Echo. And doesn't look like they're even going to need the Malphite. As that second Dragon picked up here, there's going to be a Cloud Soul up for the rest of the game. Something that I know guys like Malphite, of course guys like Echo would love as well. Sex is going to be jumped on there. He'll be knocked up in the air. Slogan's going to pick up that one. Does look like the Coaling came out. Little B-Man's going to have to try and defend that tower solo. Little does he know he's got Eel behind. Smoke screen will land. Collateral damage is up if he wants to use it. No need. And Trail's going to pick that one up, and they'll take a turret as well.
Remember, their turret goes down easy. It is the second turret of the game. Meanwhile, caught out in your own jungle.
Yeah, Rotato just trying to do that red buff. Nothing he could do. Is Boston University going to try and chase him down? He will be able to survive. But you can see that level difference between him and Eel going to start growing. Only level 7. The nice 69 CS, and he's going to be forced to look elsewhere for the rest of it as red buff's now going to go over to Trill.
Red buff handed over, and with that, the game appears to be resetting as multiple members backing on both sides just to pick up their items, decide where they're going. Little B-Man actually misses out on an opportunity to potentially land a binding and get some damage off, but maybe not a fight he wants to pick.
You see, first mythic item done for Bay State. It's the Triforce this time by QMI. As the gravity field can't quite land a stun onto Can Win. Saw Boise State opt for the Gorekeeper, I believe. So a little bit of a different item choice here. Meanwhile, we see the Eclipse, pretty standard on Graves. The Proto Belt on the Echo, also pretty standard. And then the Kraken Slayer, the go-to. And a big reason why Lucian is still very prominent in this meta, have all been finished on the side of Boston.
And it's going to be a very important item, especially since you can proc it so much of the pulling. But there's the engage. Nothing you can do there. Devil de Grey just collapsed on.
Little B-Man's going to eat an unstoppable force to the face. Not much he can do to get away. Looked like he might have been saving that one for the Echo, but Can Win didn't get there in time, so he'll take it himself. And now Boston sitting at a 9-2 lead. Here comes Qmeyer rotating down. Glacial Prison nearly online, but not quite there yet. So they're just going to kite him out with the smokes. Get the slow. Knock up into the air onto Qmeyer. Now they're going to jump right on him. Can Win, no need. Takes down the Sejuani before he can ult. Qmeyer not able to do much. Curtain Call comes out. Cycle's got to be careful. He doesn't just get engaged on it. Slogan's going to tip-tap back and forth, and he will miss on most of those shots, and it's another 2-0 for Boston.
And now the pressure is here on the mid lane. They do have complete priority. Echo's going to take a couple of shots, but he burns his ultimate, uses that to get him out to safety. They actually don't manage to take down the tower, and they're going to use Final Spark to force evil away.
Yeah, great job by the Final Spark. Didn't hit quite as hard, but only with the Lost Chapter. So Little B-Man, much like we saw in Game 1, not the greatest start in the support role for him. We'll see if he can turn it around. You look at the CS numbers. Once again, it's Qmeyer with a nice 50 CS lead in the top side. It looks like we have a pause that has come through, but mid's all even. In bot lane, the difference is almost as large, even larger really, than the top lane difference, 144 to 81. So would not be surprised if it's Trill who's the main carry on the side of Boston when we do get back. This is the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup, game number 2 of the finals. Bay State sitting on match point in this best of 3. Boston trying to force us to a winner-take-all game 3, and right now sitting in a very, very comfortable spot because not only are they getting the kills like we saw in Game 1 Glovely, they're also taking down most of the objectives.
They're doing a great job of it too. Even just looking at the gold, they have bounties on 4 of the 5 members of their team. So they do need to be careful if one of their team members gets cut out. That gold could very quickly swing in the other direction. So it is a lead, but not a massive lead overall.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what the pause is about. We can hopefully get back into the game relatively soon. Because I'm sure Boston would love to be able to wrap this one up rather quickly. I mean, they're sitting... Like I said, I think it's 11-2 right now. Didn't quite catch the gold lead before we went to the break. But you got to think it's probably sitting around that 4 or 5K mark, especially with the number of plates they were able to get as plating had just fallen. So 15 minutes into game number 2. Looks like we have rejoined, and it's a 5K gold lead for Boston University here. And they're doing pretty well and winning in almost every lane in terms of CS except for that top lane. But Qmeyer is only 1-4, so he's not doing as well as we've seen him do in other games today.
I mean, he has picked up his mythic items before the Malphite has, so credit to him for being able to get ahead there. But the Malphite, of course, has all the components, just needs enough gold and one more back. Should be able to pick that up for himself now. Supports obviously have not picked up their mythics at this point. But interestingly enough, Devil de Grey also hasn't managed to complete his mythic. Looks like she is probably going for the... It's not Luden's Echo anymore. It's got a new name.
Yeah, there it is. This is Luden's Radiance?
Something like that?
Same concept. do believe you get some movement speed as well when it procs, but same concept for him, and he'll pick that one up. Of course, as Baratel mentioned, no longer has to deal with the 6th item that he's forced to take. As Riot made sure that everyone is able to have their full complement, except for supports, that is, of items they are able to use, which, you know, you don't really want to support going too ham. I think we already have a little bit of an issue, as you can see, from champions like Lux being used in the support lane and just building full AP as the final spark will come through. Doesn't have a lot yet, sitting at that 0-2-1 mark and just a lost chapter. Hasn't backed in a while, so I'm sure he has enough to maybe work on his mythic items. We're seeing Can't Win No Need, gonna jump onto Devil the Grey. He's got the Chaos Orb chasing him. He will ult to safety, waiting on cooldown to be able to dash. He'll do just that. He'll pick up one more, and now Boston sieging in the mid lane. Collateral damage not enough, but a flash is. Now here comes the curtain call. No one really dangerously low. Try and hit it onto Slogan here. He'll dodge to safety. 4-shot will hit. Riftail going to come down there to try and help siege this mid lane turret. We do see Qmire and Admiral Potato pushing the bot turret, but they've probably got it back here. Sloppy doing all he can, but they're going to get a second charge from Shelly unless they do anything about it. You also see Dragons up. Cloud's Soul would be Soul Point. We see Sloppy's actually able to take down Qmire, so even that 2v1 as Admiral Potato ended up getting out of dodge, not able to do much, and they're able to get 3 Shelly charges off, and she's going to spawn in super minions in the mid. Only 18 minutes into the game.
Can you believe it's only 18 minutes into the game with all the action we've seen across the map? And now there's another dragon on the map. This could be the 3rd for Boston University. Bay State is nowhere in the area and has no vision.
Yeah, nobody even within the zip code of that dragon as it gets taken out. Baron up in a minute 40. Could be a potential chance for Boston to really end this game, because the way it's going, they could win one team fight and then burn that Baron down incredibly quickly. You see bounties across the board for them, so there's a chance to get back in if Bay State can get an ace. They'd get quite a bunch of gold out of it, but the way things are trending, I don't know if that's even possible for them.
We now see even the support on the side of Boston University has finished his mythic. Looking at, I believe that is the Shirelia's Reverie, giving you an additional burst of movement speed, allowing you to get into position. And with this team that essentially gives them the ability to reposition themselves whenever they're, or even to disengage, preventing Bay State from being able to throw all of their ultimates on top of them and forcing them to back away.
Be curious here. They're going to get a sandwich. Quickness is going to be popped. Looks like they're going to sandwich out. Double the Grey gets knocked in the air. Even with the gravity field landing onto Can Win No Need, there's nothing he can do. Eel's going to burst him down. Flash that mastery slogan. Despite the fact that you had no idea what you were doing with the quickness, it's all worth it when you get a kill. Type worth it at all, chat. Make sure you let the other team know that you know exactly what you're doing. See the ultimate come out from Qmire. Doesn't look like it's going to find anything. Dash in from Slogan. It will miss. Looks like him and Admiral Potato, a little B-man, should be able to make it to safety, but not without their jungle being absolutely taken by the side of Boston University.
One more blue buff on to Echo. Additional cooldown reduction, additional mana. He's just going to be able to continue on spamming those abilities and being the terror that he's been throughout this game for 1 and 3, doing a great job of roaming across the map and putting pressure everywhere.
Yeah, and just like we talked about, 20-minute mark happens, and Boston University says, all right, let's hop on to Baron. Who's going to stop us? Nobody from Bay State really there. They even know they're there as the Rift Herald is giving away their position. You can see Admiral Potato slowly rotating down. Qmire in the bot lane does have the teleport. No ult available. You can see Final Spark. Ooh, just missed. Don't think they would add enough damage to really find it anyway. It was close, though. But that Lux with only the Source Shoes in the Lost Chapter, not the face of damage that you might expect from a Lux.
Yeah, doesn't need a little bit more time before she's really able to start burning through health bars. But in the meantime, Bay State in a bit of a rough position. Pressure is now only for them in the bot lane. And they do have a approximately neutral mid, pressured in the top lane, but they're quickly losing that. Have exchanged it for a more neutral top lane. But Baron buff, of course, very good at turning any neutral or disadvantaged lane into a very disadvantaged lane.
Yeah, right now you just see Sloppy chilling in the base, staring down 5 enemies at Bay State. The rest of his team down on the bot side of the map. Looks like that's where they want to push. They already have super minions in the mid lane. so no need to worry about that lane for the most part. Going to take quite a bit of effort from Bay State to clear that out, especially if Sloppy hangs out there and gives them the Baron buff. Q-Meyer rotating down, hiding out in a bush. Great rush going to land. He's going to get burned down there. Cho's going to hop on to him. Colling's going to come out. He's forced to flash away from the Echo Stun, but it's not going to matter. He'll dash to one kill, can't win, no need. Reverses time, hops right back to the turret. They'll get that tier 2 turret. Final spark comes out. Doesn't quite do enough. Quickness going to be used. One man unstoppable force lands on a Sexless. That's a quick double kill for the side of Boston University, and they will retreat. Chaos Storm trying to work through the members of Boston, but it's not going to be enough. Sloppy will back, but has to teleport to rejoin the fight if he needs. With this Baron buff, I think the 4 remaining members of Boston are going to have more than enough to be able to burst down these Nexus turrets and take us to a game number 3. Admiral Potato trying to do what he can to not only proxy the wave, but distract the members of Boston, but it's not working. One Nexus turret goes down, respawns still ticking down. Q-Meyer's alive, so is Little B-Man. Sexus will join them soon, but it's exposed Nexus. We'll see if they can burn it down, much like Bay State did in game number 1. Eel on a killing spree, 5-0-6. Curtain call comes out. It's not going to matter. We're heading to a game 3, Glovely, as Boston University wraps this one up quickly in just 22 minutes. Well, here we are. We're going on to game number 3 in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup between Bay State and Boston University. Bay State winning game number 1. A great comeback from Boston University, really capitalizing on the team deathmatch style that we saw in game number 1, but this time converting it into objectives, making sure Q-Meyer could not dominate in the top lane at any point. And after that, there's not much that Bay State could do.
Yeah, definitely. And credit to them, they also really stepped up in terms of their macro play, really stepped up in terms of their objectives and being able to move. Okay, we got an elimination. Now let's go do Dragon. Okay, let's get some damage on this tower. Let's drop the Rift Herald. And that gold ended up snowballing them even further ahead than they might have been otherwise in the first game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see in game number 3 what Q-Meyer wants to do. I mean, in the games we saw against Boise State, in the 2 games we've seen so far against Boston, it really feels like whatever he's able to do is either going to make or break Bay State, because he's really strong on the split push. We saw him try that several times, but when he was that far behind, there was really not a whole lot he could do to Sloppy in terms of damage. We even saw him get soloed down under a turret that he was trying to push down. So I think getting him on the right champion, I think Shen's probably going to be banned away. Maybe you try the Kennen again. We saw him play Gangplank as well against Boise State. I think that's going to be a very long and determining factor of who wins game number 3. But we're not going to take a short break. We want to get right into the action. So we'll have the draft for game number 3 coming up. We'll toss it back over to Bertel, who will join you, Glovely, to break down the draft, and you guys will see who you think's going to come out on top here. It's game number 3 of the finals in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. Draft right around the corner between these two teams. We toss it over to Bertel and Glovely.
It's game number 3, and already both of these teams have proven that they are capable of winning this whole thing. So, Bertel, what do you think?
Jungle pressure is reigning supreme. Whatever jungler can take control of the map first is eking out a win. Coincidentally, it does seem to be red side 2 times. We are going to see Bay State on red side again. So we'll have to watch this jungler very, very carefully because, again, as we've clearly seen so far, junglers control the pace of the entire game.
Well, Gangplank is going to be the first pickup. Fish was just talking about how that top lane is really putting a lot of influence over the rest of this game. Echo going to be the ban away. A very difficult champion to hold down. So already these games influencing the picks and bans. Zach, of course, very influential in game 1. Taken off the board.
Taken off the board, and it could just be like a red side favored pick because ultimately we've seen Zach work very well already so far this series. Wondered why they weren't interested in picking it up themselves. Maybe they were waiting, were trying to avoid it to going over to Bay State. Tristana's an interesting one though because I haven't seen or suffered any sort of Tristana pain just yet. It could just be, of course, removing those comfort picks, but ultimately, I mean, I like saying Tristana. I think she's one of the crazier ADCs with her willingness to dive very forward. And I think with how aggressive both these teams play, it's it's something that could be good.
Shen is going to be the final ban there for Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Very powerful, very solid top laner. Zoe is going to be the final ban for Bay State. We know how much some of our casters don't really like that champion, and she is a very, very powerful one. All of that power in her kit loaded into one button.
Yeah, and then in addition to all the items that are coming out, you have the whole harvesting aspect. Ooh, the Amumu is let through the ban phase, so this could be a huge pickup here for the side of Boston, because I don't know if you've seen any of like the Reddit comments or YouTube highlights. Amumu is on an absolute tear. Warwick does deal with him pretty well, though. You know, that has percentile healing, the additive healing there once he does get low enough, which Amumu will bring him to, and that suppression could stop Amumu from getting out that entire curse of the mummy there. Jhin, third time we're going to see him. I'm very interested as to why, because there are other ADCs that are very strong right now. It might just be, again, one of those comfort pick situations.
Lucian is going to be the pickup on the other side. Again, just a very powerful laner. It doesn't matter whether you take him bot lane. It doesn't matter whether you take him mid lane. He's going to pick up that Kraken Slayer and move on. And Kled, we are going to see one more time.
Kled's a fantastic pick. I think he's got a very nice assortment of items he can build here. If he ends up building Eclipse again, the game is washed. That is not a Kled item. It's not how the champion's supposed to be played. Lethality Kled is gone, so stop building it.
I don't think that's going to stop anyone from trying crazy things, but Kennen is going to be the pick in response. That was a successful counter pick the last time we saw it, so maybe he'll consider changing things up. Blitzcrank is going to be banned away.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd one, the Blitzcrank kind of being the ban. We've seen, of course, Boston kind of feature these long-range snare-heavy champions, so those are still on the table. I'm wondering as to what the kind of rationale is behind taking that Blitzcrank and now also the Thresh away. Definitely fearing the hook champions, but then you have to call in the question, which of these very strong hook champions do you not see on the board right now globally?
Pike, and in a meta where the AD assassins are incredibly strong with these brand new items, Pike is a champion that you really have to watch out for. Victor is going to be banned away, and there's one more pick going to be able to go up here. Is it going to be the Pike? No, it's going to be Bard. Okay, that's a champion I didn't expect to see, but it's one I'm very happy to see. It's one that I really love playing in that support role, and Galio going to be picked up on the other side. One more pick available for Boston.
I do want to mention, globally, that you failed my test. You're right with Pike being very strong. I was referring simply to Nautilus, which is still yet to be seen and can fit. Whoa! It's almost like I do this or something. Crazy. Nautilus being able to be the catalyst, the secondary, or even the re-engage after the Amumu goes in. He's going to be essentially the main target for that hero's entrance, maybe beyond Kled. The only thing that I can criticize here from this Boston State draft is where's their damage?
I mean, you certainly do have damage coming out from Lucian and from Kled. It's very AD heavy. But I don't think they need huge amounts of damage, because looking at the other side, those are some very squishy champions. Aside from the Warwick, you don't have a lot of bulk. I mean, what's a Bard gonna do to tank the damage coming out from a Lucian culling?
Globally? Where's this Vayne going?
You know,
is
that's
this
a good
Jhin
question.
mid? If it's not Jhin mid, it might be Kennen mid with Vayne top?
You certainly do have a lot of variety. Warwick is almost certainly going jungle, but you could try to send him up into the top lane. I'm going to assume it's the Kennen Kled, just because we saw that as a successful counter pick matchup. And I'm going to assume Bard support, because where else are you going to take him, right?
True. But then that kind of leaves the question, I guess, to which one of these two ADCs does well in the mid lane. Against Galio, it really doesn't truthfully matter that much, right? When you think about it, none of them really have a huge advantage. I guess if Vayne does get that ultimate off and, you know, the final hour does clock, it's possible that Galio could just suffer the same fate as any other tanky champion. Is just, oh, I've been clicked 3 times and now I'm gone. But she's not the safest mid laner, especially with all the tools that Boston's taking to the fields of justice, it's going to be tough for a Vayne to stay safe here in this game, definitely.
And the same goes for the Jhin as well. While he does often have those lethality builds, those are great against other mages and against assassins. But if you're going up against a tank, Kraken Slayer is really the best item to go for. And Jhin cannot really make the most of that. Sure, he gets 3 shots, and then his 4th shot is the extra damage. But overall, if you're going up against a tank, wouldn't you rather have that Kraken Slayer coming in with the silver bolts?
It's interesting, yeah. So we'll have to see what he can use to try and beat down that kind of really high front line. And then, as we've already criticized, it looks like Boston really only has that very apparent Lucian doing damage. I guess we'll have to end up seeing the damage Kled again, which is disappointing to me. But I don't know whether or not Galio is going to opt for that heavy AP build. We have 45 seconds left here, I do believe. Globally, what is the intention between these two teams? What's Bay State looking to do as far as a team comp?
I think as far as Bay State is concerned, they are looking to roam around the map and pick up the damage as much as they can. The Vayne is because they have to chew through 3 or 2.5 tanks in order to get to the back line.
And then on the other side, I think that when it comes down to it, again, this Boston State team is doing, again, what they're used to. They're pulling out the Kled for that kind of long range, not telegraphed engage in terms of where it's happening. But it kind of, you hear a Kled ult, you start panicking, right? And then you have the backup, the reinforcements of that Galio's Hero's entrance, and then the Curse of the Sad Mummy's coming in as well. That's going to do it for us, though, as of course we're taking it back to Fish and Glovely into the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. This is the finals between Boston State and Bay State. So we'll have to see who emerges victor here to this tournament.
Great breakdown there from Baratel. I'm sad this isn't a best of 5, so we can bring him back for game number 4, but I can't wait to see him going forward because there's plenty of League of Legends coverage coming up, and I know it's going to be a ton of fun in the month of December for us here at Boise State Esports. But right now, as he said, it's the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup. Fish and Glovely here to call the action, and Boston and Bay State taking on in game 3, winner take all. And I'll be really curious to see, production has informed me that it is a Vayne mid. Be really curious to see how that works into the Galio. Devil DeGray's got to be on point with those tumbles to try and avoid being taunted. You can see he's also brought the cleanse as well. He wants to stay safe, and he has to in order to have an impact on this game.
You know, my thought is, do you really mind being taunted as a Vayne in this scenario? Because if Galio taunts you, oh, hey, you're giving him free auto attacks, and 3 auto attacks will deal a huge chunk of damage to his health bar. It's one of those situations where, oh, you taunted me while I'm playing Braum. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, in lane, sure, it won't really matter. But late game, yeah, you don't want to be taunted because that's going to allow Eel or Sloppy to jump on you. And those 2.5 seconds on a character like Vayne will feel like an eternity. So, yeah, early game, he probably really doesn't care about the taunt. It would open him up for the Justice Punch and the rest of the combo from Galio. But once you get into that mid and late game and Amumu starts showing up a lot, yeah, you don't want to be taunted out on Vayne because you'll just fall over dead. So he's got to play really, really well. He's done pretty decent tonight. I mean, especially against Boise State on that LeBlanc and in game number 1 on that Lucian. A big reason why Trill's been playing it the last 2 times is to take it away from Devil DeGray. So we'll see how it goes, but it actually is going to be a swap. It looks like Boston's opting to have Kled in the mid lane, and they're going to send Canwin up in the top lane there to take on that Kennen. So no need to worry about the Vayne taunts here in the early game.
Bit of engagement there in the bot lane. Got to trade about half a health bar over, back and forth between his support and an AD carry. Good dredge line. Doesn't find the target, but does get him into range with the Bard. Taking a lot of burn damage. The Ignite comes out. First Blood goes over to the Bard.
That was a great little burst there by Sexless and Admirable Potato. See that the Admiral Potato and Little B-Man have swapped back to the jungle and support roles. The Scarl's going to be knocked off. Tower Shot's going to drop him low. Both members in the mid incredibly low, so they have to be careful that they don't get too overzealous. As we see there, both of them sitting on a Doran's Blade and have consumed their potions. So neither of them going to have much more than that, just small amount of passive Omnivamp. Looks like neither of them are too interested, but we do see Slogan is rotating over. Wants to maybe try and catch Devil DeGray, who tried to stop the back. We do have Little B, though, waiting in the wings. As Eel's there as well. The flash judge line is going to miss. Eel wants to follow it up with a bandage toss, but doesn't look like he's going to find anything. Now he's got to be careful. And Sloppy's trying to get that courage back to get Scarl, and I think both mid laners would be better off here just back.
Doesn't look like either of them are going to back. Pocket Pistol actually comes out. There's the second bolt. Can he connect the third? But it looks like Kled is going to be able to back away. Qmire, meanwhile, bullying out this Galio in the top lane. This is the kind of matchup we expect. 15 to 11 here between the two champions. But that's the melee versus range matchup. Not to mention an energy versus mana matchup.
Yeah, energy, for the most part, especially depending on how well you manage it, going to have the advantage. You see, as the Conqueror. Be curious to see if he did go with the Presence of Mind. Of course, that one being changed as well, where it only gives the increased regen after you hit an ability and get into combat with a champion. So that would also make things a little easier there. You can just spam the Qs and be able to keep your energy pretty full for Qmire. But once again, he is the predominant focus for Bay State, and for now, doing a pretty good job here against this Galio. Not sure if Boston thought it might be a better matchup or not, but so far, it's much of the same from what we've seen all night for whoever's landing against him. And Sloppy, got to be careful now as those silver bolts, he's going to get one proc there, and press the attack is going to trigger as well.
We're getting really close to that point in the game where Dragon will be available early on, and something to remember is that Warwick is a champion who can take it very, very early, solo by himself. So keep an eye on the position of the junglers, see if they're going to capitalize on top of each other. Warwick has been having a hard time finding any entrance into the lanes, though, and we also haven't seen a Mumu do anything hard to gank either.
Yeah, both champions not, too upset if they can just farm till 6 and then be able to use their ultimates. Of course, Warwick usually going to go a little bit quicker. We do see that it is the Chilling Smite for Eel this time and is the Challenging Smite for Little B-Man. And there is Eel, set up for something onto Qmire. Does have the flash bandage toss over the wall if he wants to land it. Can win, dropping incredibly low, so he could use the backup, but he's just going to back and teleport back to lane. So there's not going to be a gank here from the Amumu unless he rotates around, uses the Blast Cone. We keep an eye on mid lane. Now they're going to try and get on the Kennen, but one of the champions that is incredibly hard to gank. There's the bandit Tasha, gets out the flash. See if Qmire wants to turn this. It doesn't look like he does.
I mean, certainly a worthwhile gank. Doesn't end up losing some of his health, but trading that for a flash, that's a long cooldown and a much more open lane on a lane that's normally very difficult to gank. So that's another escape tool down. Great Q there from Adorable Potato, managing to keep the the Nautilus there in the lane.
Surprised we didn't see Trill start with the Tear of the Goddess in this lane. Maybe he doesn't have any plans to build the Man Immune. We saw Devil the Grey do that. You see, it looks like it's just some ward clearing here for the side of Bay State. So far, a pretty tame game number 3. Just that one kill to speak of.
Been very calm, very quiet, especially considering the last 2 games were very aggressive. I think both teams know how much is on the line here, that this is the final deciding game. If they make one misstep, it could cost them everything.
Yeah, we've already seen that once when Slogan missed the dredge line and ended up being taken out for it. So neither team wants to really lose too much here in the early game. They're all content just farming things out. We do, of course, have Galio and Kled swapping lanes. There we go. Silver Bolt's gonna do about the same as the jump in there from the Bear Trap. And now Adorable Potato has roamed over. Gonna get a nice stun into the wall. He's got Io waiting behind him. Nothing to follow it up. He'll get out of range of the bandage toss and drop a nice little heal pack for his mid laner.
That's one of the great things about Bard, is you can just roam around the map and, oh, I can't gank, well, I can still be helpful for you. Drop a little health pack down at their tower and continue on your merry way.
Yeah, gotta roam anyway for the charm, so why not assist your mid laner in the process, as we see right now. Good job here by Canwin, able to shove that lane. Sort of stunt what Qmire wants to do. Still losing in CS 49 to 36, and now stun is going to land. He'll jump back in, get the Justice Punch and a taunt, but now he's out of cooldowns and he's got to retreat.
It's just the melee versus ranged matchup. It's really difficult to be on the melee side of things. Take it from someone who's been on that melee side of things more times than I'd care to count.
I will say it's a good job by Sloppy. He's holding pace with Devil to Gray, 44 to 39. So he's doing a good job in that melee versus range, a more unconventional matchup. Going to dash back in, but the ult's going to come out there. It's one stun that's going to land. Taunt comes out though. Now Canwin's got to walk away. Bear Trap is going to miss from Sloppy. He'll moonwalk there a little bit, use the ult, but immediately get knocked off Scarl. Double Gray's going to use the final hour to go invisible, but it's not enough. The pocket pistol takes him down. In mid lane, it's going to go to the side of Kled here, so good little lane swap coming out for Boston. And they're going to pick up the dragon.
Something I want to point out from that little 1v1 there in the mid lane is that Kled has the Ignite available to him, and those sticks of Ignite reveal invisible targets as they take damage. So even though Vayne was able to go invisible using the Night Hour, Sloppy could still see exactly where the Vayne was and take aim in her position because she was still being revealed by the Ignite.
Really well played there. Of course, we thought maybe that when he picked Kled, he would be going up in the top lane against Qmire, where he did not have a great time, but good job by Boston, opting to send Canwin up there instead. And while he hasn't had the easiest time, he's not giving a kill yet over to that Kennen. But once again, as we've seen all night, it's a CS lead of a pretty substantial margin here for Qmire. He's forced the back, and now we might even get another lane swap, as we've seen Lucian top before, and he's at least going to rotate up there. He's got a support in his jungler waiting, but they're just going to hop on the Rift Herald or at least ward it out. And they really want to stop Qmire from becoming an unkillable force. Fortunately, that ward's going to give him away. And this is quite the interesting swap here. It's Canwin's down on the bot side. Looks like Boston wants to pick up that Rift Herald. That's why they have their bot lane up in the top side now.
I know bot lane is in a much stronger position to be able to threaten this cannon, both in terms of how successful they've been in lane and just the fact that they have ranged and crowd control as opposed to the alternatives. There is, however, a Bard sneaking around, trying to do something about it. I don't think he's going to be able to interfere. Good Tempered Fate finds two, but not enough to matter in the end.
Warwick ult's going to come out. It's going to whip. Bandit Toss is going to land on the Qmire, and he'll use the Curse of the Sad Mummy to CC him down. Heals picked up one. Magical Journey and a Flash is going to keep Admiral Potato alive. He'll use the heal as well. Bandage Toss is going to land. It's a double kill for Eel. Now they want to start chasing down Sexless. He gets the root. Knockup does land. Little B-Man goes down in the mid lane. And it looks like it's overall going to be a 4 for 1 here for the side of Boston University. Once again, prioritizing the objectives is going to pay off well for them.
Definitely, and speaking of objectives, there is now a tower coming up. They can manage to get the plate as a teleport is being used in response, but he's teleporting into a 3 versus 1. Does drop the ultimate, actually picks up an elimination, but it doesn't look like, yes, double kill, and is able to get out alive, just barely. So overall, great play is now Trill caught by the stun. Is he going to be able to get away? Dashes in trying to pick up the kill, but no! Qmire just barely manages to hold on.
Yeah, that time, I mean, I understand what Boston wanted to do. They saw the teleport coming in, and they're like, okay, we can land the taunt. We can probably land the dredge line as well, and we'll be all good. But unfortunately for them, they walked right into a Kennen ult, and Qmire was able to get it off the Slicing Maelstrom before he got taunted up, and that's going to be hard to deal with when you're under a turret.
Yeah, certainly if that taunt had managed to land before the Slicing Maelstrom went down, maybe Boston would have had an easier time finishing off that elimination, but unfortunately, the taunt is really difficult to time, whereas with the ultimate, you can pretty much just mash it, and as soon as the teleport completes, it'll pop off.
So great play there by Qmire. We see why he has been the anchor for the side of Bay State in this tournament. Of course, 95 CS, and that double kill is going to really make things difficult here for Cam. He's going to dash in, get the Justice Punch and the taunt. But now he's got assistance from Devil the Grey, who's going to use those silver bullets, and I don't think Galio's going to find him. Great Tempered Fate keeps him alive. And now that is 4 kills in a row. Boston University is given over to Bay State, just trying to take down the Kennen.
It's great that you're putting resources towards trying to shut down someone you know is a dangerous member of the enemy team. But unless you're actually able to do anything, you're just using up resources that your team could be using in other lanes.
You're going to see a bandage toss there onto the minion for Eel. He's going to use the Curse of the Sad Money. Now that stuns people instead of just the root. He's going to be able to take down Little B-Man, so they will get one back. They'll drop Rift Herald in the mid as well, and this should be more than enough to pick up the first tower. Don't think anything else is too low and in risk of dying. Now we see our original matchup we thought we might see. Slicing Maelstrom's going to come through, immediately forces Sloppy right off of Scarl. Does get the ignite onto Q-Mire. They're both incredibly low, and they will both disengage as the pocket pistol will just miss. And once again, we see Shelly not quite lock things up, but one shot from Churl will do the trick.
Looks like between the two, the Kled is going to be able to get his health back thanks to those potions he has, as well as the lifesteal that's often occurring. He does have the Eclipse, though. It's going to get collapsed on. Warwick able to close the gap, but he does get Scarl back, and that's going to save his life.
Yeah, he was pretty close on the courage bar before the gank came out, so was able to just land one attack, and that was all that they needed. Now it looks like we have transitioned up at the top lane. Same matchup, though. Double the Gray now taking on Canwin. Maybe a matchup we thought we'd see in the mid lane, and you can see the level difference there at level 10. He's going to tumble in, pop the Silver Bolts, and press the attack, and that's going to do about 50% to the poor Galio.
We are now at the 14-minute mark, so one Rift Herald has been taken, and it looks like the focus is now on the Dragon for Boston University. They have 3 members down there. There's no vision. Bay State just going to have to let it go. What's the Rift?
Yeah, that final hour has been popped. Going to use the cleanse to break the taunt. One more Silver Bolt's going to do enough, and he just barely gets out of tower range, and that's what we guys talked about. You and Barrett about the power of the Vayne. Doesn't even have the Kraken Slayer online. Lucian does. We see a Rocket Belt finished on both Q-Mire and Canwin. Sunfire Aegis on Eel, and much to Barretel's chagrin, Sloppy's going for the Eclipse and the damaged Gnar, or the damaged Kled, excuse me. They look the same. It's sitting at 2-0 though this time, so much more of an impact this game than he had in game number 1.
Certainly, and of course, looking at the opposing side, the Eclipse is going to be much more useful if you are going into a team that doesn't have a tank to speak of. Certainly you have the Warwick, but the rest of the members are going to be much more squishy. He could be caught out here by Q-Mire if he's not careful.
Yeah, but once again, I mean, we see that whoever has been forced landing against Q-Mire early has not had a good time, as unfortunately Canwin is sitting at just a mere 69 CS. Finally, he'll bump it up into the 70s, but he is all alone on his team out of triple digits, and the only person not in triple digits for Bay State is the jungler. But Q-Mire still hanging out there, not sure what his plan is, as he's going to let Sloppy run right past him. And he's got the gank squad coming with him. Now Sloppy's going to face check that bush right into the Slicing Maelstrom. Forced off Scarl immediately. Tries to flash to safety. Tries to get back onto Q-Mire to build the courage. It's not going to matter. It's a shutdown this time over to Admiral Potato. And a great long con comes out there from Q-Mire, and he picks up the kill.
We did hear just barely at the end the sound of Kled's passive going off. Scarl, however, not coming back in time. There is a delay on that before he can protect himself, but in the meantime, Boston's gonna transition up into the top lane. He's gonna pick up a turret for themselves, and that is their second turret of the game.
A 0 on the side of Bay State. They should be able to get one on the bot side of the map here in the near future. Depends on if anyone decides that they think they can stand toe-to-toe with Q-Mire, which for the most part today has not been the case. Kraken Slayer now finished on that Vayne, as well as an Eclipse on Sexless. So very similar mythic items across the board. We see the Sunfire Aegis has also been finished on Eel. Looks like Little B-Man's working towards his as well. So going to have one of all of those on each side of the team here as we transition into the mid-game.
What is there to say going here into the later stages of the game? Both teams still fairly even at this point. Only a 1k gold lead from Boston University, thanks to those 2 dragons that they've managed to pick up. But Bay State still holding on, still finding eliminations onto key members, thanks in no small part to the efforts of Q-Mire, who has currently backed off. It looks like overall it is going to still be the Kled and the Kennen facing off against each other in that lane, even though it's way after laning phase.
Yeah, I guess Boston University probably feels the only person who could stand toe-to-toe with Q-Mire is Sloppy. Of course, the Scarl does give him, when it dies, does give him that like second-ish of invulnerability that he can, of course, use to try and escape. And he's had a couple of close trades with that cannon. Of course, the CS is much comparable this time, which means he's also going to be on a similar item path. We do see a second item has been finished for Qmire. 2, 1, and 3. Going to allow him to finish that Zhonya's rather quickly, which means he's going to have it up every time he needs to slice the Maelstrom. As the Bandit toss is going to hit, he'll just run away to safety. No follow-up for the rest of Boston.
Yeah, neither side really has enough, has been able to get to a position where they have enough lockdown to really fight these long, drag-em-out fights that they favor. But that's a good stun into the wall there from Devil to Grey. Does pop the Night Hunter and manages to get that last proc, getting him underneath the turret. There's a fight here near the Dragon Pit, but here comes the charge.
Charge in from Sloppy. He's going to hop right on to Sexless. Qmire still hanging in on the back line, sitting on that slicing Maelstrom. Depth charge is going to go on to Little B-Man, and now that's going to open things up here for Qmire. He'll pop the Zhonyas. Him and Sexless combined for one. Sloppy dropping incredibly low. Not going to get Scarl back. It's a double kill. Now Little B-Man has been taken out. Trill trying to do all he can. He wants to kill Sexless. He will. Now Qmire is going to be able to get away. Slogan sitting at a very low amount of HP, but meanwhile Devil to Grey does pick down the topside turret in that 4v4.
Dragon will be coming up shortly. Now that the team has, of course, completed their fight around here, so I'd assume both teams probably going to back up, pick up whatever items they need to, or just rotate on back towards that dragon.
Yeah, it is the Infernal Soul, as you mentioned, would be sole point for Boston if they're able to pick it up, but doesn't look like Bay State wants to make it easy for them. As you can see the pings coming out from the red side on that dragon. Still have Eel hanging around down there. Galio does have the teleport in the top lane. Vayne has joined the fight with the cleanse, and it looks like Bay State's going to hop on top of this one. We'll see if Amumu wants to go for the steal. Dodges the Tempered Fate. Can win. Has teleported in. He rocket boots in. Nice curse of the Sad Mummy, but it's still picked up there by Little B-Man, and now the fight's going to break out. Silverbolt stacking onto Can win. He's going to try and dash back in as the rest of the members retreat. Qmire waiting for that slicing Maelstrom. It's not quite off cooldown yet. Nice cleanse to dodge the bandage toss. It's a double kill for Qmire. Slogan picks up one, but now Devil to Grey is activated. He's going to get his third of the fight, and it's just Sloppy left, and he's going to fall right over. Devil to Grey with the 4-piece, and it's an ace for the side of Bay State.
Boston University had all the tools they needed to get over the wall and into the fight, but what they didn't have was the tools needed to bring down the members of Bay State. Trill did a ton of damage and was able to get an elimination for his team onto Qmire, but the rest of the team stayed alive, and he went down fairly early in the fight.
Yeah, something you and Bertel talked about is, does Boston have enough damage to contend with the side of Bay State? And it looks like for now, the answer is no. Rift Herald has to be summoned off the spawn for Eel, who never got a chance to use it, and it's a free Baron picked up here. So at 20 minutes in, Bay State looking to put this one away. They've got a 3K gold lead. Still got some towers to eat through, but if that fight's any indication, they can take any fight at will and feel pretty confident.
It looks like Galio's going to be the one to escort this Rift Herald towards the opposing tower. He is going to run headfirst into Qmire, though, and that's a dangerous prospect. Looks like he's going to retreat. Overall, Rift Herald not going to make it to the tower.
That is the danger of picking up Rift Herald. Sometimes you just never find yourself in an opportunity where you can use it. And then you just have things like that where you're forced to just sort of drop it in your spawn and hope for the best. And that time, Qmire does a great job reading it. This time, he's going to try and bait Can win. He's got no teleport, does have the hero's entrance, but a stun, of course, will shut that down. He's got 3 levels on him. Now he also has Eel right behind him. Qmire can really do whatever he pleases in terms of getting a pick here. He's got to be careful. His slogan's rotating down. They're pinging out the Galio. And it looks like now he's going to jump on to him. Trying to find the stun he will to cancel out the taunt. There's the slicing Maelstrom. Rocket Boots not going to be enough to get away, or will it? The Rocket Belt movement speed that they added in the patch going to be enough. He'll hear there's entrance right back in on the Curse of the Sad Money, and a 4-man Tempered Fate is going to land, but I don't think that's going to end well. Devil the Grey has been jumped on here by 2 members, so he will be taken out. It's an 800 gold shutdown over to Trill. So across the map, it's a 2-for-1 in the favor of Bay State, and they'll keep pushing with their Baron buff.
And what a Baron buff it's been so far. They have complete control of this map here. Using that Tempered Fate to shut down the combination that Amumu was trying to set up was a great call there, as well as keeping them alive, blocking off some cooldowns, and now they're going to be able to pick up this tower for themselves. All they have to do now is break into the base.
They've got the Tier 2 bot lane tower down. Tier 1 bot lane tower sitting at about 30% until Devil the Grey got picked off there. Sexless now going to jump onto Sloppy. Will get the root. Scarlet is going to die. He's got no way out here. This should be a free T1 mid turret for the side of Bay State with Baron sitting at 45 seconds left.
The gold lead is starting to balloon for the side of Bay State. They're doing a great job using this Baron buff, moving over to this mid lane tower. Coling does come out to clear the wave, but they still have time. They can still pick up one more wave.
I think Maelstrom almost online for Qmire if he wants to go for a tower dive. Has the Zanya's active as well. Rocket Belt coming up here very soon, in mere seconds. So a tower dive could be on the table, but it looks like for now, Boston is just fully backed, and they're going to cede this Tier 2 mid lane tower over to the side of Bay State as the Baron buff will dissipate.
And with that Baron buff gone, now you have to start thinking, okay, what's my next objectives? Where's my next step? Dragon is going to be up very shortly, so both teams are going to need to pay attention and respond accordingly. The last time a fight happened, Bay State had full vision and control of the area, and Boston, trying to go in to do something about it, ended up getting themselves caught in a nasty team fight. So now that they're currently out on the map, maybe they'll be able to set up some advantages in vision for themselves. But Bay State still very much in control of the area.
Advantage toss going to land onto Qmire. It's going to be taken down and immediately shut down before he's able to use Slicing Maelstrom or the Zanyas. And now the fight's on for Boston. They're going to land a nice depth charge on to Admiral Potato. Tempered Fate will stop his inevitable demise here for a bit. Ult from Warwick going to land on to Eel as the Curse of the Sad Mummy comes out, and now it's all up to Devil the Grey to do the best kiting he can. Fortunately, he's going to get hit by the dredge line, and that's going to be a triple kill over to Trill. It's an ace for Boston University, and they're going to put themselves here on Soul Point.
And finding out that initial setup onto Qmire, able to stun him and taunt him before he was able to ult, was such a big deal. He wasn't able to turn that fight around, and after that, they just kind of chased them down and eliminated their opponents one after another. So Boston University, absolutely huge, picks up 5 eliminations, a tower now on top of their first dragon of the game. They might even get this second one here with Trill.
Yeah, Trill should get that one. So Tier 2 turrets falling across the map, except in the bot lane where Boston has not done any damage. We're going to see Rocket Belt come out there. Slicing Maelstrom is committed. Scar will be taken out. Sloppy trying to build up the courage to get him back, but it's not going to be enough. And Qmire going to get revenge there. Now Trill wants to dash in and follow. Zanyas is going to come out. Tempered Fate will land to keep Qmire alive for now, but he gets knocked up in the air, but he's able to flash to safety. Now at the curtain call coming. Bandage toss used on Admiral Potato, but it's one down as Sexless gets the kill. Admiral Potato barely survives. Qmire comes back in the fight, gets another one. Trill's going to get knocked into the wall. And unfortunately for Boston, that looks so well, and a committee that many resources studying now Qmire is going to cost them once again.
I think the biggest problem with that scenario is they just weren't able to finish off the eliminations. Twice people got out with just slivers of health, and that could have given them the freedom to turn the fight around, and certainly would have denied any damage or crowd control that Bay State's members could have brought.
Yeah, great Tempered Fate from Admiral Potato, allowing Qmire to get out of there after the Zanyas had been used. And now, unfortunately for Boston University, all of that gold that they had gained in that dragon fight has now been evened out, and now they're going to find a way to win another fight without getting a lucky pick onto Qmire, because that seems to be their only win condition right now.
Yeah, you definitely can't use luck as a win condition. I do think that being able to eliminate Qmire early on is certainly very advantageous, but at this point, you've got multiple tanks. Your big damage output is coming through Trill, and that means you need to keep that Lucian alive at all costs, which can be difficult to do when he's such a short-range champion.
Devil the Grey's made it work so far on the Vayne. So, I mean, that's the one nice thing of this comp, is Bay State has a pair of AD carries who can put out some serious damage, especially the Vayne, in combination with the Kraken Slayer, Silver Bolts, and the Press the Attack. Every third attack is going to rip through somebody's health bar. He's done a great job of maximizing that. Baron seems to be the next objective on the table. Qmire has the teleport, so he'll go down and split push bot lane, see if he can grab an inhibitor.
The problem. Q-Meyer is down there. He does have teleport, so he will be able to join this fight as both teams kind of setting up around the Baron. Bay State maybe wanting to try and interrupt something. Boston, I don't think... Do they have the courage to go for it? No, I don't think that would be wise. Not until you get an elimination off. 900 comes out, though, and Galio in a really dangerous situation. Not going to be able to get away. Ultimate maybe a little bit over the top there.
That was absolutely insane. I mean, we talked about the damage every third attack from Devil the Grey is going to do. He hit that Galio. I mean, there isn't a whole lot of armor on Can Win, but he hit that Galio for about 50 to 60% of his life and was just able to run him down thanks to the movement speed from the Vayne ultimate. Looks like this is going to be another free Baron over to the side of Bay State. Meanwhile, Q-Meyer's just been pushing the whole time. He's going to go up to level 17 now, highest in the game. And it's going to take a lot from the side of Boston to be able to run him down. And right now, 4 members are committing. It looks like they're going to back off here as they don't want to fall into a trap.
Not just follow into a trap, but also he's far enough away that the empowered recall is going to let him get back to base safely. Everyone's starting to pick up some big items. Everybody's got their mythics. It's 28 minutes into the game. We're almost half an hour through here as both teams trying to find a situation. Maybe a death brush setup, but not enough. Are going to be forced to back away.
And look, we have the Banshee's Veil on Q-Meyer as well, realizing that his most recent death was due to an abundance of CC. Sloppy's going to jump in and break it with the bear trap. Now it's a 4-man tower dive, and Slicing Maelstrom's going to be committed early. Nice use of the Zanya's there to get the full effect out. Curse of Sadman comes out. A huge Tempered Fate's going to keep him alive. Now they're going to use the hero's entrance. It's a 5-man dive onto Q-Meyer, and they're able to pick it up as well as the bot lane tower. But you see Devil the Grey pushing the top lane right now, and we'll have to see if Boston University is going to regret that all-in committal for the one Ken.
They don't have the Baron empowered recalls, and actually it looks like Galio is going to stay behind just to protect the other members so that they can back. They are going to end up losing Slogan, who's not able to recall in time. A second one just barely gets out of the way before Warwick lands. Unfortunately, now Galio could be in a nasty situation there as the fight breaks out in the base. They do manage to shut down the Vayne.
Well, they shut down the Vayne after he got the Tier 2 tower and the top inhibitor tower. Barely, as Sloppy just barely hung on. Unfortunately, that does mean it is going to be second Infernal Dragon over to the side of Bay State. You see Eel hanging around there, but Admiral Potato going to make sure he can't get over the wall. Trill's going to jump onto him, try and burst him down. Magical Journey will not land, and it's a steal for Eel. We didn't quite see how it went down, but it's going to get his team the Infernal Soul. He'll pay for it with his life. That's going to keep Boston in it with that Infernal Soul. Q-Meyer going to rocket belt, try and chase down Trill. Calling is going to be used. He'll also use the Quicksilver Sash to cleanse the stun. We'll see if it's enough, as now he's going to try and jump in. Slicing Maelstrom is used, and just barely. Sloppy's able to clean that one up, and the Boston University AD carry will survive with just a sliver of HP.
Hey, who knows? The Infernal Drake was probably the difference there. So, absolutely phenomenal steal by Evil there. Getting his team the Infernal Soul. That could turn the game around because that's going to give them the extra damage, the extra wave clear, and that will allow them to continue pushing up these waves. So, a strong early game leading into a potentially game-turning late-game play.
Yeah, the only problem right now for Boston University, not only are they down still 5k gold despite that steal, but you could just see outside of Sloppy and Trill, the level difference is Slogan only level 13, Eel and Can Win only level 14. No one on the side of Bay State is below level 15. So those members are going to need probably a handful of minutes to try and find a solo lane and soak some experience, and this could be where Bay State tries to force it down their throat and make up for the fact that 2/3 or 3/5 of the Boston University team does not have their rank 3 ultimates yet.
It is true that those big power spikes aren't available to them, but the item power spikes are not too far behind, all things considered. Not to mention, a lot of their team are tanks, so they're not entirely reliant on those items to begin with. Here's the charge.
He's going to bandit Tosh. Devil the Grey. He'll also get hit by the depth charge. He's going to get hit by the taunt as well, and that cleanse only going to do so much, but he still gets out with his life. Slicing Maelstrom going to come in. Curse of the Sad Mummy not going to be enough. It's a 1-for-1. Q-Meyer picks up another one. The 80 carries Trey live. Unfortunately, it's just Sloppy running away. Doesn't have enough courage. He'll get condemned into the wall. It's a triple kill for Devil to Gray, and this could be game for the side of Bay State.
And that's the danger of having such a limited number of carries. Lucian does a lot of damage, but he can't be the sole source of damage on your team because the moment he goes down, that fight turns, and Bay State has complete control over it.
Yeah, and all he did was trade evenly with Sexless. 4-shot and hit as soon as the Kraken Slayer's procced, and he also has the cannon as well to get that 5% execute. And unfortunately for Boston University, they're going to have to sit in spawn as they see the 3 remaining members of Bay State melt down the Nexus. So in a hard-fought 3-game series, Bay State's going to walk away here as your Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup champions. Very well played series by them. Big shout out to Boston University, who'll go home with second, and then Boise State, as we saw earlier today, taking home third place in the event. A great event overall, a great showcase of the new items for the first time in our stream, Glovely. And in the end, it really came down to the power of Q-Meyer and the number of resources Boston had to commit to kill him. Just wasn't enough. And also, a great mechanical play by Devil to Gray at the very end. He ate the bandage toss, he ate the knockup from Galio, he ate the taunt from Galio, and then he's able to get out and put it on in a phenomenal display of AD carry skill and absolutely run through the team and pick up a triple kill in the last fight.
Certainly, and that's not to downplay anything done by the other side. Like, my goodness, some of the skill, some of the mechanical play that we saw coming out from both teams was incredible. Especially, I thought that Dragon Steel just blew me away. I didn't think that there was any way that Amumu was picking that up, but getting that for his team nearly turned the game around. So, credit to both of these teams. You played fantastic today.
Yeah, a great job by EO with that Dragon Steel. If they had maybe 5 more minutes to catch up the remaining members of their team, maybe they would have had it, because not only was Q-Meyer forced late game, but every person who laned against him was just always down in CS, always down in level, and it really felt like you were always fighting a 5v4 while you're waiting for that 5th member on your team to slowly catch up. Of course, Q-Meyer, a former League of Legends pro, will do that to you, and he did a really good job proving why he used to be one of the best and why he still is one of the best collegiate players now at Bay State University. Well, that will wrap up our Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup action, except I'm being told we have player of the game still, so let's... Okay, we still got a lot on our hands here, so we'll get to our Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game here. Who do you think it's going to be, Glovely?
I mean, everyone played well, but I think there's no question that Q-Meyer was above and beyond. There was so much focus on him as a player.
Yeah, I would have to think. I mean, maybe Devil to Gray for the play in that very last fight. But we'll have to see who it's going to be, and it is going to be Q-Meyer. Who, I mean, as we talked about, we saw it in the game against Boise State as well. Just anyone who laned against him just was always behind in terms of CS, and really felt like it was a 5v4 for the most part. And teams were committing 4 and 5 people just to get a solo kill onto him.
I mean, I'll tell you this, I wouldn't want to lane against him. The way he controlled his lane, using his ranged auto attackers, and then, of course, denied people from being able to go in on him. Great play overall from all of his champions. And it really forced teams to commit so many resources to him that the rest of his team could get ahead and carry.
Yeah, especially on that Kennen, a champion that we have not seen in quite a while. Playing it incredibly well, using the rocket belt to be able to get in there, the Hextech rocket belt, and also, of course, making use of the slicing mill. So, I mean, right here, I mean, if that taunt lands, it's a different story, but there's nothing you could do when not only are you getting ripped apart by the turret, you're getting ripped apart by the slicing maelstrom, and to make it out alive, I mean, that really is what flipped game number 3 for me, is there's at one point a 4-kill stretch where Boston University threw 4 lives away just to try and kill Q-Meyer and never once found him. And that was a huge reason why Bay State were champions here today in the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup.
Sometimes you just gotta accept that you're not gonna get it. Look at this scenario. Vayne coming in at just the right moment. Tempered Fate comes through just to give him a little more time to escape. The Q-Meyer, well, not absolutely unkillable, was certainly one of the slipperiest champions in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he also had a couple of these great little solo death bushes that, unfortunately, it was usually Sloppy who was walking into it. That time he had the rest of his team, but it was a really well-played series by Q-Meyer and the rest of Bay State. But Q-Meyer's the ICCU player of the game. He believes a great player makes the team more successful, just like they're helping their members achieve financial success. Well, we have our top 5 plays coming up from tonight. and probably mainly from the final here, but don't go anywhere. We've got a special interview after that break, but we'll leave you with our top 5 plays.
League of Legends Charity Cup. So everybody grab your drinks, grab your snacks, sit down in your seat. We're going into game 1.
As can win no need at Half-Life. They are going to have Eel right behind him, though, and a teleport in from Sloppy Thirds is going to allow him to pick up Sexless, and now the tower dive is on. Scarl's going to eat some of it. And great little tower dive. Beat it from Sloppy. They're going to jump on Little B-Man, who's forced to use the Zanyas. Unfortunately for Canwin, he's going to dash right into a wall. They'll take Morgana down, but they're going to have to trade it off for the Galio. Now they're going to lose Trill as well. Let's Bounce going to run down Slogan. It's a triple kill for Double the Gray. He's got no one to slam him into. Q-Meyer should be able to chase him down. It's a 4-for-0, a 4-for-1. Sloppy and the Coling will take him down, and now we've re-engaged here on the bearing. Slicing Maelstrom comes out, so will the Zanyas. And Slexus will take down Eo for the first kill with the curtain call. Q-Meyer going to run away. Alt comes out from Cho, but he's going to be stunned up. And that Baron is going to be stopped, and now it's Bay State's turn to start on the Dragon. There's no jungler. The Gray Hill also get hit by the depth charge. He's going to get hit by the taunt as well. And that Clan's only going to do so much, but he still gets out with his life. Slicing Maelstrom going to come in. Curse of the Sad Mummy, not going to be enough. It's a 1-for-1. Q-Meyer picks up another one. The 80 carries Trey live. Unfortunately, it's just Sloppy running away. Doesn't have enough courage. He'll get condemned into the wall. There's a triple kill for Devil the Gray, and this could be game for the side of Bay State.
Managed to get the plate as the teleport is being used in response, but he's teleporting into a 3 versus 1. Does drop the ultimate, actually picks up an elimination, but it doesn't look like, yes, double kill, and is able to get out alive just barely. So overall, great play is now Trill caught by the stun. Is he going to be able to get away? Dashes in trying to pick up the kill, but no.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. As we mentioned, a very special interview coming up with one of the champions of the Emerson League of Legends Charity Cup, the Bay State head coach, Brian Hummel, who not only had his team the champions, he also got a sub in. He was Little B-Man, who was in the game. So let's just start with that. What did it feel like to be able to play alongside your squad here tonight? Looks like we might be having an audio issue on your end. Coach, I can see you talking, but I can't hear you. I don't know whose end it's on. Hopefully we can get that one figured out here. Might be on our end, not sure, but I can see his lips moving, but I can't hear him. Nope, that didn't seem like that worked either. Well, hopefully we can get Coach to join us here. Yeah, we'll take a quick little break. We'll make sure we get the audio issues figured out here. We'll be right back here with the rest of the interview with Coach Brian Hummel of Bay State.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.